Yeah, you're just shoving the freaking hollow point in there.
Oh,
You
I
might
mean,
be
they're
redneck.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that with like rifle rounds, though. You know, for
No,
accuracy's sake. Yeah, for
these are
accuracy's
pistol
sake.
rounds.
Yeah.
But they're
45 rows. Yeah.
I got the
I just remembered the
reloading.
caliber. I was like, oh yeah, right.
I got the reloading Bible, so I have all the charts
Nice.
for all the calibers
Hornaday
and all that.
stuff, or what you got? What's
I can't remember the maker.
the dies? I
No, they're not
forgot the
Hornady
nice.
dice.
Okay.
They're green. Whichever ones are green.
Yeah, I got a bunch of 223 for deers and queers, and then I got a
Deers,
bunch of puff.
deers and queers. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Not really, you know, but if somebody shit. You know, the people that don't like deer hunters.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, bro. I was just picking on you. You know how many people tell me you kill Bambi? I'm like, bitch, Bambi a cartoon. I eat venison, real life deer meat. You want to see it? You want to try it? We're making sausage right now. Come on.
Fuck
We're gonna grind up a leg, some leg, right? And we're gonna stuff it in the intestines with a bunch of seasonings and peppers.
Oh, it's Sierra.
I like to bust
Sierra
my
Bulletsmith.
sausage, my venison sausage. I bust that bitch full of vegetables too. Put a bunch of vegetables in there. Hot peppers, red, green, yellow, orange.
What you know about that boudin? I guarantee, boy. I'll tell you what.
I'm not laying down, boy. There ain't nothing left on the table. That's all I know. Boy, they ate that shit up like now. When I wrap these bars in mine, planets and stars align. A prodigy like me is hard to find. I'm well trained in the art of rhyme, and my words are my nunchucks, so I get Bruce Lee on these dumb pucks. Don't mess with me, y'all. I'm too hostile. But the truth is, I'll still be a rap king when my bones become old fossils. I'm sorry, I'm so awful. But seeing as I'm putting chumps in their place and it's not unlawful, I'm gonna go ahead anyway. I'll come in here and make this motherfucker topple any day, every day. Style of a heavyweight in every way. Aggressive is how I stay. Never play, always slay. Stay the fuck out my way. Dear Vector, you're in the wrong sector. So I'm coming at you like a cannonball wrecker. I'll cut you up and eat you for breakfast like Hannibal Lecter. Dissect your whole universe and expose its insides. Oh no, I don't spit for the hell of it. I know I'm more than relevant. My common sense has been bombing shit like you ever since I first started telling it. And in the present tense, there's more than enough evidence to prove I'm more intelligent than you, fool. You're trying to be elegant, but you started out in deficit, talking defecation. Often dedication isn't prevalent, and that's what I see in you. Yeah, it's a parchment. Let me enlarge it and throw the whole entire sheet at you. I'm spitting raps as you collapse. My bars are in charge. Just read a few. Flames. Damn it. Cat scared the shit out of me.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, Witsit's getting down, man. He's up in Las Vegas. Like, I should call my sister up and have her go down there and troll him. Come on, sis. I'll send you a G. Go down there and troll the redhead guy with the beard. Yeah, troll him.
Yeah, that ginger guy.
Yeah. Ask him how dumbasses work on a globe. Yeah, my sister's not up. If he'd have done this during the day, dude, she don't live far from where he's at. Fucking Western Union or some money. Say, here, go down here and troll him for a minute and then drop some ducats on him. Just to see my sister on the video. She lives all the way over there. I need to take a vacation and go visit her. Kind of jealousy there. Me and that sister are closest in age out of all of my siblings. We're in the same classrooms throughout school, you know. Spent a lot of time together.
But you don't get to see her very often now.
No, what, you know, life changes. We all grow up. We all get our own lives, our families, go our own ways. Her daughter's big model for a makeup dispenser. So they're not coming back. They're not coming back to Michigan, but hey, you know, I go there when I can. Try to go see her twice a year. My daughter been bugging me, but I'm still not caught up from July. Last year, I was throwing work out, saying fuck the government. This year, I can barely keep up. I'm doing a lot less state work too. I'm turning down state contracts.
Sounds like you
Trying-
need a good hand. You need a driver, bro?
No, I need more hours in the day. I got to.
Hey, Mike,
Over.
listen, $35 an hour, whatever, man. I'll grab a shovel. It don't matter. 35 is cool. You know, decent wages.
Well, you know, fucking Wendy starts out at 14, so we actually start out at 19 with raises in 30, 60, and 90. So
All right. I told you, it's about decent. It's not bad. It's not. It wouldn't kill you, you know. So I got you.
Well-
Where do I
you'd be surprised how many
put in
people
my
say.
application, bro?
You'd be surprised how many of these young kids, they show up. They're like, hell yeah, for 3 days, and they do the math. They're like, I made 600 in 3 days. You know what? Fuck this. I got money. I'm going to apply at Wendy's. I'm out.
What?
Yeah, I heard
Nah.
that.
Why?
I heard it
What
twice
the fuck,
last
man?
week. Because it's $14 an hour and way less work. You know,
But he's not gonna be
laziness.
making. He's not gonna be making $200 a day at Wendy's.
Yeah, right. Exactly. What he can't figure out is he can bring home 1,200 to 1,400 a week here.
Yeah, man. Stick
He'll
with
never
that
do
job
that
for
every year.
you know
Then
for
get
a year
winter.
because
Get
in the winter you're off. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you got tons of dough.
Get them
You do
unemployment,
whatever.
extra unemployment benefits this winter. You know,
Yeah, youngsters, man. They
and
don't
some of the
know those.
guys. Yeah, I put plows in my truck and I do cash plow jobs. So I pay guys under the table.
Well,
Some
dude, I
guys-
got spoiled now. I get paid $1 a minute and sometimes $2 a minute. So it's like, yeah, fuck them shovels, dude. You know, it's like I grab a shopping cart. So it's like, yep. It's like you can't really pay me enough to do labor anymore. It's like, fuck that shit. I work for myself. It's pretty chill. I like it.
The guys
Hank, if you're listening, maybe you should look into that, bro.
the guys that stay here at the asphalt company, they're pretty much like me. They want big toys. They want nice cars. They want to own their own home, not make payments on it. You know, too much American society is they're settled into settling. They'll settle for less than what they deserve, as long as they look like they're keeping up with the Joneses, even though they're in debt up their ass.
Exactly. Nah, man. I listen to Henry Ford, man. I don't buy a vehicle that I do not cash, no matter what it is. If I cannot cash it, I do not buy it. That's a Bentley or whatever the fuck it is I'm buying. I'll buy it on payments if, like, I can afford the $200,000 for a Bentley. Yeah, sure. Well, because you can invest that money, yeah, keep it in pocket, do the payments or whatnot. Sure, why not? Who cares? You know, good interest or whatnot. But yeah, man, Henry Ford.
Yeah, people living outside their means is a problem.
No, thank God, man. No credit cards. No, thank God.
How about cash cars and live like rock stars with a cocaine buffet and nothing to eat but etouffee?
Mm-hmm. Doing lines off that model's butt. I'm just trying to bust a nut.
Dude, I remember the Corn Nuts commercial from the 90s. It had
Yeah.
similar,
Yeah.
similar lyrics.
I've seen guys hiring models and dancers to eat off of at a buffet. I've seen that before.
Like, hey, Skinny, come here. Look here. I'll give you $200. Just pull
Lay
on
on the
this bikini
table.
and lay on the table.
Put the guacamole on her belly button. Okay, I want the French dip up here by the nips. Ranch under the cleavage.
Some weirdos out there, bro.
I know.
Ranch? Come on, man. I'm just fucking cracking up.
Watch me dip.
Ranch. Damn. That's some funny shit, bro. I mean, grabbing some snacks and, fucking cracking me up. Ranch. Why ranch, man? That's an interesting, taste.
Why not?
Why not? You're right, shit.
Then you walk
Why
up
not?
there smoking and you say, "Here, honey, hold my smoke while I get some ranch, will you?" Thank you.
Yeah, why not?
Are you busy after dinner? Can I get your phone number? Start hitting on her while she's holding up a food buffet.
So, Mike, I got a question. Obviously, you don't give, legal advice or advice about finances. But I heard that if you take like some squiggly lines and you call it art, that it's very subjective. And you could say that, oh, well, these squiggly lines on this painting here, they're, worth like $10,000. And you can donate it, your artwork, and then write that off. Is that true?
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, Hank.
So people do donate artwork
Well,
in a similar fashion.
The thing is,
that holds true for donations, Hank. But I don't
you
know
need
about...
to have an assessment.
Yes.
Right?
That's with art. Yeah.
Assessed value.
Receipt. Yes. Because I think you get 60% on what you donate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 60% of the assessed value.
Yep.
So you need an art critic in bed with you. Then you can get paid.
Hank, you're self-employed, right? You can also buy vehicles.
No,
Oh, yeah. Oops, I'm sorry. I thought you were. I was gonna scratch that then. Won't give out the good beans.
So what we do first is we start a business and we call it Hank and Mike's Art Assessment.
There you go. Right. Or we'll make it third party, man. Like it's the Cyrus. Get
a DBA.
The Cyrus Assessment Corporation.
DBA doing business as Cyrus Assessment Incorporate.
That's
then
right.
We just start. We assess everything in your house. And you can just donate your spoon is worth $15,000, dog. You didn't know that?
You know why? Because it was your great grandfather's breakfast spoon or whatever. So yeah,
right.
It's worth a lot of money.
So you remember Senator Reid, right? The guy was like, so taxes are mandatory. You got to pay them or if you go to jail. And he's like, yeah. But taxes are voluntary.
Yes,
that's right. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are voluntary. Thanks. Do you know the cases? Do you know the Supreme? I can pull them up and cite them for everybody to actually use them. So I forgot. There's a bunch of them, and the people won. So yeah, many times because income is not defined in the IRS code. The word income and wages and salaries are not taxable. So yeah, and they're taxing income. And the income is not defined in their code. So there you go. And you know, anyways. Yeah, keep on going, Hank. Before I spill the beans, bro. So don't
No,
make
it's all right. It's all right.
It's some good beans though for everybody. And if you're self-employed, and let's say you're about to pay 20 grand, all right? You owe them 20 grand. Well, just go buy a vehicle that's more than 6,000 pounds, you know, and the owner shall be the business, and just make sure it costs you 20 grand. And there you go. It's a total write-off, and you gained an asset, and you paid, you know, nothing. Well, you paid 20 grand to yourself. Just saying. There's a lot of shit like that. If you want to file. But filing is voluntary, like Hank said.
And of course, all this is, you know, like imaginary world, right? This isn't, you know, reality. I'm not talking about in the 3D world, obviously, because in real life, you got to pay your taxes or you go to jail, just like the senator said. But you know, in 2D world, you know, it's all make believe. So, yeah. I bet there was at least a few people who caught on.
Yeah, this is like what is called theoretical, right?
Yeah, this isn't legal advice or financial advice.
Absolutely not. This is fiction, or yeah, near. I'm not sure if it's fiction, but
there's two things you can count
definitely
on in
not
this
legal
world.
advice.
You're gonna pay your taxes and then you die. And not necessarily in that order.
And I played ball today, just by myself, and my ball handling skills kind of fucking suck. Like, I used to be way better when I was younger. 15 years ago.
Yeah, my hacky sack skills have diminished. I used to be able to do all kinds of cool shit.
But for some reason, I'm kind of determined, so I know the key. The key is to always dribble all the time. Then the ball becomes magnetic towards your hand. Get the magnetic hand effect. So much of your DNA is on the ball. Become one with it.
You know, I was never good at basketball. I was much taller than most people my age. So I would just, you know, get the rebound, pass it to the black kid, and that's how I played basketball.
Yeah.
So obviously, I didn't love playing basketball, but I would play it, you know. People actually picked me to be on their team because I was good at rebound, and I knew where the ball belonged, not in my hands.
That's funny as fuck, man. Not in my hands. I was never any good either, but like I just like the sport. You know, it's fun. So excellent cardio. I'm trying to lose some body fat, so it's good for that. You know? Like I got a killer cardio workout today doing that.
Cardio just burns the carbs in your system.
Yeah, indeed. And then the idea is to like you're going to burn the carbs and then you're going to go into burning the fat where you just kind of within usually 20 minutes most of the carbs are burned out that are in your bloodstream, you know. Then your body's like, okay, let's go, you know, fats now. So yeah, that's why cardio's like it's good for shredding, but you got to do it for longer than than like 20 minutes or you can do HIIT, high intensity interval training. Which basketball is a lot like hit because it is high intensity and you can't do it in intervals, you know. Take a few seconds off, have fun with it. That's why I like it.
I loved playing football because I had so much aggression in those days. Because believe it or not, I used to have like a pretty short temper. Like the easiest thing could set me off. And when I would be playing and shit, you know, like I was pretty brutal. Like I played full speed like tackle football without pads. Like I didn't give a fuck. And my pain tolerance is really, really high. I don't know why. But like I would hit people and then they didn't want to hit me no more, so they would like try to hit me like below the knees and shit. So like I took that as like extremely disrespectful, like, punk, you better take me head on. So I would hurdle them and like smear their quarterback, and I loved it. It was so much fun.
Football was a lot of fun. Tons of fun, man. However, today I don't think I would play full tackle. Have a herniated disc now. It's like, yeah, I love football too, man. So I love like running with it. You know, just halfback, just sweet. It's like my fave. It's like, all right, let's dance with you, motherfuckers. You know, it's nice.
Man, the dude Witsit is talking to right now is drunk as shit.
Is it getting serious, or what's going on?
No, he's like, I'm done talking. He's a dipshit.
Yeah, I watched it for a minute. I don't think not that many people were stopping by.
Man, I gave him a like and he had 51. I come back and now it's stuck at 50 again. What the fuck? Are they killing his likes?
Yeah, we've known for a while that those numbers are manipulated, and it's so easy to manipulate them, especially if you own, you know, YouTube. Yeah, I don't ever trust YouTube and their bullshit. I've seen like people's views like disappear. I've seen channels report negative views. I don't even know how that works.
That's when people in the ether start watching. You know.
Yeah, he got -5 views.
Yeah, the demons were watching. So
5 people unwatched it.
Unwatched it.
Yeah, I had my own business for a little while. I was working for Lyft as a slave, and I guess the government and Lyft, the way that I signed the contracts, made me a business owner, and that was great till I got rear-ended.
Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry for your
No, that's no big deal.
vehicular loss.
No, it's all right. I got a $5,000 check for the car from the guy in the truck's company he worked for who hit me. I only
Cool.
paid what, 3,900 out the door, tax, title, and license for the car, and
Nice.
I still got the car. I just I lost the key and I can't get inside.
Nice.
Gotta pick on crypto. You in here, crypto?
Oh, crypto. That British dude.
Oh, part-time. Hanging out with the full-timers. What's up?
Part timer. Good one, man.
The
Yeah, they
weekend
cut my
crew's here. They cut your hours?
Yeah, me more cut my hours, so I'm only on here 4 hours a week now.
Hey, I was going to share it, but check it out. Roger shared it. Witsit's in Las Vegas right now. He just crushed fucking McToon, him and Kai. Crushed McToon and some girl earlier. But now he's in Las Vegas. It's kind of funny. He's on the strip.
Sweet.
Yeah, he just crushed an aerospace engineer. It's so fun.
Yeah. I'm watching it, Roger. He's fucking cracking me up.
Yeah, me too.
I swear them two get married. I'm gonna buy them that flat earth wedding set. Send it in the mail. You could drop me an address. Sucker him down to the farm and bust out the shotgun and walk in the preacher. It's a nice day for a white wedding. Gown. What's your intentions with my flat earth sister, son? I gotta ask. Are they pure? Treat him like every little boy that ever came to see my daughter. You know, this here's a 300 Magnum by Smith & Wesson. I can shoot you at 100 yards running with one eye closed, son. Itching my ass.
You know what I used to tell those kids when they come around? I would say, whatever you do to her, I'm going to do to you.
Yeah, that's a good one, Hank. I like that one, too. If you treat her bad, I'm going to send it back to you twice as bad. I'm going to multiply it. Because that's how things go in a family. When you do this, you say it's okay for family to do that to each other. So I'm going to do it better. We're in a competition, you and I. I picked on my oldest daughter's husband so much, man. The kid worked his fucking ass off for years to prove me wrong. I finally had to break down. One day he's like, damn it, Mike, are you ever going to like me? I was like, dude, I gave you the easiest job for the last 3 days. I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, is this the easiest job? And the whole crew's like, yeah. And he's like, damn, this job's just hard work then. I was like, I do like you, man. But you're not only... It's harder to put up with this job or put up with my daughter than it is to show up to work every day. It's this fucking asphalt company, you know what I'm saying? Really. And you've done both for 4 years now and still smile every day. Wake up smiling, hand me coffee. I'm like, I kind of like to make my own coffee, but the kid tries, you know? I made it just like you like it, Mike. I want to say no, bitch. Nobody ever makes it exactly like I do. But I couldn't find it in me to be mean to him after about 6 months. Fuck, I'd work him 18 hours, bring him home. He's got 4 hours to go to sleep, and we got to go work another 6 hours. My daughter'd run him through the ringer. He'd still get up. Be like, you ready to go, Dad? I mean, he earned it. He earned my respect. You shouldn't have been so hard on him.
Yeah, but, that's how you create a diamond. Heat and pressure. The asphalt was the heat, and you were the pressure.
He's a fucking good kid, man. I like him.
I must admit, I had it easy. My wife's dad was in jail, and her brother was my best friend. So,
yeah.
And her ex strung her up in the closet with a wire coat hanger and beat her ass while she was holding her oldest.
Holy shit.
So it's like I kind of had it pretty easy.
Yeah, I grew up with my ex-wife's parents, and they loved me. So, yeah. Her dad, he didn't know shit about cars, man. I used to go over there, 16, his shit breaks down. At the bus stop, he breaks down, he's leaving. I'm like, I could probably fix it in 20 minutes, but you'd have to take me to school when I'm done. I could take some parts out of my dad's junkyard, but you'll have to pay for them. Dude's like, you're 16. I said, you want me to fix your truck or not? Then I was like, well, your daughter's going in late with me too. He didn't know what to say. He was like, can we just fix the truck, kid? I got to get to work. My dad always had a salvage yard. I grew up in a salvage yard, what you call a junkyard dog.
I always wanted a junkyard, man.
I used to
I'll
sit in
buy
them.
it from you. How much?
Shit, you couldn't. I
Priceless,
used to
yeah.
sit in that
I know.
motherfucker and daydream about everything I want to do. And now I stopped daydreaming because I ain't got time to do all the
It's a
projects
lot
I
of
already,
work. Yeah.
set up. I'm like, fuck, I got to stop
Right.
buying shit. But I can't lie, man. I'll be driving down the road, work day's over, smoking some weed, drive past. Oh shit, is that a Corvair out there in that field? Low lock, 4-wheel drive. Drive right up to it. It's just, I can't help it. It's like them fists. I quit drinking them, but I can't stop buying them. The hot rods are about the same. Like I know I'll never get to this motherfucker, but I gotta buy it because I can.
Dude, listen, opportunity doesn't like come around twice. So see some
No.
nice, good deal, snag it. And if you have to sell it, if you go broke, just sell it. You know, it's cool. Shit happens.
That's the way I see it. I got brothers
Same
and
here,
my
man.
whole family builds hot rods. Somebody will come out and say, "Hey, I'll give you this much for it," and I'll take it to be parts money for the build I'm working on. Like, I mean, when it comes to 69 Chevelles, I got way too many of them. But I still see them. I'm like, 1,500, you say? Boy, take
Yep.
the paver back to the yard, drop it, and come back with a trailer. I'm going to hang out with this old man for a minute, see what else he got in this barn.
Right, exactly, man. That's how it is whenever I
That's
buy
hilarious.
tools. I always ask for, so are you selling anything else, you know? Any other tools you're selling?
Yeah,
You know, you
yeah,
have to.
I'm hooked on that too, man. If they got a 69 Chevelle on a shelf in a barn, they probably got an old scooter that's pretty bad. They got some badass motorcycles somewhere. They got the old fucking snowmobile equipment you can't get no more, but is awesome as hell. You can make drag sleds and shit. They probably got all kinds of shit around there. They just put off somewhere, then they don't do nothing with.
Right.
I always say it like this: like, thanks for preserving this for me.
Yeah. The last guy, he was counting cases. He was just trying. He pushed a 68 Firebird out in the driveway, and he was just trying to get beer money. He said, to be honest, it's just taking up fucking space, and I ain't got no beer money. Shit, I went and bought him a case. Fuck, I just gave him 6,500, and the old man wanted red, white, and blue. I said, are you fucking serious? I will buy you Budweiser. I won't drink it. All right. I mean, I know people prefer their favorite beer they drink their whole life, you know. I never was a beer drinker. I don't like beer. You got to drink too much of that shit.
Way too much. Don't taste too great.
Right. It's just
My
it don't taste
favorite
good.
thing is Black Russians and Bloody Marys. That's what I like to drink. Vodka.
Yeah, I can do the mixed drinks. Yeah, I like them.
Vodka.
I like
Yeah.
black Russian, white Russian. I like all that.
I love vodka. I
Like
just
some
get like
vodka.
crazy after like 2 or 3 drinks.
White Russian and the Jägermeister straight.
Jaeger, yep. Yep, straight. Oh, dude. Man,
Jaeger
that's all
straight.
I used to drink, Mike. And I haven't had a
Intravenous,
drink in
right?
10 years now. Well, with
Oh,
Red
yeah.
Bull, I'd buy a bottle of
Just
Jaeger
hook the
and
IV
then
up.
just Red Bull.
Oh yeah, Jaeger and Red Bull.
That's
I
it.
don't like.
That's
I
it,
don't
man,
like
all day
those.
long.
Jaeger
I don't like
bomb.
those. Yeah, I don't like those. But I'll do the Jaeger. drink Pepsi
Well,
and slam Jaeger.
no, I mean just a little
You
bottle
ruined it
of
with the Pepsi.
your
What was that?
personal bottle of Jaeger, you know, in your energy drink.
That's South London Pepsi, though, bro.
Yeah, no. I don't drink a
Only
lot of
joking, bro.
Pepsi. I can't drink one after another. It's usually whiskey and water, but I'll get a Pepsi to start the night. Or Coke, it don't matter. 7-Up, 7-7, vodka and 7, it don't matter.
You
Just
guys
like
make me want to drink.
it's like spritzer, you know. Give me some soda water and a motherfucking fifth. Put it on the counter.
You know, it's funny. I always want to drink after work, right? But you can't buy beer after midnight in Texas. So, like, every time I want to drink, I can't buy it.
Oh
And it's like,
shit.
if I buy it,
Man,
it just sits in the fridge and I never drink it.
you guys are in a communist state, man. The fuck?
No, it's all about church, right?
Hell,
The
in
preacher man
Tennessee,
doesn't.
they got dry counties.
Yeah, we still got
No.
dry counties in Texas.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
that's
Okay.
true.
Okay,
You
that's cool.
you got dry counties too?
Yeah,
No, I don't. I live in Washington. I don't think we have dry counties here. Or do we? I'm not sure, man.
Oh, Witsit got 69 likes. You know what's another way to say 69? Tukanchu.
Chukachu. Is that anything like?
Tukanchu.
Oh man. Okay.
That's outrageous.
Oh,
Took me a second.
Tukanchu. Oh,
Tukanchu.
Chinese. Oh, asshole. Tukanchu. That's a tainted subject, though. You know.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Caught me with my mic open.
You can deliver pizza all night, but you can't buy beer after midnight. That's fucked up. You can buy
Yeah,
beer till
you ain't
2
supposed to
a.m.
buy it until
here.
after Sunday. I think it's Sunday. I'm gonna double check. You can't buy beer until after church on Sunday. I think that's how it goes.
Wow.
So like tonight, if I wanted to buy beer, I would have to wait till like afternoon tomorrow.
What? That's crazy, man.
I'm not 100% about that.
That's
Don't
insane.
quote me. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's something like that because I don't
man.
actually know the beer laws. I just know that when I go in the middle of the night, I try to get some
Sounds
Four
like freedom to
Locos.
me, brother. Sounds like freedom. Lots of freedom down there in Texas.
Well, hey man, I live in the belt buckle of the Bible. Bro.
Hey man, it's all good,
This
man.
is the belt
Alright.
buckle.
That's fucked up.
The Bible Belt. You saying I ain't a God-fearing, Bible-toting, shotgun-holding motherfucker?
Sane, sober.
Yep.
What is it? How's it go? Sane, sober, something
It ain't
minded. Go ahead.
Staying sober ain't for pussies.
No, a sane, sober, straight-minded white Christian.
Mm.
Something like that.
My daddy wasn't white. He was
They
a
sure
little.
don't make them like that no more,
Neither,
do they?
neither was mine.
My daddy
I
was
hear ya.
Cherokee, and my grandpa was Choctaw.
Half Cherokee and Choctaw. Mama, she a Chippewa. My mama was a Chippewa. She was one of a kind. I like that song. Hank.
Yeah, I know it.
Cherokee people. Cherokee tribe. So proud to live. So proud to die. Hey, they'd rather die than go into slavery, most of them. But it came
Yep.
to a point where it was either set aside your pride and learn to live with or die off.
My
They
wife
were
was
going to kill us.
Cherokee too.
They was
She's
either going to break us or kill us.
Yep. My wife's Cherokee too. You can see it in her mama for sure. Or you could. She's passed away now. Especially her grandma.
Yeah,
Her grandma looks like my grandma.
I've been talking to this little old Ojibwe girl. She looks like Sacagawea.
Okay,
It's-
Michael. Michael, you got to do one thing though. You got to get rid of the sling blade accent when you talk about her.
Oh no.
She got a pretty mouth.
I reckon I like her in that there regalia.
Hey, I'll tell
Oh
you what,
boy.
Mike. Hey, if she likes the voice, you're in like
Yeah,
Flea
yeah,
mud.
Oh, she does like the voice.
Well, then there you go.
You want me to get that there deer and cut it up and make us some venison jerky? We can make
You
some
look-
salmon jerky. We can
You look
smoke it.
cold. You look cold, darling. Let me go get you a deer skin.
Oh, me rake 'em yard, then go rape 'em squaw. Me be back. Half moon. I need. No. Hey, I can say the prayers in our language too, though, to the Great Spirit. So I don't do that in my Sling Blade voice. That's just for humor. I do that to her, like, I reckon I like that there Ojibwe booty. Put in some regalia.
You got to show a
Oh
little
yeah.
decorum when you're saying the prayers.
Yeah, yes, you do. That's one thing.
Look at what old dude posted. That's the best. Look at that thing. Perfect.
Yeah. Hey, my grandmother would beat me with one of them shaman staffs, just a big staff with a rock on top of it, tied up with some deer veins and tendons. She'd beat me with one of them if she heard me making fun of a prayer or a proverb. I reckon I like that there picture.
I made one of those for my son. Got some, I think some
Yeah.
crystal, and it was like a Y in the branch.
Yeah.
And I made it up. Made it all look real nice and stuff. He thought he was Gandalf.
Power staff. Yep. Yeah, I like native art. When I go to the reservation, that's one of the first things I do is stop at the arts and crafts store. I like to promote my people, so I'll just tell my daughter, whatever you want, go pick it out. So she's got like 30 different regalia outfits. They see me coming. Oh, there's cousin Michael. Get out our best regalia. We're gonna sell it all to his daughter. Most expensive, porcupine, quill, jewelry boxes, all that crap. But it's all good.
I don't know why I haven't took the time to go up north and introduce myself to the Cherokee and see if they would accept me or not.
Sure,
Because
they
they're right
would.
across the border, Oklahoma.
I'm sure
As
they
long as I
would.
come up peaceful and respectful, right?
Cherokee, Choctaw, that's all Anishinaabe, you know that. Cree, they're the Ojibwe of the plains. Or the peoples of this great spirit found in the plains or the lowland. So most of their names like Mohawk, Potawatomi, Cherokee, Choctaw, most of them are a reference to the area they're in, where they're all the peoples of the Great Spirit in this area. So Ojibwe is the way of the peoples of the Great Spirit, cultivators of healing herbs, the defenders of the forest, the Bear Clan. By
Yeah,
the
it's funny you say
Gitchaguma.
that. My family, we always used herbs as much as possible.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, as many earaches as I had growing up, and when my grandma would pour that olive oil in my ear, it was instant pain relief. Because it's lukewarm. Like, so if you had to like measure the temperature of the olive oil, make it like between like 105 and 110 degrees, just a little bit warmer than your body. And as soon as it goes in your ear, it's all warm and soothing and instant. And then you seal it up with cotton, repeat every 12 hours. And, I can't use the word cure legally, but I can't think of a better word than treats. It definitely
Right.
treats the ear to warm, comfort, soothing. And then we use black salve with the cactus. We bake the cactus for 400 degrees till it turns black. Any kind of abscess on your cattle, cats, yourself, draws it right to the surface. And yeah, there's lots of little stuff like that. I can't remember all of it.
Cactus pears. They're delicious, man. Delicious fruit. Love it. Probably have a lot of it down in Texas.
I don't know about cactus pears, but we did have pear trees. I remember eating a lot of food for free that just grew, like blackberries and pecans, pears. Like I ate a lot of shit for free when I was a kid.
Cactus pears are awesome, man. Don't worry, I'm grinding up some herb right now, Hank.
Smoke one from dead homies.
I reckon I'm gonna do this one here for that there old dude. My God, I reckon I like it. Put that there on my banner. I reckon I like that.
I've been holding out for a while, man.
So, Mike, what do I have to do to prove my Native American heritage? Because I don't know my grandfather's lineage or my grandmother on that side, because they lived in Ohio and my dad passed away, and I'd imagine they have too.
I'm not totally sure when it comes to verification. It depends on the tribe, you know. You'd have to address the tribal leaders and see what it is they'll accept. But generally, a family name, if they can find that name in the registry, then that's enough. I forgot to pick save changing. Yeah, but like your great grandparents' name, do you know it?
No, just my grandparents. Because
Like,
my dad moved to Texas, and then only met my grandparents like a handful of times when they would come to Texas, and they never did like my mom's.
their last name. You know their last name? Like my
I know
grandparents
his.
are White Eye, and White Eyes. I mean, it didn't take them. They didn't even have to look at the registry for mine. They know the White Eye lineage, so it's chieftain, but it depends. Some natives took on American names, tried to blend in, you know.
I think that's what my grandmother did. I think she kind of wanted to, like, you know,
live in harmony.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I was trying to think of a way of saying, you know, stop fighting and stop dying.
Yep. It was either genocide or blend in.
Right.
It's the honorable thing to do to save our bloodline, right?
I agree.
They showed our pride and our conviction. They definitely showed that. Millions fell rather than, you know, give in, concede. They knew they were right. We're just fighting a losing battle.
You know, I've heard people, should I say, I've heard ignorant people say that there was not even 3 million people here when the Europeans came. And I'm like, no, it was probably closer to like 95 million people.
Yeah.
And then he started talking shit about the Native Americans and drinking, and he just happened to be what's that country? Romanian. So I looked up, you know, their drinking numbers, and I made him eat his fucking quote, because Native Americans don't have nowhere near the drinking problems that Romanians do. I think they were like number 3 or 5 on the list of alcohol consumption.
I'll tell
Right,
you
and-
what. Listen, I got Romanian blood, and I can drink all of you under the table. Do you feel me?
I feel you.
I believe you because I looked up the numbers.
Natives got the best recent. See, we were the most recent bloodlines to actually know true freedom. Everybody else had lost their freedom long before we lost ours. They got separated from their natural environment, their creator, their land, their way of life in an instant. Wasn't a slow, gradual thing like the English fucking, you know.
This
Didn't have to-
next war that we win is going to vindicate them all, though, so that'll be nice.
The only problem is that
Oh,
most of the people are waiting for Christ, and he told us to occupy until his return.
occupy. How do you occupy land?
Live
We
on
were
it.
told to be fruitful, multiply, and go out and subdue the earth. Subdue it. Guess what fucked us last time? Technology. Guess what we know now? Technology. Along with
Technology,
guerrilla warfare.
brother.
Along with
Iron and clay.
Yeah, along with guerrilla warfare. Nobody was better at guerrilla warfare than us. Your technology was better.
Yeah.
Barely.
Tech.
But yeah.
It was the tech. It's always been the tech that wins wars, you know.
I don't think you'll find a better sniper than a real native scout. Because you'll never find him. If he misses from a mile away, we'll just get closer.
Yeah, man, and technology's cowardice anyway, bro.
It is, but that doesn't mean people won't use it.
That's right. So if you
I'll
don't use
use
it, shit, you're gonna get outgunned,
Yeah.
man.
I'm thoroughly schooled in the art of war. I read so many books on the art of warfare, it's pitiful. But
I heard that
that's
the only weapon the SS fears is a
mine.
50 cal.
A 50 cal.
The Barrett 50 cal.
Oh, it's an anti vehicle, like
Yeah.
it's not really anti personnel around. It's
No, it's anti-equipment,
yeah.
but they fear it.
And it
That's
is
my
not
favorite
so
round.
hard to carry around. You can make a
Lovely
pretty
enough.
good day out of just having 50 caliber with you at all times.
Oh, I got a 50 cal.
Oh, that is good.
It's a
Yeah.
muzzle loader though.
I will come
Yeah.
find you soon. We will
I
go
don't
down
think-
underground together.
I will just crawl closer with my 30 cal. What's up?
Yeah. But 50 for vehicles, man. Yeah,
A
that's where it's at.
50 BMG
Armor
isn't
person.
that hard
Yeah,
to get,
BMG.
though.
No,
Mhm.
they're not.
They're not that hard to get.
Last time I went up to Havasu to check them out, they're like $21 for 5 rounds.
Yeah, for five. Oh, how much is that? Well, it's less than $5 a round, so it's not bad. It's like 4. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were just regular slug type. They weren't the slaps or anything. They weren't the oh, what the hell do they call it? The Rofus rounds.
Jacketed, or what are you talking about?
Kai is also
No.
flat smacking in Vegas, by the way. It's now live.
Uh-oh.
Awesome stuff.
See you guys in a bit.
All right. I'm infusing oil or wax into the blunt wrap. Then just ground 2.5 grams.
A Ralphus
this
round floats on
Oh.
impact.
Ah. Okay. Those are cool.
You know what Havasu means? Mojave. Havasu, the Mojave
I
word.
know what
Havasu,
Mojave means, but I don't know what Havasu means.
to be blue.
To be blue.
What the,
Well,
Is that native?
Mojave means people of the blue water.
Yeah, Mojave means people of the blue water.
So Chicago doesn't Chicago mean?
So
What's Chicago?
to say it properly is Mojave Havasu. People to the water that's blue.
Yeah. There was a story from the Mojave that there used to be a sea serpent in the river.
Yeah, there's a few about that.
And pink dolphins. And then they built the dams and stopped all the sandbars, and the dolphins stopped coming in. And then the river turned into a trickle. I don't know. I think it'd be bitchy just to go to the river and be like, there's this little pink dolphin going, eek, 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 eek. Like, hey, what's up, buddy?
Ja, wel grijze deken.
Yeah.
You're hot, my friend.
Hot.
Do you think that's why, like, I've always been like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me because of the Native American in my blood? Because I've always been like that. Like, the teacher would be like, you're doing this, and be like, watch me not do this. I ain't doing it. And they would try to break me by hitting me with wood at work, at school. They would just, like, paddle my ass, and I would just be like, that didn't hurt. I would just look at them and laugh. Like, you got me, didn't you? Oh, you got me so good. I'll never do that again. Like, I was always defiant. And then they come out with some psychobabble bullshit, obsessive defiant disorder. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like me.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with a power struggle issue.
I've never been diagnosed because I would pretend.
Children of the Indigo.
Yep.
The indigo, yeah, I studied that too.
Yeah,
I related a lot with that.
Yeah, same here. I hate authority. It's like I'll always do the opposite. Fuck them, man. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
See, here's the thing. I don't mind legitimate authority. Like, if you catch me harming someone, like, I'll bow down and be like, yeah, you got me. But the thing is, I don't harm people.
Yeah, the only legitimate authority is the creator, and that's about it. You know, everybody else is man. And you know, that's what, just me though. But when I was younger, of course, you know, it's not. It was not that. It was just, you know, I like to resist for resistance sake.
Well, now I gotta post this song. I just got to.
You post in rage? Oh,
no,
okay.
Pennywise.
Yeah, I used to sing that song in school. Fuck you, won't do what they tell me.
Did you sing it in Chinese? Fuck you.
No, I sung most of it under my breath. But I was that kid in class that every time the teacher said shh, I said it, you know? And I would tell people that I was the sofa king. Right? So I would just, every nook and cranny that I could defy, I was just in that corner defying. And then the thing, I used to pop fireworks, not because I'm celebrating my freedom, but just because they told me I couldn't do it in the city. So I'd have like artillery shells just exploding like all over my house. Because they like, you can't pop fireworks? Watch me. And I used to be a heavy drinker until I turned 21. Like, I would just grab a beer, open it up, and lay down on the bed till it was gone. And then I turned 21, it's like, well, you can drink now. I don't want to. And then what was that movie, The Chronicle of Riddick? Like, they were like, defiant to the end. I'm like, yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Florians. I was raised by the system. Now it's time to stand against them.
Like I said, I don't mind legitimate authority. It's the illegitimate authority that I have a problem with. I don't mind government. I mean, heavens to Betsy, I wish that everybody governed themselves.
Yeah, but I
so that
just
we
wish
would.
the government would live by the way they would say, live by their word, you know? It's like rules for you, but not for me, right? Fuck that shit. If you're gonna make a rule, you have to abide by it as well. Otherwise, you're just a monarchy, and we don't need the monarchy. I mean, it's all. I mean, they've lied to us about everything. They've lied to us about the nature of reality. Oh, what the fuck? Excuse my language, but enough is enough. Stop spreading the lie of the ball.
So, like when the governor of Texas said there was a mask mandate, I was like, I don't think y'all know what the word mandate means. Like, it's not a law. So if you want to wear a mask, it's mandated. Go ahead and wear the mask.
Yeah, just like I don't have to apply with any orders or comply with any orders. You go to a restaurant, you order a hamburger. That's what an
You
order
got to pay
is.
for it.
It's
You
a
got to pay for
request.
it.
Yeah. So I don't fulfill your orders. I am not mandated by any dictation that they put out. I'm not of them. I'm not an entity controlled by them. I have God-given rights, not government-given rights. Oh man. See, their brainwashing may work on the average stupid American.
You can fool some people sometime, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
It's up to us to find a better way.
And now you see the light. Got to stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
Don't give up the fight.
Yeah, Bob Marley was a huge influence on my life. His music was
I
like,
love Bob Marley. It got me out of rap music, man. For me, once I discovered reggae and Bob Marley, that was the end of that rap shit. Never went back.
If you have satellite radio, tune to channel 42. Non-stop reggae.
I didn't start listening to rap till like 2000 and maybe like 2000-ish. So my first like rap was like Ludacris, and like Mystical. Like that was my first experience with rap, and I just thought that they were so fucking funny. I could not listen to them because they were hilarious.
I don't know, man. It's like it was just an upgrade of what was like, you know, being sang in a fucking song. Like, just an upgrade.
Is it Kid Cudi? Can't remember.
Yeah, I like that kid too.
The Broccoli song?
The stoner song.
Yeah. No, it's Dram, and it's Lil Yachty. Yahtzee. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this is some funny ass shit. There ain't no telling what I'm fitting to be on.
Sorry, guys. Oh, wow. All right. Sorry.
Yeah.
So my kids grew up listening to rap music in the back seat, you know. Mystical singing about his big truck driver, everything clean but the ashtray. And my kids would be back there just bouncing their heads, just, you know, like digging it and shit. And my mom be looking at me like, Larry, what the fuck you doing? I'd be like, it's okay, it's just music, it's just music.
Nah. Mommy's
Hey,
right.
my daughter used to be like, "Oh, rate yourself. Show me what you're working with." I told y'all niggas before, y'all bitches can't fuck with me. This ain't no serpentality. Mama, just shake that ass and show me what you're working at.
Wow, when you like infuse the blunt with wax, yeah, okay. It gets you where you need to be pretty fucking quick.
No diggity, no doubt.
But why would you waste?
Oh, I like that one, Mike.
That's
Yeah.
the thing.
My daughter
That's
loves
not
it
a
all.
waste. It's not a waste.
She's
It's
like
sitting
me.
there
We
burning off.
No, it's not. Come on, man.
I'm
we
talking
can go
Don't
about
be
the
so
from
sack.
stingy.
we
It's
can go from
alright.
rapping to headbanging in 2 seconds.
I feel you,
Shit.
man, but like it's the dab part. Like I'm taking a break like for my lungs from dabbing,
You should hear.
and I'm doing
Hey,
much better.
you should hear Holy Diver in that truck, dude. I'll turn that shit up till it make your heart skip a beat. Dun 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 dum dum dum.
The Ronnie Dio or the Killswitch Engage?
Ronnie James.
What's up, cat? What's up?
Holy Diver, soul survivor. You've been down too long in the midnight sea. That shit just robs all the airspace in the truck, dude. I gotta roll the windows down before I even turn it up.
Wow. A holy diver.
When I was a kid, my mom used to say, drive that car way out back and play that shit loud. And I'd get way out back and she'd send my dad out there on the tractor. He'd be like, you're not far enough back. Ma said, keep fucking going. Keep fucking going, boy. And I swear, if I got to build a new road, I'm cutting that car in half, and the stereo's the first thing I'm kicking out of it. It's like, my old man was a prick. Like, he'd cut your motorcycle in half. He didn't say move it twice, you
Oh
know.
wow, okay. You didn't play no
You,
games. Just
he'd
fucking
buy,
slice that shit.
oh yeah, he'd buy that shit. He'd be like, Dad, I want that badass racing bike. I want to race for the Honda race team. I'm gonna do that Superdome. Okay. Who told you you could lean that bike against my barn? He wouldn't even tell you to move it. You're supposed to be like, oh shit, Dad don't want the bike on his barn and move it. You didn't move that shit, you might come back to the motherfucker cut in half. And you know what I'd be like, you paid for it, motherfucker. That wasn't too smart. I mean, once you got so many of them, once you done beat down 5 race bikes, you cut the newest one in half. So what? I'll put all the parts on the old one. Fuck it.
Gotcha.
I'm
Yeah, I'll
still racing.
Frankenstein it.
Yeah, I'm still racing, motherfucker. That's all there is to it. I got the
I'll
motor.
fish plate the frame.
Right, I got the motor, and that's all I really motherfucking need. Motor and the new tires. I mean, that's not really true, but I never got a bike cut in half. But my brother bought this fucking old Harley AMF Enduro from the dude down the street, and my dad cut his in half. So I never had to be told twice. You know what I'm saying?
A wise man learns from others' mistakes.
Others'
That's right.
mistakes, yeah, for sure.
Like shit. He took some old tackle and box shit and pulled that motherfucker up in the air, and it hung from the damn peak of the barn for a month. I was like, I'm not parking my shit there. The old man's a dick.
Plays no games, man.
Yeah, I mean, once he was sure my brother got it, he went and got my brother a new bike. But you know, bought him a couple. I got you 5 of them bikes from the guy down the road. Don't lean them against my barn. I'm like, it's a fucking John Deere. You got a John Deere sign over here, Dad. You're fucking pissed off because I put a ding in your fucking John Deere sign. You're goddamn right I am. I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, what the? It's fucking corn. Get your bushel of corn for 50 fucking cents. What the fuck? My dad had these old signs all over the barn, man. That shit used to kill me, man. I used to want to take them motherfuckers down and shoot them with the 12 gauge. Come on, bro. Nail that bitch up on the tree. I'll shoot it.
Reminds me, buddy of mine, he moved back here and he's got like this 9-year-old son. So I asked him, hey, does he shoot? And he goes, yeah, he's got a 22. And it's like, so you don't mind if I get him a wrist rocket for Christmas? No? All right. Gave him a wrist rocket and a bunch of BBs, or not BBs, but ball bearings, and told him to have fun. He got his ass in trouble.
I bet.
He shot his dad's antique gas tank for one of his Triumphs. Put a hole right through that sumbitch.
Yep. I got the container, the glass bezel for the gravity fed old gas station gravity fed pump. Yeah, I shot that. I shot that with my BB gun. I got fucking beat, man. I got
My
beat
dad
out.
wouldn't beat me, but he sure would give me what he called an engine burn. I said, what is an engine burn? He said, give me your arm. Woo! That shit is a engine burn. If you ever stick your hand on a hot engine, that's what it feels like.
Dude, I got my ass beat. I was like, I was so confused. I was like, it was some junk in the junkyard. My old man turned 2 sheets redder. It's not a fucking junkyard. I'm salvaging that shit. It's not junk. I said, Mom, I'm confused. You called it a junkyard. Dad said it's a salvage yard and I got beat. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm picking on your old man. That's his stuff.
Yeah,
All
dude,
you need to know.
those are all his toys, man.
Yeah,
Can't have any of them.
All you need to know is that's your dad's stuff. That's his toy box. You don't fuck with his toy box.
Yep.
I remember
It's like
one
my
time I
my
squared
machine
off.
shop. How fucking dare you touch any of my machine tools? Like, nope.
Hey,
Access denied.
that's why I was Grandpa's little ass kisser. My grandfather was, I ought to take you out back and bend you over the wood pile, boy. I'll tell you what. That was my fucking pump anyway, boy. I was like, oh shit. I'm going to bed, Mom. She said, smart move.
I decided to nut up one time and square off against my stepfather. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Busted a rib. I got sent through a door.
Oh.
I'm glad I never had a stepfather. I couldn't take a ass whooping from one. He'd go to sleep and I'd be in his room with a ball bat. That's what type of motherfucking kids my dad had. Oh, you went to sleep, bitch? You know you're on the war front still. How the fuck you gonna sleep on the front line?
Yeah, my stepdad was terrified of me. He didn't come around till I was 13, but he was still scared. He knew better.
Shit, my brothers knew better than go to sleep with me pissed off. And make sure I was happy before they went to bed. We're good with that little accidental black eye I gave you earlier, right, Mike? You want a free slug? Come on, you can slug me. I want to go to sleep, bro. I don't want to wake up with a broken nose. Because when I got tired of taking my older brother's shit, that's what I did. I waited for him to go to sleep, and then I busted him in his face as hard as I could. And I ran.
Ran so far away. Yeah, I remember the one time I got in trouble the most in school, man. It's because I had some mercury, and they were like, "That's a neurotoxin." It's like, did you ever like ask any questions about what's in your water? It's like, like they got like so fucking pissed off over that mercury because it was a broken thermometer in shop class. I was like, liquid metal, cool. Put that in my pen. I just stuck the mercury in my pen.
That's funny.
Yeah, I played with mercury when I was a kid too, from broken thermometers. I would actually break them and collect the mercury. So I've advanced. I was like, ooh, this stuff is in this thing. I
No,
break all the ones I can find.
it was thermostats for me. Because the thermostats would have that mercury bubble, that mercury switch.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, for a furnace.
Yeah.
Thermostatic switch for a furnace, yeah.
Because I've never seen one of those old school thermometers. They've always had the red alcohol in it.
See, everyone knows that mercury is just cool as fuck. Everyone knows that.
Oh, I used to play with that shit in my hand all the time.
Everyone,
Me too, bro.
It's like it's built in within us, I think. And the cool thing about it is the mercury, like plasma, and that cosmologist that hopped on here whenever a couple of years ago. That's how I got him, was with mercury. Because it's this deep affection with this weird stuff. And I gave him the fluorescent bulb example. But anyways, because mercury, like mercury plasma or like mercury vapor plasma, it emits UV in the UV band. So, it excites phosphor coating on the fluorescent bulb, and that's how you get visible light out of fluorescent bulb. If you would remove the phosphor coating, you would see some purple, but it emits mostly UV, and most of it is blocked by the glass anyways.
I got this toothbrush, like sanitizer thing. A bunch of those
UV
cancer bulbs in it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a tan with one of those things. You can actually feel the UV, like if you get a nice flashlight. Yeah, you feel the heat immediately on your skin from this.
What are those? What are those bulbs that have? What are those bulbs that have like a little knife sharpener in them? Like my grandpa would be like, "Here, take this apart." Yeah, it's a little bulb, and it's got like this little white, like cylinder rod in the middle of it. And my grandpa would be like, "Take that apart. That's a knife sharpener."
Oh my god, those are high pressure sodiums. That's an alumina. It's aluminum oxide. That's man. You're sharpening knives on that thing. It's under high pressure. It's a cylinder, right? Is it like hold on? No, wait. Are you talking about the resistor?
It's like cylinder shaped. No, it was like a light bulb.
Solid? It's a solid, or is it a?
Yeah, it was like a little tiny, like shoestring width cylinder, and it was white.
Okay, maybe not shoestring. This thing was like more
shoestring
like
width.
your pinky.
Yeah, I think it was ceramic. I think it was ceramic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, which part of the bulb did it come from?
I don't remember. I just remember my grandpa saying, "Take this apart. I'm keeping the thing that's inside." So he had like a bunch of them from work that were like trash, and like I was like taking them apart because I was like 2, 3 years old, like in a diaper, like taking shit apart in the shed with them in the garage.
Oh.
And I could take shit apart real fucking easy.
So here's a little picture, and then is this any? Here, is this similar?
Let me go find my phone. I don't know where it's at.
All right, I'm gonna post something here. I found something here. Just check the live stream. Is this similar?
All right. I'm looking.
All right. Like what's inside of the bulb, not the bulb itself.
Right.
The rod inside.
Exactly.
It's white. You see it?
Yeah. Just like that. It's a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a low wattage bulb, so it's actually short. You're right. That's the arc
Yeah.
tube inside.
So
Here's
what
a
is that
bigger
thing?
one.
Why did he
That's a
want
high
it? Was it a
pressure
push?
Mercury
What's
vapor
that?
discharge bulb.
There is a little bit of mercury for the, and if it's a
The
high pressure
inside
sodium.
tube. Yeah, the inside tube, and it excites the sodium.
It was
So
probably
why
a
did he
really,
want it?
To
it was probably a really
initiate the
fine
sodium ion.
ceramic.
It's
That
aluminum
hurt.
oxide. Actually, I know a little bit of history about the high pressure sodium and that material that you like. That material was aluminum oxide, alumina, which is aluminum oxide, aluminum AlO3, I think. Or I'm not sure if it's an O3 or O2, but anyways, General Electric invented this material for the high pressure sodium bulb because there's a low pressure sodium bulb and it's monochromatic, but the high pressure sodium is not. But anyways, but the high pressure sodium bulb at high pressures, it starts reacting with the glass envelope with quartz. So it would weaken the material and fuse into it over time and chatter. So they invented this material, which is aluminum oxide, man-made, fused ceramics, So it's a fused, aluminum oxide is a ceramic. So it's a fused ceramic. It's pretty cool. Look into it.
Also, never take a microwave apart and fuck with the magnetron, because if you break that beryllium
ceramic, ring,
that ceramic tip, you could get beryllios.
Yeah.
It's like
So
instant
it's not
cancer.
for the ones that don't know what they're doing. But dude, that
Don't
thing is
try this
under
at-
high pressure, Hank.
Don't
You
try
should
this at home, kids.
crack it or something. That's one hell of a knife
Well,
sharpener that'll blind the fuck
wasn't-
out of you once you break it.
I wasn't sharpening any knives on it. He just said, take these apart and get this out for me. And I said, why? And he said, because it's a knife sharpener. So maybe he was like collecting it as like a rare material and selling it, because that's what he did. He worked at a place to where they would always throw shit away, and he was like, that's scrap. I'm keeping it. So he had like, I don't know how many like tons and tons of like scrap stuff. I probably still got to go through a bunch
Back
of
then,
scrap.
yep, under patent, there'd only be General Electric bulbs that had these. Now that the patent is out, so it's out, so everyone can manufacture it.
Another really good way to sharpen a knife if you don't have anything like right next to you is take the bottom of a ceramic coffee
mug.
Just run it back and forth, but on the bottom of the coffee mug.
The unglazed edge, it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
But come on, man, I got stones, man. How dare you?
I got a bunch of stones, and I got a bunch of industrial sharpeners. Those industrial sharpeners keep your knife so sharp. Like, you don't really need the stones.
I stopped using them, actually. I became so good at freehand now that I wouldn't do it any other way.
You can't. I don't think you could get it better. You can with the Russian system or like the guided rod one. It's still by hand, but it's not like you know what I mean, Ryan?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, those are. I think that's the finest edge you can.
I'd put mine. I put mine against. I wouldn't shy away from a competition on that one.
Thanks.
All right.
You got it? Don't worry about
Japanese whetstones, or what's your fave?
Yeah, these Japanese whetstones, mostly natural stones, like from anything from jade to amethyst to some of the more really fine stones. I mean, they feel like glass. Once you get that edge on them.
What's a really nice find?
I say of jade. Jade gets pretty fine.
Is it affordable? I don't have a jade stone.
Yeah, it's not as expensive as you might think.
Okay.
Is it jadeite or nephrite? Because you can get nephrite out of Montana.
Who knows? I bought it from some Japanese company. They could have sold me whatever the hell they wanted to.
Yeah, I like sharpening
They sharpen the knives
everything.
though. But yeah, like I said though, I mean, after messing with it for so long, it works. They work well. I'm not taking anything from them, but
I mean, I grind my own lathe bits, you know.
yeah.
Then I stone them afterwards to a high fucking mirror polish, dude. And that cuts beautifully in steel. Like butter. When you actually take the time to put like that kind of an edge on a cutting tool,
Yeah,
oh man, leaves a beautiful finish.
I polished mine on a 2-ton paper wheel.
Nice.
I polished the fuck out of my
a paper
shit.
wheel, yeah, nice, yeah. High fucking mirror polish on that, high luster.
I can take any knife and make it. I don't care if it's the cheapest metal. I'll make it to where you can shave with it like a straight razor.
Yeah, that's how I test when mine's sharp. When I can shave with it, it's done.
Nah, there's a lot sharper than that. There's a lot sharper than the shaving test.
My dad had that. Oh, there is sharper than that. My dad had that 2-ton grinder and paper wheel when I was a kid. I used to get them cut out Chinese stars that other people would get, that they're dull as hell with the big flat edges, and I'd grind perfect
Sharpen the
fucking
fuck out
edges
of 'em.
on them, and then paper wheel the fuck out of them. I'd sell them to my friends for $25-$30. They'd stick them in their pocket. They'd stick them in their pocket and then come back and bitch because they got 5 stitches down their finger because they stuck their hand in their pocket to get it. I'm like, dude, you don't do that. That's not how you hold it. You make a holder.
Mike, you should have upsold them on a sheath, man. Come on, dude.
Yeah, you make a sheath for them, a stackable sheath where you grab them from the side and you flip them. You don't. I could
so you should have made them the sheath and be like, listen, you gotta buy 5 at once. In the sheath.
Hey, I could take them motherfuckers and use them like a real ninja, dude. I'd put needle points on mine and I could stick that bitch in a tree from
I was
30
good with those too. Me too.
Without cutting my fingers.
I got diamond stones, bench grinder. I don't have a belt grinder. I plan on building a nice one, like because I got motors. I got some DC, I got nice DC motors, on like 90 amp, like I think 3-horse DC motors. So it's like I can make it really nice. And I got a welder. I just need to buy some steel tubing, put a decent design down, not too complicated, so I don't take too fucking long, and and just build a machine. Like a knife maker's belt sander.
Hurricane.
Where
it's not that. Yeah, it's not that hard.
No, but I want to make a fancy one where the arms are really flexible. Like you can really position them so you can grind on different radii, right? So it's like a 4-wheel, but you can really change the positions. I'll show you.
I make some of my own throwing darts and throwing knives, dude. I have fun with that. I'm pretty good with that shit. But I've been playing with it since I was a kid,
I'm good with a hatchet. I can stick a hatchet from about 10 paces.
Nice.
Yeah, I make them with a plasma cutter. I'll scribe it into the metal and cut it right out. Go to town on it. I found that it's better if you do have one flat edge. I have cut my fingers straight to the bone with them. It's like if you're going to have them like that, you need to carry Band-Aids with you. Fingertip Band-Aid kit with some super glue. That shit ain't no joke.
So I want to weld up something like this. However, I'm going to step it up 2 notches from this design. But the wheels, and I'm going to keep it simple like that. But I'm going to put a nice flat platen and, more accessories, so to speak. So it's more versatile.
I got a fully bell saw.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a simple design, Mike. You see, I like that simple, robust.
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't take you too long. You know, it's beautiful. Like it's nice. I like. There's more complex ones, but why?
it's
You
it's
know.
so adjustable. You could adjust the
Exactly.
shit out that, so you could use varying size belts too.
Yeah, exactly. And like you see the front two wheels, you can have a different design where that bar, that vertical bar that they mount on, you can have more wheel, like more spacings. You know, a bigger bar where you can, you know, mess with it and shorten it up, widen that, flatten up like that track. I don't know what to be. You can fuck around with it.
Yeah,
There's some cool designs out there.
that's a belt grinder. I got a
It's a,
shop
it's
belt
a,
grinder.
it's a
I go to
versatile
them.
machine, you know.
Yeah, I go when they well, I live in Michigan, so when a manufacturing plant goes out of business and they start selling the equipment off, I go to their auctions.
Nice, dude. Yeah, man. Maybe I'll purchase some stuff off of you or something if you got some for sale.
I mean,
Shit.
yeah, I got
Got a milling
automated.
machine for sale? How about a
I got
milling machine?
no, I
No,
only got one mill. It's but
I need a
a
mill.
face off mill, and I got a grinders. You know,
Got a
I can set up.
Bridgeport? You have a
Yeah,
Bridgeport? Yeah.
yeah, it's a Bridgeport numeric.
1911. Nice, dude. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I like them style knives, Ryan.
Yeah,
Bad
man,
motherfucker.
they can
lid
tear some shit up.
or cutting board?
It's a trash
Yeah.
can.
Oh, I was like, what the hell is it sitting on?
I got a production saw, dude. I can fucking cut 5-inch thick
Bandsaw?
steel bars.
Or what do you mean
God, I'd
production?
give anything to have that kind of toolage in my garage.
Yeah, it's a big belt saw
The
with a
belt
bunch of
sander?
conveyors. Belt saw. That's what a
Belts?
production saw is. You can put a 15-foot bar on it, 6 inches around, set it to cut, and it'll keep creeping it forward. It'll move once you lock it in. It'll move the bar forward, and it's numeric controlled, so you can set it.
Okay, and see.
Cut a
Okay.
you cut a you cut a 6-inch bar. You can set it to cut 5 6-inch bars out. So I do it like it's for when you when you're making your own pistons, you know, you got a 3-inch aluminum bar, and you need so many cuts, so you can just set the cut and then come back to it. And they don't have,
No, don't tell me you have a Marvel. I think those are. Do you have a Marvel? What's the brand? No, is it a Marvel? Hold on.
no, it's
Fuck. What is it?
something Co. Bridge Co. or Brett Co. something like that.
So the table moves, right? When you set it? Or.
Yeah, yeah. The table moves, and the bar will be on a conveyor. You have a bunch of conveyor racks behind it, just roller racks, you know. And you put it on the table,
Okay.
and it's got 6 foot of table. And the jaws on the table will open up, move back, grab it, pull it forward, set it on the stop, and then slide up and lock in at the setting.
Okay, and so the jaws open up hydraulically and they feed the bar like it's. No? No?
I bought it from a place called Production Sawing Machine.
Dude, I need to see a picture of this thing. I'm lost. I'm imagining like a different bandsaw in my head.
And
It's not a bandsaw, right?
it
What's
is
the
a
saw look like?
bandsaw.
It is a bandsaw, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a production bandsaw. But
Production. So, all right, I'll post a pic of what I'm thinking of, like the unicorn of bandsaws that I would like to have, and you tell me if it's similar. So let me go get mine.
like a Ellis. He's gonna show me an Ellis or something. I know he is. Think mine's a
Oh, yeah.
Bailey's or Amada.
Oh man, I'll show you. I'll show you here. Does yours? Well, this is the same brand, but that's not fair. That's not what I want. Okay, this is like what I want. Here. This is new though. I want an older one. Oops.
Mine's like 14 foot across. Yeah, that's
a marble.
It's a very small version of what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. Yeah,
it's really small. Exactly. I was trying to. Yep.
Yeah, mine's about 15 foot wide, about 5 foot thick.
Oh,
and
dude, that's an expensive machine, Mike. That's nice,
yeah,
dude.
and
Hell
it's
yeah.
I got like 30 foot of conveyor with it, but I use the conveyor for a lot of stuff. Because like I said, I normally just cut a piston stock for it.
Yeah. 3-inch round stock or whatever, 4-inch round stock or
Yeah, depending whether it's small block,
60,
big block.
60,
But I like
63 or what? 70, 75. What do you use? Or 70,
well,
76 or
well, it depends if I'm going stock or high performance, but I can use both.
what do you use like for high performance? I'm just wondering.
Thicker stock. 60,
Like the
75
alloy.
or above. Yeah.
Okay.
High
Yes.
polish.
Here.
If I'm going off stock, I'll have high polish mirror finished fucking pistons, dude. They'll be badass. I can make a dome piston, hemispherical piston.
Yep, for sure. On a lathe at 100%. Yep. Oh, for a Hemi, for sure. For a hemispherical head, you know. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or
So this is an old marble I found on eBay right now, going for 10 grand. So, like, you know,
yeah, that's a
yeah,
horizontal. Yeah, that's a horizontal.
yeah.
Mine's a
The
vertical.
head tilts, but the table feeds forward. And
Right.
see, it does have table feed, and this is an older version, which I want like one of these. These are like unicorns, man, and it's 10
Yeah.
grand, dude, for the saw.
That's
And
an old motherfucker.
yeah, yours is NC, right? So it's like numeric controls. Like, oh no, yours is like
Yeah.
you got a 30 grand saw, easy, you know, easy. I think.
Yeah, it came from a production saw. It was called Production Saw Machine. They went out of business.
That's cool.
The newer ones are badass. It's not that hard to repair. Not even like you can get a small one like a Jet HBS. This is a smaller version. Here, I'll show it. This is the smaller version of what I got.
Okay, let's see. Sorry.
Let's see. I hope this don't come out all blacked out.
Yeah, if anyone out there has one of these things that says Marvel in the backyard and it's all rusty, please hit me up, Cyrus, and we can negotiate for that cast iron that you have in your backyard.
Yeah, that's a smaller version of what I
It's
got.
a lovely cast iron. Oh, okay, it's a horizontal. You got a horizontal. Okay.
Yeah.
With auto. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
They're called high production.
Yeah, those are nice, man. Those are pretty sweet.
I got an old dual vertical bandsaw.
Yep, duals are sweet, man. Metal cutting and wood cutting, or like, is it a metal? The dual, yeah, it should be metal cutting, yeah.
Yeah, it's metal
Dual.
cutting, but I mean, you can
Dual
put
speed, I think.
whatever blade you want on it.
Yeah, if it has dual speed, right? If it's how many speeds does it have?
Mine's a V36. It's multiple spindle, multiple speed. You can
there you
change
go.
spindles and change speeds. So, but my
It'll
dad,
do whatever you fuck you want. Yep.
yeah, we use it on wood, but mostly for body panels.
Yeah, because like the wood cutting bandsaws, they're like just fixed one speed mostly.
Yeah.
Because with a metal blade for steel, especially, like you can cut aluminum on a wood blade just fine, no problem, all day long. But once you get into steel, you really have to slow down that blade, right? Because you'll have a lot of you'll just burn up your blade right away. Just like you really have to slow it down. That way you actually cut well and preserve the life in the blade. Because when the teeth will get hot, what will happen is the hardening, you ruin the temper on the cutting edge. Because you need that cutting edge to remain hard.
tool capability and spindle speeds. Yep.
Hell yes. Feed
Yep.
rates. Yep. Speeds and
Speed.
feeds. Hell yeah. Chip load. Yeah. Nitty gritty science, man. Chip load, bro. Like calculations. Hell yeah. It's machining. Love it.
Yeah.
If you understand
nerd.
machining, you can machine any kind of mechanical contraption in the world. Whether it be that
Anything you
beautiful
want.
1911 or whatever, whatever it is, case hardening. If you want a case hardened part.
I've been playing with that. I'm trying to come up with write the programs for the machining center. Have that all downloadable.
Oh yeah.
Then all
dude.
you need is the stock. Then I could say,
if I'm not mistaken, online they do have part. I think you can find those already. Those files are already good to go, so you can even do a test run.
Yeah. Hell, you can buy them. You can buy everything unfinished and just finish it.
Oh, 80%? You talk about the 80% stuff? Yeah.
80,
Yep. I feel you. 100%.
You tear enough guns apart, you'll find out what the stop is, where the stop is in a semi-auto, and what the difference between fully auto and semi-auto really is, because you'll know the working
auto
functional
sear.
purpose. Yep, the functional
Yeah.
purpose of every mechanism
Be like,
in your rifle.
so if I do this, oh shit, oh no way, does it? Oh yes, it does. Yeah,
It's all about that sear disconnect.
Yeah, so if I just file a little bit of this off, I'll get a double or a triple fire. Oh yeah.
Interesting. Well,
First
actually,
time
I've watched.
I played with that was a 22, and my dad was like, I was out there, and it kept jamming. My dad come out, he's like, man, you fucking dumbass. I was like, what?
You do?
Well, I was trying to make my 22 rifle fully automatic, and he's like, that fucking thing jammed up at semi-auto. Why the hell would you want to make it fully auto? Here, let me show you. Get me one of them 30 cals.
Why was it jamming, right? Was it where was it jamming, right? Because the jamming, like maybe it was from the feed ramp.
It was from the feed ramp. I ended up filing a lot of stuff down and buffing a lot of shit. And eventually I had a 3-shot repetition 22. But after you run a few thousand rounds from it, it just comes, you pull the trigger, it's going to empty the clip.
It just goes on you, right?
Run away.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a runaway, so.
Man,
he's a little runaway.
Do you know about trigger jobs? Like I've got, like, I'll actually send it to you guys. I've got the lecture, like nice gunsmithing lectures on doing like trigger jobs.
Listen,
positive,
that's the
negative,
gun you can put on a tripod prop, and if you got too many people coming from the right, you spin it right, hit the button, and let it dump. well, you tend to the front, you know. All right, it's empty. Reload that gun, kid.
Reload again, yeah. Hey man, yeah.
You just sit here and keep changing clip. Just keep changing clip.
Cherry red, man. Who cares? You just all right, cool, man. Keep
I
going.
used to have a fully automatic. The only problem was it was a single shot.
Funny one.
Yeah. My grandfather used to make them out of tube stock. He'd make a 22 that looked like an Uzi, and it'd be gravity fed. Just be made out of tube stock and bar stock, and it'd be fully automatic. You as soon as you let off of it, though, it'd stop. It wasn't a runaway. My grandfather was good at that shit.
So it had a proper sear disconnect.
Yeah, so I would go out in the junkyard with this and beg to shoot a car. Let me shoot. Give me a car, old man. Let me shoot some. You know. Be like, if I can put it in, let me get this tanner right. We got this. Hey, Paul, you using this black powder? Nope, put that shit in there. First time I ever blew some shit up, the fucking car almost lands on us. My grandpa's running. He's laughing. My dad's laughing. I'm like, I think that's too much. My grandpa's like,
oh my God, man, that's a lot. How much did your grandpa put, bro, underneath the car?
Dude, my grandfather used to stock up black powder, right? So there'd be kegs. listen, there'd be kegs of black powder everywhere, and he'd just forget about them, and he'd start sweating, you know? And as soon as
Okay.
they're sweating, they're full of nitroglycerin. So you put that in with, say, a half pound of tannerite, now you got a motherfucking mega bomb, you know? I was I was out in my grandpa's barn one time, and my son, he's digging through shit, and he said, "Oh, this is a cool looking keg," and he picked it up and put it on the table, and I thought, yeah, that's a cool keg. It looks like a bear keg, you know. And I was stoned. It didn't register right away. And he says, "I wonder what it is." And I'm hitting the hooter, right? And he cracks the lid. And all I can smell is that sweated black powder. And I'm like, "Shut the lid, shut the lid." He's like, "What?" I said, "Just shut it. Get the fuck out of here." He's like, "What?" I said, "Just get the fuck out of here, man." He just picked it up and slammed it on the fucking table. The shit could have blew up, dude. It could have blew up. And he's like, "What the fuck is that, Dad?" I was like, "Dude, that's fucking black powder that probably been there since 1965 that my grandpa just left there and forgot. And now it's just a puddle of clogged up black powder and nitroglycerin. And you slammed it on the table." He had to run in the house and shit. Like, I got shit. So my brother was a demolition expert in the army, right? So I called my brother. My kid's like, "I want to watch this." I told my brother to get rid of it. He said, "You know, I got to blow something up." He puts a car out in the field, and me and my kid get way away from this shit. My brother's close. You know, at the end of it, we were laughing, and he was like, "I think I was too close." I was like, "Yeah, motherfucker. I told you that shit been there since the 60s. Now I go through the barn looking for that shit. I've been going through that barn. I've got rid of like 6 of them. Like, fuck, Grandpa, what the fuck you and
Yeah,
them black powder shit?
man, that
You
stuff
could,
is fun. But once
it'll,
like you increase like when you're playing with big stuff, like you listen, just you can't go far enough. Like you know what I mean? Like like just yeah. Keep your
So
distance from that,
my sisters came down one
especially when
time
you're
with their
wired nuts.
boyfriends, and I decided to take them out in the mountains and go blow some shit up, right? So we went and we bought, oh, what was it, a 2-pound charge of tannerite, and found an old gas can that had a split in the top, which is why it wasn't used anymore. Put as much bad gas in it that we had laying around, like solvent and all that stuff, and then went and filled it up with diesel. And like a lot, we had some like 2-stroke fuel left in it, like only about maybe a gallon of it was actual 2-stroke fuel, but it was kind of already like gone south on us because gas don't last long out here. Like you could have it sitting in a can for like 2 months and it goes bad.
really?
Yeah,
Damn.
you need to add that enzyme to it. So we would go out in the mountains and I rig it up for a fuse because it's dark and there ain't no way in hell I'm going to shoot at no glow stick. So put this freaking 12-foot fuse out there, lit it, ran a quarter mile all the way back to where they were, and I'm just like, man, I put too long of a fuse on. I wasted a couple feet of fuse. Right? And they're like, well, no, I don't even see where you lit the fuse. And I go, trust me, you'll see the fuse because you'll see the fire go up and then go down. Then all of a sudden the whole canister will light up while the fuse burns inside. And then as soon as it hits the blasting cap, because they ain't never like been around any binary explosives or anything like that before. So when that bitch went off, it created a mushroom cloud and you could feel the heat from a quarter mile away.
I've been there, bro. I've been there.
I'm just like, ooh, we're
My,
going to use
my
this freaking nitro
Good
fuel
one.
next.
Puts a
yeah,
smile
my
on your
brother's
face.
a dumbass. He always does too much. Always. I always tell the kid to get further. Wherever
Yeah,
I stop, she's got to
she
move
never gets
a half a
further.
block away. Get the fuck out. Get. Your uncle's a dumbass. Get the fuck away from him. One of these days, he's just gonna knock us all down from the shockwave. You know? I'm serious.
Fun, man. It's it's
Took my
that's
buddy
I
out,
don't know.
blew up
Force
two
Tell
multipliers
people.
are cool, man. I like
Didn't
all types of shit.
did one simple charge of Tannerite with my buddy, right? Took my buddy out there after work, and I was like, yeah, we're going to go blow something up. And he goes, what do you mean blow something up? And I go, check it out. And he goes, like that's just fertilizer. I don't get it. And I know, just chill. Took him out there, blew it up, and he's just all excited. He's like, oh, we got to do that again. We got to do that again. And I go, calm yourself down. That cost me about $10. So, anyways, he ended up like wheeling and dealing, got a rifle. It was like a 30-30 or something like that. And he bought a scope, put the scope on it, never scoped it in, right? I forgot my bore sight,
Bore sight,
so
yeah.
so I couldn't sight it in, right? And I was like, it's okay, I can probably get it in the ballpark. But shit, he took the rifle, took the one box of ammo that he got, and just started loading that bitch up and just started shooting all those rounds at this little tiny canister of Tannerite. In fact, I keep my weed in one of those canisters. And just shooting at it and shooting at it and shooting at it. Couldn't hit it, so I went in his
Eventually.
box and I took 2 rounds and stuck them in my pocket. So he's all like, "Oh, I'm out of ammo. I was gonna let you try." And I was like, "That's okay. I got 2 rounds." Right? And he goes, "2 rounds? You're not gonna be able to hit it." And I go, "I got 2 rounds. I bet you I will hit it." Right? And he's like, "Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You ain't gonna be able to hit that because he's blind, right? Well, not blind, but he's got pretty thick glasses." So I load 2 rounds in there. I know the scope's not on, not even in the ballpark, right? So I pull the trigger and I see it hit low and to the right. Okay. So I get a memory of where I saw that hit. Adjusted the aim, fired, boom! He's like, how the hell did you hit that? Simple marksman, man. You just got to be out here shooting all the time.
You got to pay attention where your bullets hit.
Yep.
If he didn't waste his ammo, you would have just taught him how
Yeah.
on the
But
next
the
2
thing is,
rounds of his own.
he didn't.
Yeah.
I think he has a hard time tracking where his rounds are going.
Yep.
That's what I think it is. I think he's whatever. It's like near side or far side or whatever.
I like the laser bore sight.
Yeah.
Laser bore sighter. I think they're more accurate.
Well, that's what this one is a laser bore sight.
Yeah.
But it's a shitty one. I want to get the ones where but then it's like a one-time use. I want to get the ones where it's actually in the chamber and put it in the chamber, and when you close the breech, it clicks on for you.
Yeah, the chamber.
Brass casing,
Chamber
laser
sight.
bore sight. Yep. Chamber sight.
Yeah. Looks like a round. It's actually, it's machined just like the round, same size, Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
they
cool,
sell
man.
kits.
Those are cool.
They sell kits for them too, where you just have a bunch of different size calibers. Yep, and you just stick the laser light in the bore.
Yeah, but you can't use it on a 177.
A nice bore sight is cool because it will put it'll put you like your vertical plumb, actually with like a plumb grid, right? That's free floating, like a, what I mean, like a bore sight for the adjustment of your reticle, like to like the twist in the scope to get it like perfect. You can't do that with that kind of laser, Yeah, on the front, right? Yep. From the muzzle end.
On the muzzle.
Yeah, from the muzzle end. Yep, you do that. Then you would use the laser to just get you close up to, adjust for your what do you call it?
Hey, who the fuck muted Roger?
Drop.
I did.
Who the fuck muted Roger?
I did because he was hot micing.
Oh, okay. Well, if it was anything else, you and I would have words, Michael.
Sorry.
We would have words.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Here, let me get out my bore sight. Hold on.
All right. Post a pic of that. What you got?
Shit. I should be cleaning the M1. I shot that yesterday. M1A. But that's gonna make
I like the M1A4 with the old silencer on it.
Yeah. They're nice.
It just doesn't make a lot of noise, not a lot of kickback,
Oh, silencer? Nah, man. You gotta run subsonic ammo for the silencer to actually work. Otherwise, you're
Yeah,
just
I'd like to have one of them. I can manufacture a suppressor though for anything.
Listen,
I
only
mean,
reason I know
of course,
about it is
Mike.
because of that.
You gotta lay
Only
in
reason I
bed.
know about it is because of that Counter Strike video game. You know.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
the
put a
counter. No,
Yeah,
put
this is
a,
what mine looks like.
fucking like
functional suppressor on anything. Anything.
gunsmithing.
I'll
Yeah, of
put it
course.
on my 12 gauge. I don't give a fuck.
This is just a muzzle.
A
So-
muzzle. Yeah. Okay. Does it have like an expanding mandrel at the end or something?
Yeah, it has a kit of mandrels.
Yeah.
But hey, it works for a freaking pellet gun, man.
That's a gun.
No.
Bore sight.
Border sight, buddy.
It's
Border
a freaking
sight.
laser, man.
Oh.
Like
Yeah, I don't know.
basically, it shoots this red dot out there, and then you adjust your scope or your optic to where
Saves ammo.
your reticle is right on it, and then you go and you test fire it, and you see if you hit the target.
And then you just
Yeah,
line
it
it up
does.
with that dot, and then you fucking cheat. You're cheating.
No, it saves ammo, man.
Saving ammo.
I don't want to. I don't want to hear it. You're cheating.
It's actually not
I'm just
cheating.
fucking around.
You're,
I'm just
he's
fucking
being
around.
It's a tool, man.
he's being
I know,
proficient.
Proactive. Yeah.
That's a M1A. Better than the M14, the gopher gun. That's my gopher gun. If I don't get them with that, I'll get out the 223.
That looks like
outrun.
something we sent our
Out-
troops into Normandy with.
Yeah. Exactly. I've killed many traitors with my Normandy rifle. So you don't get into antique militaria? You don't like the antique stuff? I can show you more.
Yeah, this is the type of bore sight I'm talking about. Here,
I got one from like the 1800s.
Yeah, I think I've seen the one you.
Yeah, that's a borescope. Yeah.
Yeah. That's that's called a borescope.
Yeah, because it's
Shoot, I mean, hindsight's 2020.
I mean, I called it a bore sight, so I was like, I remember like a bore
well,
sight.
it's
just
an optic scope in itself.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, for sure.
Where the other one shoots a red dot out there, and you
can
just
get
line it up.
Dude, there's some cheap ones for like $60. Like when I was like scrolling through the pics. I don't think the Bushnell. I don't think $60, but
In fact, Mike, I'm pretty sure this 1911 has seen combat.
Mine has. My 1911 seen combat. It was my
3 digits on the serial. And then my grandfather said this.
Desert
the
Eagle.
blades, the
was
blades
a,
on the bottom. What's up?
Oh, those are
Are
antique
they?
katanas.
Tell me. What's the story with them blades? How much? Are they real?
Not for sale. Those were they were my grandfather's. One was a booty of war. The other was bought off one of his fellow servicemen. So
Yo,
they
you
were
got a
both
Mosin
taken
to
from a
God.
World War.
Nice, dude.
Yes. My
They
grandfather
look sweet.
collected antique military before my father, and then, of course, I grew
Bro,
up with them bastards, so.
I would love to put a nice edge on
Now,
the
I say
blades for you.
those are mine, but none of them are really, they were my grandfather's and my father's.
I would
I
hone
still,
that shit with love.
I
It's like,
still
I still
feel
have
wow.
like
Japanese stones
I still
that
feel
came
like
from Japan.
I don't own them. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, for sure, bro.
My,
Not for
my
sale, no matter what. Hell yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather went to war to get them two swords, And that helmet, you can barely see the helmet, but that's a whatever Japanese helmet.
I see it. I see it.
Oh, that's a brain pan. Yeah.
Took him from the war front off a
Yeah.
dead soldier.
Oh damn.
Probably died
That's-
at my grandfather's hands.
The 308 I have, my grandfather said came from Vietnam. Like it was Vietnam rifle. And I go, they didn't have lever action in Vietnam.
No, you don't think they did?
Yeah,
I'm
you have
pretty
a
sure they
lever
didn't. Not for no
action
snipers.
308.
No, not for snipers, but they used whatever they could in the trenches. To be honest, there was shortage of weapons when we first went, and then we've been there so long. We're. It's just like World War I and II. We were taking their weapons as we went. When you're low on ammo, and so you see a rifle, it's got 30 rounds in it, but they won't fit in your rifle. You take the rifle and all. Keep on
Hey,
fighting.
look what I served got. He's got a gopher gun too.
Hey, I serve. Is that
That's
a map under your gun? Where are you going there?
That's a M1A, but did you buy the stock and everything? Is that custom? Is it set in a custom setting?
Yeah, right. For sure. That looks like a custom stock. That would. It's not
It's
factory,
a
is it?
it's a
Or he
it's
bought
a
it like that.
M1A.
He bought a modern one,
Yeah.
right?
Uh,
Unless he
It's
souped
an
it up
M1A.
himself. Did you soup it up, or did you buy it like
No,
the
it's not
stock?
mine.
who
It's not mine.
customized it?
I don't know, but it's an
It,
M1A
it is. I can see it. It's an M1A, but just customized.
with a Bosch and Loam on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Those
don't
are
know.
expensive, right? Bosch and Lom scopes, yeah. Optics, yeah. I don't think they're cheap. I know Schmidt and Bender is
What
like
about
arm and leg. See a
Until he
Schmidt
gets
and
the
Bender
gun,
scope.
until he gets the gun, he just spent like 14 grand on. This is his best sniper rifle.
They are worthy of the task.
It's pretty sweet.
A lot of people don't
Yeah,
think so, but
14 grand.
there's a reason we sent them out with 30 calibers. It's not just a good short range. Short range, it'll go to 2, 3 charging soldiers, but it's good for a distance too. With
Excellent, yeah.
an
Good
avid or
mid-range.
trained shooter, yeah.
what about a Lapua pistol scope?
What about it?
Lapua pistol scope.
Yeah.
Lapua is
I don't
like
know what it looks like.
a wet dream for most gun collectors.
Well, the
This is,
Magnum, the 338, you probably have one, Mike. You asshole. You probably have a
this
338
one's on one
Lapua.
of those.
Oh, for sure. I know. It's a sweet gun. Take down
What do you
anything.
think?
What was it? It's a
I don't like
Ruger
shooting.
Mach 1 that it's sitting on, little 22. I don't even know why my mom has it. Can't even use it. Like even with the scope.
Mach 1 or Mark 1?
Mark 1. It's the one that's like the same sweep as a 1911.
Yeah, I know what it is. I didn't know if you said it wrong or not. The Mark 1 is like the standard model.
Dude, nice gun collection you got. Chris. And a bundle of cash. That's cool.
Is that a Chinese pistol grip AK?
Yeah, I got a few lockers too, bro. A few. But that's just for what I keep up in the open house. Literally have a section of house just for the guns. But my grandfather, when he built this house, 3 generations lived here, and it was built for 4 generations to live together. Yeah, Ruger makes good pistols.
I like the Blackhawk 357.
From I think
It's the
I
Mac
forgot
9
what
that
book.
you're looking at.
Oh,
Talk
okay.
about the Chinese AK that he
Yeah.
was talking about.
No, I was
He
talking
was
about
asking
the
about
short AK.
in the
Okay.
safe, right?
Yeah.
With the money
Yeah.
sitting on the barrel. Yeah, it's a Mac 9.
Yeah, I don't know if is that the magazine for that or the magazine for a different one?
Oh, that's on the AK, right? Oh, yeah. The Mac 9. Oh, the 357 Magnum, right?
Buddy of
It was
mine
like the most effective
somehow,
round.
when he
Like
was in the
from
army, was able to
autopsies.
send a couple of Iraqi AKs back. War trophy. Don't exactly know how he was able to get them sent back with poppies, but I think last I heard he torched them, cut them up.
With poppies, huh?
Yeah, with poppies. He gave me a couple pods, and he goes, "You know where these came from?" And I go, "No." And he goes, "These came from Iraq." And I'm like, "Right on." Don't know what happened to him.
My daughter does competition shooting. She shoots with
Oh,
a
nice.
Ruger.
Pistol?
Well, full
9 mil?
cycle. No,
Dude.
22. They do
Okay.
a 22 rifle, 22 pistol, 12 gauge shotgun.
Well, get her a present, man. If you want to splurge, get her a Sphinx. Have you seen one of those? And actually, I've never shot one, but it's like you could see when someone shoots it. It's like, oh my god, it's a. I think the Sphinx. What 3,000? It's a competition pistol, man. That's like Swiss or some shit.
She shoots with a
incredible.
Ruger Mark IV 2245 light 22 LR. It's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's the competition pistol. Here, I'll show you an
Yeah,
image.
I know what you're talking about. No, I'm talking about different sort of competition.
Oh,
So those are
I
like
know.
the Olympic sort of shooting, right? That sort of shit.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, sort of like right.
There's no bluing left on ours.
Hers is pink and black, though. Her 22 rifle is all Ruger kitted out, too. It's pink and black. She got a bunch of friends. They like their bright colors.
Cool. Nice.
That's what country girls do for fun. They shoot shit.
They
They
put
say,
nail varnish on their guns.
I say, can I drive that big ass truck? How big is that dump truck? What's that, a 10 ton? That's a 20 ton? Can I drive it? Why not? You think a girl can't do that? Hold my pistol. I'm going to drive this fucking truck. Cracks me up when my ex-wife used to have Girl Scouts come out here. They'd all be on it. That's a big truck there, Mike. Can I try to drive that? I'd move them away from the hot rods. We're like, well, if you can get it to move, hon. And then I'd ride on the side and hold the mirror. If you get in trouble and I say get out of the way, move quick. Don't run my house over with a 10-ton dump truck. I'll tell you what, though, I've been impressed. But, they drive tractors and combines and shit, so it was really more expected than impressed.
When in doubt, hit the clutch and pop on that red button.
Yeah. Air brake, motherfucker.
Or is it yellow?
It
Shit, I
depends
can't
on what
remember.
truck you're in, but yeah. Depends on how old it is and how much sunlight it's seen.
Make
Could
sure the
be
emergency
pink.
brake works. It
Could be
dies on a
pink.
hill.
Right. Could be pink by now, shit.
Yeah, the Hickok 45.
My little
Sphinx. I thought it was
my
called Sphinx. It was Sphinx.
my my Ruger target pistol is a pretty bad motherfucker too. I like to floss with it though.
This is a bad motherfucker on a different level though. Just check out when he rapid fires the pistol. So like the slide, like matching the slide to the frame, like without going through a gunsmith lapping it for you, you know, or a machinist obviously, because it is, you know, it's a machining operation lapping, or you just do it yourself obviously, to get that. Just you can see it when he fires it. It just it's unbelievable. It's just butter. Just everything is just harmonious. It's musical. It's a machine. It's like a musical machine. You know, I don't know. I love like well-made machinery, and you can tell when like something is well made.
One of his videos, he's sitting there talking like something's not right. Them kids are out there smoking my pots. And he went out there and they're all shooting his pots. Because you guys are smoking my pot.
Oh, a guy can shoot for sure, man. Oh, he's a good shot.
Let's try that big gong at 500 yards. Bing! Got it.
Tell me what you think of that pistol, Mike. Dude, if you find one, you got the dough for it, scoop one up. Yeah, man. Hey, it's a good investment.
I like this guy.
They're worth money. He's chill, huh?
Yeah. I could outshoot his ass though.
Hey man, be fair. He's like 150,000 years old. Okay.
I know. I've watched this guy since I was a kid. I actually remember when he was a young man.
I'm gonna go live with him here in about a year. So when things start to get real nasty, okay, just go find that guy.
This is the streets of 3,000.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that pistol.
Yeah, that's some shit I'd spend my money on. I'm gonna check them out. Wonder what the price range is.
Well, he said it's one of their most expensive models.
I was about to Google it. Yeah, I was about to start Bud's Gun Shop.
Sphinx 3000.
Yep. I was gonna look at Bud's.
$2,000 with tax and shipping, made in Switzerland. You know, you can have close to that in one of them March pistols I got. I got about 13 in the mine. And that's mostly on cosmetics. Some machining, too. But seems this one comes factory with the machining done.
Yeah, this is like a plug and play. Just, you know, you got your, just out of the box. You don't have to fucks with anything. Just, you know, if any, of course, adjust your sights, of course, standard, you know, procedures. Just, you know, what? You just shoot, man. That thing is, you don't have to do nothing. Like, mission, you don't have to lap nothing. I don't think you're ever going to have any, you know, feed ramp issues ever. You know, everything's going to be like top notch competition, you know.
Pretty fast succession there in the video. I mean,
yeah,
my
rapid fire
Ruger
is incredible on that. It's incredible on that.
Yeah, my Ruger will do that, dude. I can empty that bitch quick. I can put the whole clip in you before you can blink. Guaranteed.
Pump pistols.
I can do that with my 45 too, but I mean I've had work done to that too. So Desert Eagle is a good rugged gun, but it doesn't come with the smoothest action and the best, you know, trigger temperament. Right.
Yeah.
Right. You want to get that
also
stuff.
anti-equipment gun.
Yeah.
They're
just it's just a real reliable weapon. But you can do things to improve them. You can have things done to them to improve your rate, fire rate, help with recoil. There's things you can do to them. I'm pretty accurate with my 45, just the Desert Eagle.
Now you gotta load them nickel rounds, man. That nickel casing, dude. That the stout fucking rounds, dude.
I'll tell you, you'd be surprised.
Stout hollow points.
The difference in how long it would take you to empty the 45 ACP if I give it to you, and how quick I empty one of them Mark 22s. Going up and a high, you know.
They're pretty sweet, right?
Yeah, that Sphinx too.
Caliber. Yeah, that Sphinx is killer. I've never shot it, but I can tell. I don't want to shoot it. I'll fall in love, and
it's
there
not
goes
just
a few $1,000. Like no, never. It's like that's a lot of money.
It's not just the rate of succession, but you can hear how much work the weapon's doing. You know, as it slides in the guides.
Harmony, man.
Yeah.
It's just it's incredible.
It's not like driving a Cadillac with blowed out shock struts and tie rods. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. It's smooth.
It's
the Lamborghini or the Rolls Royce. It's the Rolls Royce, you know.
Yeah, you can't hear metal on metal clunking.
Nope. That trick, you don't have to touch the trigger. No trigger jobs needed. Nothing. Just shoot.
You got to do all that to a 1911. You buy that raw. You better.
However, man, you can get yourself like one of them MMP 40s or whatnot, and you know, and start doing work to them, and you got good cheap ass fucking pistols.
I got more into my 45 than one of them Sphinx costs. If it comes out of the box and does that, I would be fucking impressed.
1911, you got like a fancy ass 1911.
No, mine. I keep it looking as issued as I can, but I have internal work done, buffing, guide work.
Oh, nice.
New trigger, you know.
Yeah.
Flapping work. There's a lot of different things you can do to them to make them run smoother. It's a machine, you know.
It's been a passion of mine that I've studied on the side, and I have courses that are worth a lot of dough. They're not free. Like from the American Gunsmithing Institute.
Yeah, the
have all the
smoother
courses
the
I've studied
edges
them.
in there, the
You
smoother
know.
the edges on the glide, the less friction, the less heat. You're gonna get so much heat from the combustion, but you don't have to get heat from the gun working to do what it's supposed to do. Open, close, feed, open, close, feed. You shouldn't be getting friction from that.
There's a lot of things you can tiny little tweaks you can do to improve a cheap firearm where
Well,
you'll
yeah,
be,
because
your groups will be way tighter. You know,
it's in their variances. It's in their
Mhm.
variances.
Manufacturing, man, tolerance. Come on,
Yeah,
you know.
one trigger's thicker than another trigger. One guide, one guy deburs his shit better than another guy deburs it. You
Spring
know.
is a little bit, just a little bit tighter than that one, and so on.
Yep. I got some of them old ass. I got a lot of them old 22 pistols. My dad loved them. The Ruger Mark series, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. Them older guns, I got a Mark 1 had thousands of rounds ran through it, and it shoots like a competition pistol, but nobody's ever did any work to it. It's just been clean and well maintained.
Yeah.
But it's worn. It's worn out to be. It's smooth.
Right. Self-lapped,
Yep. It
without
is.
being out of tolerance, right? Without being sloppy, right? Without going
Yeah.
into the sloppy end. It's tight but smooth. Where it's not,
Yeah.
like on the milling machine, like or on your lathe, you have gibs, like tightening your gibs. It's the same thing. You're in a slide, right?
Yeah.
It runs on, it's on a rail, or it's like it's essentially like that, right? And and yeah.
Yeah, in root form, not essentially, but actually, exactly the same.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Because if the table sits on the guide, the table gets loose, then you're sloppy.
Yep. Your machining is sloppy, your rounds are all over the place, and
Yeah, that's why I like Ruger, because I have a lot of older ones. And like I said, they function well, but they haven't got so sloppy you can just grab a hold of it and start moving shit around. They've gotten better. I don't know if it's because they told their people they'd rather have oversized parts than undersized. A lot of manufacturers do that. I'd rather have the part be a little big than a little small because it can always wear. It's a moving part.
that's where AKs shine, man. You can put whatever, those things just fucking work. Sloppy machining, just everything is loose tolerance, and it's designed that way.
Yep.
That's why it always works.
I like Barrett too as a gun manufacturer. Barrett.
Never shot a 50 cal. But of course, if I have 10 grand to fork out on a rifle, of course I would. Of course, why wouldn't I? M82 or whatever, the semi-auto one.
Yeah, Barrett
sure.
makes a lot more than just 50 cals.
But that's what they're really famous for.
It is.
Yeah. They do what? They make like sophisticated weapon systems, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, they make a MRAD. They make the MRAD.
Jog my memory. I know the LRAD is the sound one, right? The MRAD is what? Oh. So it's like
SMR, MRAD, MK22, MRAD, SMR. They're rifle systems. The user changeable modular rifle system.
Okay.
Get them in a
I
lot
see.
of.
That's a cool rifle. The
Yeah,
MRAD.
it comes in 383 LaPoo mag, 383 normal mag, 300 normal mag, 300
Yeah, the
PRC,
338. Yeah, man. Wow.
300 Winchester,
Damn.
308
Okay.
Winchester. I can set it to whatever I want.
300
These
Win
are
Mag is a nice round too.
These
Get
are the
everything,
best
get the job done.
best ones because you can have you can buy one
How
of
much
these
is
and
that puppy though?
you can get all the barrels and everything a few grand.
A few grand, yeah. Versus an AR, $600. You know, it's like,
Raw. So
yeah.
say you want it in 383 Lapu, you might pay 2,500. But if you get all the barrels and
Well,
all
that's
the
where you can
sets,
get an AR-10 in 308.
right.
Yeah, so which if you can load them hot. Nothing like a 338 Lapua Magnum, of course. But you know, if you're you like to, you know, if you're willing to be adventurous, you get that nice thick ass bull barrel, and off we go with some, you know, nickel casing, and that's what's the hottest load we can put in this motherfucker. You know, it's like, all right, let's see.
Right. You
But
don't
of
have to.
course, you're gonna be sloppy, you know, when you're exceeding,
Yeah.
you know,
So I don't have
the
a
intended
383.
velocity for the round.
I don't have the Lapua, but I have Lapua capable. So we'll put it that way.
Yeah, do you have a 300 Win Mag?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, cool. Well, it's an equivalent round, ballistics wise, if I'm not mistaken. Those two are very close.
Very.
Very, very close. The MRAD, man, that's a cool rifle, dude.
Yeah. Then I wanted to show you that. That's a bad motherfucker.
No, that is a bad motherfucker. It's like, again,
it's a,
I don't want to. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I love rifles like that.
It's a multiple user platform. A kit. What do I want to shoot today? It's kind of like your 300 Mossberg, 500 Mossberg. You can go 12, 20, 12 or 20. You can go slug or birdshot, depending on what barrels you purchase. You know what I'm talking about?
It was 2012 Rifle of the Year by NRA. Okay, cool.
No, 12 gauge. The 300.
I'm sorry.
300 series Mossberg, where you can get multiple barrels, 20 gauge, 12 gauge. You have slug barrel or birdshot barrel.
Another Benelli M4. It's about it. Shotgun range.
Yeah, but Benelli's the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barrett makes some bad shit.
Single shot, you know, 12 gauge or 10 gauge, which is just a smooth barrel, and you just crush out a piece of wood. You know what I mean? Like it's shotgun, dude. You know, it's extremely effective.
So if you want the 300 PRC with a folding stock, Barrett MRAD, $5,970.
Wow. Yeah, that's why.
Most of the MRAD, the cheapest one you can get is a 5.56 NATO carbine tungsten gray Barrett, and that's 2,400. Or you can get the Barrett. Yeah, you can get Barrett 5.56 NATO 1,700. But to get into the bigger rifles, the 50 BMG Barrett M99, 4,500. The 383 will pull. You're gonna get about six grand. 308, 6 grand. 383, 6 grand. I mean 5970. We'll call that 6, right? With shipping and all that.
Yeah.
Ain't no joke though.
No, man. That's a serious, you know,
It's like this. You just put on the hat that says there's no sense running. There's no sense running, motherfucker.
Oh man.
It's useless. That shows them all right there. The 383, 308, 308 folding. I like the folding stocks.
Folding stocks are cool. You can change them, you know, for whatever you want.
It becomes a close quarter assault style.
Yeah, it's
close
versatile.
quarter.
Yep.
Or you can fold the stock out and go
That's why I
snipe.
wanted that fucking katana, man, for indoor. Or not indoor. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like sweeping, but with a short katana, for the indoor shit. Like the arm's length or like a bit bigger. Not, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, their BMG 50 is pretty nice too.
Yeah, man, that's an expensive rifle, man, where you can get a lot of ARs and you can deck them out.
Oh yeah, but ARs, that's close quarter.
Yeah, but
we're talking about
build a
hitting the
high
motherfucker.
quality AR-10, man, where
you're gonna hit a dude from 2 miles away with the AR-10.
No, not 2 miles away. No.
Listen, the overall weight, the overall weight of this is 25 pounds. The overall length, 50 inches.
Yeah,
Bolt
$6,000, of course, man. $6,000, fork it out. I'm with you, man. I would love to get one, dude. Just how about you buy me one and you just ship it to my address?
Right.
Here, listen, the ammo's on me, Mike. I'll take you out shooting.
Bet.
Yeah. $6,000, dude.
I know, isn't it crazy? You can get the Barrett M99 50 cal BMG. You can get that for 4,500. For $6,000, you can get the 383 Lapua. Now I don't have. Fuck, I got 1,500 in my 300 Winchester mag. You see why a country boy, they'd rather just get their deer rifle. Grab the 300 mag, boy. Let's go. Throw me that 308. Give your paw the 30-06. We're on it. Fire the truck up.
Well, here, check this out, man. I'm just browsing. I just came across this. I don't know if this is any decent or not, but the price ain't bad, for here. There's a link. Boom. For this Savage Arms.
That's a good company.
Yeah, it's a 338.
How much is theirs going for?
1,900. It's pretty decked out. It's got a muzzle brake on it. It's got a skeletonized stock.
It's not
I
bad
think
at all.
I'm not sure if it's collapsible or not. Let me see if they got. If I can't zoom in on my phone on the pic.
No, it looks adjustable.
Looks adjustable, but I don't know if it's collapsible. I don't see a
It's
hinge.
not collapsible.
No, it's not collapsible, so it's adjustable for sure. Skeletonized, so it's got quite the fucking kick. It looks like, because it looks like it's a light ass rifle, which it's gonna hurt. It's gonna suck to shoot, but it's mobile. It looks like it's a nice bowl stainless barrel on it. I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me read the description.
1865.
Yeah, see, that's like, that's. I was just here. Let me go back and keep on browsing. There's bolt action ones for the Savage Arms, bolt action 338 Win Mag. $600, man. $615. With iron sights, of course. And you can deck it out if you want to shoot that caliber, on the cheap end. Let's see what else they got. Products, firearms, rifles, view all by caliber. More filters. Caliber. 338. Puma Magna. 90 guns. Okay, here we go. All right, now we're talking. Now we got the selection right. Ooh, wow, this looks nice. Wow, it's out of stock though. Mike, you would love this, dude. Check this out, man. Ooh, bro.
My
Fuck.
300 my 300 mags from the 70s, like 78. It is a Model 70, Winchester Model 7300 Sportster. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That is, yeah.
It's fluted with brake.
It's a little shorter, you know, for closer quarters. You know, it's pretty sweet. I like that. Out of stock. All right, man. Almost everything's out of stock. Yeah, just about all the 338s are just sold out. I think the effective range is like 1,500 meters on the 338. I'm not totally sure on the ballistics. Let me look it up. Through Lapua Magnum, not just the 338. Let's see. What's the effective range on this puppy? Yeah, there's a lot of it's over 2 mile shots with a 338. That's cool. But I'm not sure how much muzzle velocity still has that range. I mean, no, I'm sorry. No, yeah, well, kinetic energy essentially is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Just muzzle velocity times the mass of the bullet. No, the velocity squared. So we just have to calculate with the theoretical velocity. 2 miles.
How come we always got a lobby full of people, but we're the only ones talking?
No.
I don't know, man. I didn't want to bore everybody with my fucking gunpowder talk, you know, because, like I said, I've been studying it like as a hobbyist for like 10 years, man. So I really like the details of it, ballistics wise.
I really want to find out what kind of rifle this one rifle that I have is. I'm thinking it's a Lebel, but all the Lebels that I see are actually
Oh, Lebel, yeah.
like the lift.
Those are
Like you have
badass.
to actuate the bolt, but this one is just a straight pull back and push in.
Oh, that's a K. That's a Swiss. Straight. What's the bolt look like? Take a picture of it. Is it like a knob on both sides?
Yeah, hang on, let me go grab
That's
the
that's a
gun.
car. That's the Swiss K38 or K30. It's K something something.
Hang on.
That's a nice fucking rifle, man. Yeah, that's a Swiss rifle. We just pulled the bolt straight back. If I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but I'll get a pic of what I'm talking about. K31. Yep. Well, actually, that one, it has a bolt. It's like, well, here, check this out. It's like this. This is what I meant, but my description, my mind fooled me. I thought the knob was on the back, but it has, this is what the Swiss K31 looks like. Does yours look like that? That's a sweet ass rifle if you got one of those.
Yeah.
You probably have one.
No.
K31. I like milsurps.
I wish I did.
Sweet as fuck. I would never sell it. Never ever.
I've seen one.
Yep. And he's got it. Yeah, isn't it? Or is it a replica? Yeah, is it? Similar. It is it. It's it, man.
They look the exact fucking same to me.
They are identical. Yes, sir.
So it's a Swiss?
Dude, it's a K31, man. That's a badass fucking rifle. You can tune them to be fucking nail drivers, man. Those things are sweet guns, dude. Sweet.
Yeah, it's got quite the aggressive crown cut on the muzzle too.
Yeah, man. It's a Swiss K31. That's what your gun is called. Unless you have a replica, but look on the receiver. And,
no, this is this is old school. What does it shoot? Because I can't find any kind
it's
of
a 7.5, I think. Here. Oh no, on the barrel will be stamped.
7.5 by
7.5,
55
right?
millimeters.
Yeah.
7.5
It's gonna be
by
a European
55.
stuff, yeah.
Waffenbrock.
right. I love the K98s, the German milsurps. Man, overseas, I fell in love with them. You can pick one up overseas for like $300. Dude, like, yeah, man. All right, how much? 300. Cool. There you go. You know, and it's just ammo is a bit expensive.
You
but
got the magazine that goes with it?
Yeah.
Dude, that's sweet, man.
Yeah, it
That's a
just
sweet
says
rifle.
432636, and it's the same number that matches the bolt, the mag, the barrel, the chamber, or I guess the receiver.
So you have a matching rifle too. Wow. Bravo. But does it have a Swiss? Does it have a cross up top? What does it have?
It's got.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's the real deal.
Swiss cross, and it's got
You have a K31, sir. A
It's got like
beautiful,
an M, a weird maker's mark, or
worth
proof mark.
a lot, worth decent money because it's a matching rifle. All the numbers, all the serials match.
If it's a Jubilee, it could be if it's a Swiss K31 Jubilee, it could be 22 LR too. It doesn't have that stamped anywhere on the barrel.
No.
Well, if it's 22, you can tell. Just look at the muzzle and just make sure it's unloaded. Of course, pull the bolt back.
This ain't a 22. This looks like.
Oh, it's a 7.5 then. Just look at the muzzle. Look at the muzzle. Measure. If you got calipers, measure the muzzle. The barrel inside. Just dip your calipers inside. Just open them up and see what the diameter of the bore is. Now you have, you know exactly what the diameter of the bore is. You know exactly what that thing shoots. But of course, a better way, the best way, is to get a bore clay or whatever they sell, where you like push this clay down the bore, right, and it makes an imprint, right, and you push it out, and you have an exact match of what the chamber is, what it's chambered for. You know, that way, you know, that's for like guns that have no markings. But that's a Swiss K31, man. If you have no markings, you can always do that to your chamber.
I don't know what kind of fucking rounds.
Get a chamber print. Chamber print is what they call it. There it is. Yeah, my gunsmithing is coming back. Don't worry. Chamber printing
on all these rounds, but I don't know if that's 1943 or if that's the size. FA43. But it won't fit in the magazine, so these aren't the rounds for that.
No, just hey, take a pic of the chamber, man. Just pull the bolt back, take the bolt out of the gun, all right, all the way back. That way you can line up your camera straight from the back end of your rifle, and you can look down the bore. Down the chamber. And you'll see how fat the chamber is. You'll know if it's a 7.5 by 55. That's a big ass round. You know, it's not small.
So, like the same as the Mosin I got?
So a 308 is a 7.62 diameter-wise in millimeters. So a 308 is equivalent to, I think, a 7.62 by 51 NATO round, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct, Mike? Mike will get me on that. I'm not sure what that NATO round equivalent is. But I'm just trying to go.
It's equivalent to 1.
I think, yeah, it's with the 6.72 by 51. So this is a 7.5 by 55, so it's a little bit longer. So it's essentially, to your eye, it would look like a 308, but longer and more straight. I think the casing, with the neck on the casing, or the shoulders are straighter.
Yeah, 308 is the 51, 7.62 by 51.
I'll get you a picture of. Let's do this. Let's Google, man. Let's use the Library of Alexandria, right? 308.
Picture of this
versus 7.5 by 55.
There we go. It's the best picture I could get. Didn't really help much, does it?
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at. That's from the back.
Yeah,
hold on.
This bolt has the.
Don't worry. I'm deciphering
over it too.
Yeah, dude. It's. Yeah, that does not look like a 22 LR at all to me. From looking from over here. Down into no, into the chamber. The chamber does not look like a 22 at all, because the chamber is dark. So if you could light up the chamber, keep your camera there, but from the receiver end, just put a light in from the receiver or down the barrel. from the other end, put a light in, and it should shine enough light where we'll actually see we'll see the rifling and a lot of cool stuff if you
Yeah,
do that.
that's like
It'll be a cool
the
camera
best
shot.
I could do on that.
No, you can do better. Just put a light from the other end. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
I'm
if I
trying to
had
get you
like
the. Here's the 750, the rifle for it. I mean the round. I'm sorry, for this rifle. That's it. But I want it like in comparison to something.
I'm gonna place a 22 long or a 22 Magnum on there, which is
they
pretty much
got
the
a
same as the
K11 and a K31, but they're both 7.5 by 55.
Here, so download the image here. I got you. I found here, bro. So so you're familiar with the 308. So here. So from the right, it would be the third one in from the right.
So it's not the dimple rounds, okay?
It's not that round that you got in your hand.
No.
Whoever.
No, I
To the
know
left,
that's
those are
22.
by 57. It's the one in the middle. That's the
This
Swiss
is
round in the middle. It's a beast.
Yeah, 7.5 by 55.
That's it. Yep. It's a beast
Yeah,
of fucking round. Like it's got you can put a lot of powder in that fucker. The 308 is the second one in from the right, so you can see the casing. You can you can if you like to risk it, nickel case and you can have fun. Some high pressures. Some high
357,
pressures.
45 Win Mag, 4570 government. This one. Damn it. 30 carbine. 3030,
Okay,
35
so
Remington.
what
Don't have
round
it.
did you put in that bolt?
Oh, that was a 22.
It's a 22. Okay,
Yeah.
so it doesn't fit. You see, yeah, exactly. So you see that extractor. You see that extractor on the bolt.
Yep.
You see, you can measure the bottom of that, and for sure, 100%, dude, 100%. It's a Swiss K31 chambered in 7.5 by 55. So buy a box of ammo. If I'm wrong, I'll pay you for the box. For sure.
Okay, so
you got my word.
it's definitely longer than this
From
round here.
from the bolt, yeah, from the bolt. You see
Which
that
is,
22.
35 Remington. I want to get this other 35.
Do you have a
Remington
308?
too.
Do you have a 308? Do you
Yeah.
have a 308 round at hand? Yeah, put that on the bolt. It should be
One of these
close.
punk ass kids always fucking message me. Damn it. I knew better than to come off invisible. Where are you at? I'm looking in new arrivals. When I find you, I'm banning you, perk.
It should
Bye.
snap into the extractor. Should almost snap. If it doesn't snap, it should almost snap.
Oh yeah, it'll go into the extractor. That's not a problem, but
so it will seat in the bolt, right?
About half a millimeter too short for the box mag.
Well, yeah, do not shoot that. It is not a 308. It's a 7.5 by 55, which is very close to a 308 in size. Especially in like casing
but it's not
wise,
exactly centered, so
Yeah,
there'd be
yeah,
more
it's
of an
not
aggressive step on it, more of an aggressive shoulder on the case.
Yeah.
It's 308.
Yeah, it will not chamber. It will fall short.
See if a 30-30 fits on it.
Wait, it's a 7.5, man.
Yep. 30-30 fits perfectly, locks into place.
Snaps,
on the
pops.
bolts. Yep.
Well, now take a measurement of that, and it's 100%. It's a 7.5 by 55, so you don't have to do any measurements. But
no, I'm just sitting there thinking, wondering.
Fucking around.
Oh wow. 636 is the number on the knob. Crazy.
That's a cool round, man.
What about a trapdoor gun?
Ballistics wise, like it will be a bit more stout than 308. So it will shoot flatter, if it's faster. Or of course you can make sure that it goes faster, so it shoots flatter. and that's cool. It's a cool round. That's what I'm saying. It's a nice gun, man. Those are hard to find. I like most herbs.
Put it on safe by twisting the bolt out. There we go.
I'm reading a forum where they say they convert. Some people converted these in Canada to 308 and 30-30.
So it's
Yeah, I
easier
think
to
it's just a
find
head
ammo.
spacing difference.
And rim fire versus center fire.
They turned it into rimfire? It's center fire, ain't it? Yeah, it's a center fire. Yeah, center fire.
Yeah, there it is. This bitch,
Yeah, it's
I have
a
no
cool
idea
gun,
what this
man.
shoots.
People customize it, Mike. Told you, man. It's
Oh, I know.
What? You have no idea what shoots, man. What you got?
This US model 1878 Springfield trapdoor gun.
Trapdoor. Post it. Post it. We'll go. Let's play the gunsmithing game, man. I love this
I
game.
don't like them trapdoor open breech guns. I don't like that. But that's just me. It's preference.
I just want to know what caliber it shoots. That's all.
Okay, there's one. Because it don't have any markings on it. Well, it's got like Hallmark, but no serial. Because it's pre-serial. It's got a brown barrel. Rust browned. Yeah, there's like no other identifiable markings on this thing.
So they customize it. They put a new barrel on it, Mike, and whatnot. They rechamber it for 308.
Yeah, I didn't read the whole forum. It's late.
Ah,
I put that link there. It says home machinist, view topic, PHP.
I see. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yep, that's where they're talking about it. Shit, they talk about converting it to 30 cal, 308, 30-06, all that.
Mm.
This looks like it's converted from an old musket. Got that whole Civil War era look.
Converted from a musket.
Yeah.
Isn't that called? It's a breech load.
I have no idea what this shoots. I'm thinking the 4570 because it's got a huge ass barrel on it. In fact, let me grab one of these APs. Nope, it's not a 45. Bigger. Maybe 4570 government. Gotta be these 4570s.
Do you have any measuring tools
Oh, yeah.
at hand, like machinist tools?
4570.
Dude, that's a Springfield trapdoor rifle.
4570 fits perfectly in the breech.
What is? Okay.
Oh yeah, spring loaded everything. 4570 government.
It's a it's a Springfield trapdoor 4570 government 2 band rifle. The old war gun.
Good to know I got ammunition for it.
4570 is a bad motherfucker. Be ready for it when it kicks. Just so
I
you know.
Oh, I know. And then this
I got a
butt
brown
looks like
vest.
it's gonna hurt.
I got a lever action 4590 and a lever action 4570. They're bad motherfuckers.
There's a big ass barrel on that some bitch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna kick, dude. For sure.
But I mean, they're not. It's not converted from a muzzle loader. It's a breech. You breach it and then load it, but it's called a trap door. It's a breech. Trap
Yeah, well,
door breech loader.
I was saying because how the hammer is, it's off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
A couple years newer, and that would be a lever action.
I got 2 of those. One of them I can't find ammunition anywhere for it.
I'm sure that gun right there is worth
It's
some money.
375 ammunition.
375. That gun is. I've already told you that gun's. It's valuable. Don't just
Yeah.
don't
never
just
been
give it
fired.
away.
We've never fired it.
Those are not cheap guns.
And it's got nice lockup lugs on it too. Because
I mean,
most
you're
lever actions, it matters on the pins of the linkage, and there'll be slop
yours looks
eventually.
just like the 1873. I zoomed in on it, and it's got the same fucking markings as the 1873, unless it's a replica. Oh, well, let's look at that bolt. I wonder, is that a newer bolt up there by the hammer?
I have no idea, Mike. These are all family heirloom.
Yeah, well, just that the newer style bolt is a little telling, but a lot of times those did fall out and people replace them.
Yeah. Oh
My
yeah,
dad,
yeah, yeah. I see what you're talking about.
yeah, my dad liked those guns. We didn't. That's a newer manufactured bolt there, but still, it wouldn't matter too much on value. You can get them bolts. You could
That's
get
a
the
thunder
old
tube.
right. Yeah, that's a hell stick. That motherfucker. You can reach out and touch somebody with that, right? It's not that far
Oh
from
yeah.
50 cal.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's a fat fucking round, dude.
The markings on the side, it looks like a fucking antique cadet Springfield. It looks like it's from 1873, maybe
That's
up to 1880.
what was marked on it was fuck. I forgot. And I didn't take a picture of it because I had the fucking breach open.
I wonder what the prices are on these.
I'm looking at the reloading data for the 4570. That's what I'm looking at. It's like strong actions only. Like I'm looking at a chart from Nosler. Yeah, like it's telling you like strong actions only because you don't blow the fucking chamber on your on your rifle. Interesting. So it's a cool round, huh? Never shot that.
Yeah, it's a big ass fucking round, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't no joke.
So I wonder what shoots them fucking 45 or what is it? Win mag? Yeah, the 45 Win mag. Because it won't fit in the 410. You need 45 long Colt for that.
Yeah, like what 400 grain bullets in those rounds.
Yeah, that's like an elephant gun, man.
Well, the one that for your 4570, man, that's
Yeah.
Are they lead?
No,
are
they're
they jacketed?
bonded jacket. Yeah, jacketed.
Oh, okay.
Soft tip.
The 45 Win Mag, isn't that a pistol chamber round?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Don't got no pistol for it. I know it
Old
won't fit in
school
my
would be
1911.
your Thompson Contender for the Freedom Arms Model 83. That's
You
the
got
old.
one.
Those are the short 45s.
Yep, it's an extended 45 ACP, I think, right?
Yep. It's got like 1/4 inch extra brass on it.
Okay, and more powder. Oh, come on, kitty cat. Goodness. Spilled my coffee. No. My late night coffee so I can go to bed.
I
Good
see,
keep.
guys. I see these are on sale at the gun broker I'm on. Most people want at least $2,000 for their Springfield.
Where at? Did you post something?
Hmm?
No, he's on Gun Broker.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, no, I can't share this. It's got my info on it.
See, I was thinking about putting all this shit on gunbroker.com too. Because I'm the only male.
So, does it have a year on it?
On what?
On the trap door.
Yeah. It did.
What?
It's model 18 something. God damn it. Hang on, I gotta go back inside and look.
Well, the difference between the 1830s and the 1880s is a couple $1,000.
Well, it's 1880s. But I don't know if it's 1883 or 1886. Can't remember.
Let's see. The 79, one dude's asking $3 grand, 3,100 for a 79, and it's in good condition. But he's got the box and the box and the bayonet.
Those are not cheap. Okay. Okay. Cool.
It's 1878.
Collector's sort of thing, huh?
Model 1878. And it's got the pop-up butterfly sights or whatever the hell they call them.
Yeah. Flip up, dial in.
How much is that worth, Mike?
Wing sight. Well, it depends.
Anything on them
The
brokers?
condition. On the condition, it looks
Yeah,
like
the condition's not great on this.
anywhere from 1,500 to 35, depending on condition and whether or not you got the box and the bayonet with it.
No.
The bayonet adds it seems you can buy one of those bayonets for like $150, but it adds $500 of value to your gun.
Yep, I would do that.
You see, I'm an avid gun collector. I got like 3 brokers on a ready click right on the bar, right up there in my favorites.
Okay.
I can buy a gun, dude, and it's already attached to my Google. It's swiping my card as soon as I click yes, add to cart.
Nice. And you pick it up from your local gun shop or whatnot, yeah?
We have them motherfuckers ship it. Shit.
Yeah.
I'll pay for overnight too.
Oh, nice.
Listen, it depends on how stoned I am that night. I'm shopping.
Get yourself a Sphinx, man, and let me know.
Look, I'm trying to just look at his models, his Springfield model right now. That's all I'm looking at, damn it. I'm not shopping. I'm too tired for that shit. I'll wake up a week from now and get 10 boxes and be like, what the fuck? How high was I? God damn it. Where the fuck am I gonna put this shit? I'm gonna have to build
it.
I'm gonna have to build another barn.
What about the Game Master trademark model 141 Remington 35 pump action?
Model 35.
No, it's not a model 35. It's a model 141. And it shoots Remington 35. 35 Remington.
Yep, I'm with you. I couldn't remember if you said model 141 or model 35.
141.
What is it called? Manufacturer. Who makes it?
Remington,
Oh, Remington. Oh, okay.
and
I thought it was a
the
I
name
thought
of
you said Trademaster or something. I was like, oh, what?
well, it's called the Game Master
Game
trademark,
Master.
model 141, and it's Remington UMC 35 Remington. This is the button on it.
These are averaging anywhere from 800 to 1200. And the last 18 sold. And it's a pump, right? Remington pump.
Yep. It's got some weird fluting, like twisted fluting on the
You got a
magazine
year on
tubes.
that? Is that a 1941?
I have no idea where to find the year on this. To be honest with you.
Generally, 141 is the first series in 1941, but yeah.
I bought a Benelli M4. How much are they used? Like, do you have used ones on there?
Benelli M4.
Yes, sir.
I have to look. I can also look through just an instant gun value thing. I got one of those.
I wonder where the
Well,
bayonet for this bitch is.
New, they were $2,000 new, man, for that shotgun. So, and it is a badass shotgun. So, it's a semi-auto or pump, and it will eat whatever you feed it.
The new one's $1,900.
Yeah, they're around $2,000, man. Yeah. So,
I see
the
a
thing
used
is to
one.
get a decent deal on a used one, you know.
Yeah, I see used goes about $850 to $900.
At least,
So
all
you're
right.
saying
See that? There you go. Save half right there because, like, I like to gunsmith, you know. So it was for sure. So hopefully one day stumble like upon it in a gun shop somewhere, or it was like, yeah, $600. Like, oh, cool.
so what you're saying is $80 is a good price for a Mossberg 500?
No,
Yes.
a Benelli
$80.
M4.
Vanilla M4.
Yeah, that was a Benelli M4.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
gun,
Mossberg 500s are like run of the mill
if
shotguns.
it is the 1941, it can run up to $1,500 depending on condition. And it seems these are popular guns. Game Master pump action. Everybody got to have a Game Master. That's why I like my Ithaca pump, featherweight edition.
Ithaca. Is that a modern looking gun?
It is.
Or no?
I have an Ithaca
Is it?
break
Well,
action.
yeah, my featherweight edition is from 1803, but it's still is really similar to what the police put in their cop cars for a riot gun.
Okay.
They use Ithaca arms, but
How do you spell that?
Ithaca. Ithaca shotguns.
Okay. Why isn't this stupid search coming up on Buds? Not right.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is, but it's a cheap
Find it.
ass one too. It's like less than $100.
The model
You can
number
buy 'em right now.
37.
Oh,
Listen,
Mossberg 500 is like run of
it's
the mill.
ITHACA.
ITH.
ACA. Look at the Model 37 Featherweight Edition. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's
Okay.
the Model 37 is what the police make into a riot gun.
Okay, it's out of stock. How much is that going for here? So it's out of stock at Buds. So I don't know how much.
I'm
I
not
see.
sure.
Yeah.
Mine
Basic
is
pump.
my serial numbers. It's a 00000089. So I got
Low
one of the
numbers.
first. I got one of the first 100 guns ever made of this model. It's a first production of that model too. So.
Yeah, and I have matching barrel with the frame, serial 419.
Yeah, see, that's where the money is. The lower the production, the price starts going up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. What gun's that on that has low
The
serial numbers?
1911.
What the
And
value
I've
in it?
traced it back to being issued to the Argentine Navy.
Well, you can pretty much double what people are asking for a lame one because yours isn't lame. It has history. It's an early production model. All this stuff matters when you're pricing guns. I can get the average price of the average gun. And then we got to determine whether or not we're talking about an average firearm or not. Average
What the fuck is that?
within the
fucking
first
donkeys.
Dude, within the first 300, if you got a gun produced within the first 300, sometimes that in itself can double the price or triple, depending on the popularity of that firearm.
Yeah, this donkey just scared the shit out of me.
Are we like the only ones in the room? Dang, it's been gun talk for a while. I love it. I'm just saying. I don't want to bore anyone else. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's cool. There's not that many people. Gun talk it is. Hey, Truth. See that you posted something, so you must be around.
Yeah, my Ithaca, that was my grandfather's. It's engraved too. It's got an engraved mural on the side of it. It's pretty bad.
Nice. Oh, that's badass. It's got like, alright, I know what you mean.
A hunting scenery for ducks.
Yeah. Is it like silver or no? Like or bronze, like the
It all
receiver.
kinds of look silver right now because it's faded, but you don't re-blue an antique,
Right. But it was
Yeah, that's
blued.
why I leave it brown, rust brown.
It was blued, but it's now looking.
Okay.
It's got a silver tone to the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, the patina, man, it's worth money the way it is.
It is.
Loses value, yeah, if you.
Like the Remington shotgun I have.
Yeah, my buddy's kid got one, man, and he fucking made it look brand new. I was like, dude, the fucking antique. That gun is supposed to look used, and you just made it look brand new, and now it's
The
worth
longest
$500. I was like, sure, it's worth $500, but when you brought it home with your fingerprints on it and shit, it was probably worth $3,000. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, look at mine. I bust mine out the cabinet. Check that out. Go ahead, touch it. Fuck. You don't want antique guns looking brand new. And people wonder if you're faking it.
Yeah.
It's not really an antique. Or you're just a dumbass, one of the two.
It's like one of those idiots steal wool.
Yeah.
Scrapes off all the brown. So no, that's
Steel
patina.
wool.
Yeah. I
To
gotta get it
what?
shiny
I mean,
again.
like rust. Yeah, okay. If it's rusty, yeah, you have to treat rust. I guess.
No,
Yeah.
it's rust
No.
brown patina. I mean,
Yeah, the patina. Oh no, man.
Well, that's when they got spray on Sullivans for that. You spray the Sullivan on and let it eat it off. And then you buff
A
it
little
with a
WD-40. Yeah, a little
you,
bit of WD-40
you
and
buff
just
it with a cotton
rubbermash.
rag. Yeah, you buff it with a cotton rag.
or
If
just
it's
cart
deep,
it after
I
you
won't.
boil the piss out of it.
Yeah, I won't leave a gun fucking rusted. No.
Boil the
Then
piss out of it, cart it, and then after it's carted, put a nice
machine
thin layer of
tools.
machine oil on it.
Yep, machine tools get a different treatment than any other tool in the shop. It's a different cat. It's always oiled and never let the rust get to it. You know what I mean? Just always maintained. After you use it, you clean it. That's how you do it.
Yep.
See, a lot of people don't even realize that gun blue is actually rust that's been converted
It
to
is, yeah.
magnetite. So if you have like a rusty barrel or something, or a rusty piece of metal,
Hot bluing is
boil
the
it.
way to go, though, versus
Yeah.
cold bluing.
Well,
You know,
you just
hot
boil it.
bluing
You
is.
boil the hell out of it, and the heat with the water converts it to magnetite. It's a
Yeah, but
conversion.
like the hot blue is like it's I forgot what the chemical bath you blew it in, right? It's the bluing
It's
compound.
some kind of a potassium salt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you buy it like
you gotta
you
bake
get
it
it from
on.
Brownells. Yeah.
Yeah, you bake it on. Yeah,
I prefer to parkerize like bare
yeah,
metal if I want to keep it around. Parkerize it, heat it up and dunk it in oil.
Yeah, for that black coating.
Well, it's just to protect it.
Yeah.
Like, say I'll have like a cheater bar or something, because I got a whole huge stack of steel. I'll go and I'll get like a cheater bar and cut a piece off of the stock pipe, and then I'll have stock pipe that's all full of rust and shit. So what will I do?
Yeah, I'm a bitch. I'm
Stick it.
sorry.
I'll stick it.
Stainless. Yeah.
I'll stick it in the
That's
thing
where I
and
left
boil the
things.
piss out of it. After it's boiled, I'll take it out and I'll roast it over the fire. And then after it's like gone through one cycle of heating up and then letting it normalize, not even getting it red hot,
Yeah.
just heating it up and letting it normalize, then I'll wrap oil
Develop
soaked
a
rags
blue
over it
on it. Yeah.
and then let the oil soaked rags, like I'll put it back in the fire and let the oil soaked rags burn off. Then when I take it out, it's got a nice thick layer of bluing on it and parkerizing.
Yeah.
And then it don't matter because I'm only using it to beat bearings on or use it as a cheater bar.
Yeah, I have this weird affection towards stainless, where it's like if I need something to never rust on me, my brain doesn't go towards treating anything. It's like stainless. That's it. It's like never have to paint it, nothing. Just boom, the right alloy for the proper application. End of story.
For the
Yo,
longest time, I thought
yeah,
great
but
grandpa's gun
when you
was stainless.
parkerize it, aren't you supposed to acid dip it too?
Yeah, but it's just for a tool. It's just for a tool that's probably going to be left somewhere.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
you
something
want to
beat on.
kill the rust and not seal it in,
Yeah,
and make sure
Yeah.
it all changes.
Yeah, you got to fully convert it.
Yeah.
you can get a cold bluing compound. You know that, right? You can just
Well, you
basically
can. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
wash a
like
but
that.
I'm
person
not
ass.
gonna. I'm not gonna
It sucks
re-blue
though.
this 1911. It's starting to get a nice patina developed upon it.
No,
The barrel is
not.
shiny as shit,
You
but
would
the
use it
frame.
like on a screw, like let's say you mar up a screw and you buff it out and you lose the bluing, then yeah, you could cold blue the screw or something like that. That's where you would use that cold blue and shit. The high quality stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. Who makes it? But it comes in a little
Brownells
bottle.
or
Is that who it
something.
is? It comes in a little
Well,
bottle. You can get
Brownells
it at the
they
gun
have a
store.
lot of they have a lot of if you go to brownells.com, it's a good gunsmith and website.
Chem blue or
Yeah.
cold blue.
Yeah, cold bluing. Yep, cold bluing. It's an iron
All it
oxide,
is
right?
is it's like a nitric acid base. Something gets on there and it converts it.
Yeah. Oh, it's 2 o'clock.
Son of a bitch, it is.
Yeah. Need to get me some sleep, man.
It's 217. 218 now.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Just good chatting with you guys. Nice gunpowder talk. I enjoyed it.
Nah.
Peace. You guys have a good night.
Hasta mañana, muchacho.
Yeah, I'm almost finished with my coffee, so I think I'm gonna go back to sleep too. You guys gonna tell a bedtime story?
Thinking about laying down myself.
You tell it, I'll listen. Forever.
I just hope my buddy Mike gets his back in order so can go over there and finish putting that Volkswagen together for him. All right, y'all. It's 2:20 a.m. I'm gonna go ahead and call her quits for the night. Y'all have a good one.
Good morning, family. Mic check. Anybody here?
Morning, Gippy Git.
Hey, is that you, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Morning. Yeah, nice to hear you. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just waking up, sucking
Nice.
down that first cup of coffee.
Oh, that's good. I opened a energy drink. I was too lazy to make a coffee.
I did that yesterday.
Yeah. Man.
What kind of energy drink do you like?
Red Bull and Effect.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
I know they are not good. They are poison, but I'm vegan and I can easily tolerate them. So yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I try to stay away from as much as possible, but sometimes, what the hell, You're vegan, you said? I'm
Yeah.
almost there. I'm planning eventually to become raw vegan, but yeah, I still eat eggs and cheese and stuff.
Well, if you don't have a health condition and stuff, yeah, it's not like very necessity. It's good to try it, like a period of time, like fasting and stuff like that. But yeah, I do it for health reason. It makes me feel better. So yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time.
We've got 3 vegans here now.
Hey, Ildiko, welcome.
Hello. Another vegan.
Yeah,
How are you,
I
Ildiko?
know you are.
Hello. Good morning. We got to keep
And
this
you-
under hat, though. Don't let it out because there's
Yes.
not everybody is for vegans
Yeah.
here.
And coming from you, Ildiko, I take it that you have much more life experience,
Yeah, that
So,
comes with
yeah.
age. Yes.
Yes.
I've been a vegan a very, very long time. I've been a vegetarian since I was 14 years
Yeah.
old.
Wow.
I'm almost 70 now. So I don't ever get ill. Ever.
Yeah.
What you say, it makes me think like you lived a angel, holy life.
Yeah.
That's
I
how it
try not to
sounds
hurt
to me.
anybody.
Yeah.
I've tried not to. I've always tried to live by the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yes, ma'am.
And yeah,
But it's true. Through food is the easiest way to get defiled. Our
it
body.
is because you
Yeah.
eat, you put it into your body
Yeah.
every single day, and that becomes the major factor in how your body functions.
Yes.
That's my
And
problem with allopathic medicine, man. If the doctor's not prescribing diet, then he's not doing his job.
Indeed.
That's right. And they don't really care about your prolonged health. They only care about curing the immediate problem, or at least masking it.
Yeah.
Masking
The symptoms, yeah.
I've never believed in drug medicine, the pharmaceutical. Now with what's going on, with the pandemic, it's just it's almost like they're force feeding you.
I wish it was like
Yeah.
the old days where you knew your doctor knew everyone in your family, you all knew each other by the first name. Doctors cared at one point.
Oh, they used to come to your house.
Yeah.
Instead of going to them. I still remember.
I've seen documentaries with these animal farms, and they were showing how they give every day antibiotics to these animals.
The animal.
Because without the antibiotics, they will die.
Exactly. And then you're absorbing that when you eat them.
Yeah.
In a concentrated form.
Yeah.
I have
And
this is kind of off
very
topic,
good.
but I have a tooth issue right now, and they're trying to get me to take antibiotics before they'll extract it. And I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't know what to do. I don't want to take the antibiotics, but
3 days I recommend. I would say it's okay.
Well, antibiotics, you know, when you're in a critical state, when your body is already so toxic,
Yeah.
you know, I believe that their solutions are for critical situations.
agreed.
They have
Yeah.
to intervene.
I tell you what. Sorry, Ildiko.
No, go.
I tell you what. If you want not to take the antibiotics, 3 or 4 days before the extraction, don't eat anything from animals. No eggs, no milk, no meat, nothing. Only tomatoes, raw, salad,
Yeah.
and with the bread. Try to make your own bread without yeast, and do this kind of diet for 3 days, and then you go to the dentist. It will take it out. You tell him, yeah, I took the antibiotics, blah blah. They give you the antibiotics because after the extraction, there is a big open wound there, and this mouth tissue, the gum, is very sensitive to infections and all this stuff. And if you wouldn't take antibiotics, but if you eat dairy, milk, eggs, and stuff like that, you have those things inside your body and will make that wound to swollen, get an
Yeah, I
infection.
agree. I totally get
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
saying. Yeah. I don't eat
yeah.
much dairy. I have every once in a
Yeah.
while I like to have my smoked cheese, but that's about it.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I can promise you that if you overeat in one day, like you go into cheese, eggs, meat, you eat a lot. Um, at evening, you will have tooth pain if you have the a problem with that tooth,
Yeah, I'm
and
sure.
it may get even inflamed, like it's getting swollen.
Well, I'm considering going ahead and doing
Mm,
it because it is, like you guys
yeah,
said, it was, it has its uses, and it's, at this point,
yeah.
it's pretty dangerous to have an infected tooth. It could go somewhere else in
And
your body or whatever.
yeah, I also read some therapies from some guys they were doing with coconut oil. You
Yeah.
rinse your mouth with coconut oil for like 10 minutes every day, and they say that yeah, you can even rebuild that tooth. It will fix that. If you have a cavity, it will be covered up and it becomes like new.
I've heard that so
But
much, and I've never
yeah,
given it a try.
yeah, but it's not a quick process. I mean, a cavity to develop, it takes like couple years, and
Yeah.
yeah, it will take like 6 months, 9 months to start having to see a improvement.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I've seen and heard on YouTube back in the days when we had these videos, but now they are being removed. So yeah. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Ildika.
Oh no, no, no! You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. I've never tried that, but
Mhm.
my teeth are good. Thank God.
Yeah.
I have no problems. I noticed though that you see, I've been a vegan for about now 14 years, and prior to that, I ate yogurt. That was the only
Yeah.
sort of animal product that I ate,
Mhm.
and once in a while, during those many years that I was a vegetarian like that, I would contract a cold. You know, I
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
would get a cold, a very mild one, but nonetheless it surprised me. And then when I stopped eating dairy completely, I've never had a cold since.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, me
interesting.
too. I stick to a lot of I do love yogurt, and so I can't, I have a
That
lot of
was
the
my
like
problem. I loved yogurt.
coconut yogurt or
Yeah.
almond yogurt or cashew yogurt.
Yeah, even I like those much more than cow milk or anything like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yeah.
almond milk and coconut milk. It's
But it's
amazing.
very addictive
Yeah,
once you start
Mm.
dairy. It's one of the most
yeah,
addictive foods. Um,
yeah.
there. So
And
you have
w-
hard.
I was eating this milk and cheese and stuff when I was in school. Breakfast in the morning. And at school, I was always sleepy, not able
Yes.
to focus my attention to the teacher, and but I was like gifted with quick understanding. Like just I just had to hear a couple of terms, and I knew generally what the teacher is talking about. And mixing that with my previous knowledge and stuff, yeah, it was making sense, and I was able to give a reply if the teacher was asking me a question or stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah, it's true. My focus, attention focus, was weak, poor.
I don't know how the kids do it. I'll tell you, with if you've
Yeah.
seen what they eat in school, the
Oh,
cafeterias, the food that
yeah,
the quality of the food is just horrendous.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't get how
It's
people are
better in
sending their kids
prison.
there anymore.
Yeah.
No.
They have better food in prison.
In prison.
Yeah.
Not to mention the industrial Wi-Fi, man. I mean, those entire schools are just inundated with industrial Wi-Fi. They got to communicate from
Yeah.
building to building,
Yeah.
Now they can't even breathe because of the masks.
Yeah.
Poor kids.
Oh well.
Yeah, I sure wish I had. We all do, but I wish I could figure out these sons of bitches.
Mm.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Yeah. Everybody
Sometimes.
complies.
Yeah.
They feel even very self-righteous about their compliance.
It's crazy. I know guys that, that my best friend, for instance, against it at first, and I don't talk to him as much as I used to. And I moved to Oklahoma, and just the short time that I was gone, he's just become this champion for vaccination. He's walking around. He did it because he had to for his job. So he's basically talked himself into it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And now I'm going to tell everyone else they should do it too. And if they don't, then I'm going to shame them. And it's just crazy.
I think
Yeah.
I've lost my best friend over it. She's a Democrat, watches CNN constantly, and her indoctrination is so thorough. I can't even come over to her house anymore. I mean,
That's
she won't
sad.
permit me to because she knows I'm anti all that. So,
Yeah, I don't get invited very much anymore either. I have no holds barred, especially with like my family. I love them so much. I'll do whatever I have to. I'll say whatever I have to, hopefully get through to them. And I have gotten through to a few of them. But yeah, I noticed that not being invited and simple
It's a
things
very
like going
sad
out.
situation. It's so sad. Someone could actually not want to be your friend over this.
It's crazy. They knew what they were doing, man. They're not gonna force it on anybody. They're gonna give us all kinds of reasons why we want to do it.
They knew that vast majority of people are cold-blooded, hearted beings. They knew.
They just know the level of naivety, gullibility. They've been trained in schools to be obedient.
Yes.
To authority. It's in their psychic makeup.
I could say that they put you through this their educational system, which is a circus in disguise. And then once you start becoming an adult, they give you these tests under the pretext that they give you a degree which helps you get a job and all that stuff. But actually that test is not a intelligence or for testing how much you know, but actually it is a test to see how efficient their methods of indoctrination were. And based on that, when you are have a good grade, then they give you this job. They know that you are the perfect soldier, and once you get it, they know that whatever they say to you on TV, you will be executing.
Yep. It's interesting how they introduced the television so quickly and made it cheap enough for everyone. And I remember when I was a child how proud my parents were when they first when we first got our TV. It's a symbol of success.
Yeah. I will say that the Second World War main reason was to put the television inside people's homes, to change their mentality, not to view this technology and objects like boxes with demons inside them. And they had to exterminate all those kind of people, get mankind through extreme poverty and the war, which is horrible. And in such times, you don't spend your time asking your elders to educate you. You are actually spending time to hide, to stay low, to get some food. So you don't.
Fear is all a fear tactic.
You don't get that education, so is lost. And now you are an empty vessel, which they can take you and pour in any kind of mindset and thinking, and they tell you, "Oh, look, this guy has a TV, he's watching these shows. He comes out on the street and he's talking about what he heard on the radio, what he saw on TV, and 3-4 of them gather together and talk about it, and they laugh, and you sit like a fool, and you don't understand what they are talking about, and they tell you, "Oh, you don't have a TV, go away,"
Exactly. And people bond through
Yeah.
television programs. You know, they
Yeah.
watch the same program, so they're on the same page mentally, and they then feel as if they're in a community.
Yeah.
And so it activates something very fundamental in a human, which is the need for community, for family.
Yeah. Yeah. I know from my great grandmother, in the 90s, she was about 80 something years old. She been through the World War, and she told me how a queen built a small castle and park in this village, and she was coming certain periods of the year, and she was visiting the village, and she was bringing this music player, magnetophone. It wasn't digital or electronic anything. It was playing with these old vinyls, and she was telling me how first time people thought that this woman is a witch doing witchcraft and stuff like that. But then, yeah, they learned that this is a device that you can record and listen to music, and
entertainment. It's a means the give them, what is it? Give them bread and circuses, which is exactly what it is. Just feed the people and entertain them, and therefore you will have no problem in corralling them to do what you want by having them totally distracted and satisfied that they're at least not starving. And so these tactics have been used since the beginning of time.
Yeah, football, the modern day gladiator.
Yeah, and they knew that when they introduced sports to building these huge stadiums, arenas, exactly. And most of the people that do are fanatical about sports, are completely incapable of any kind of critical thought.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. But you and I differ as far as religion is concerned, because I'm very suspect of all religion. I realize that there are many truths within the context of the doctrines of religion. I don't discount that, but I suspect very much the motivation behind religious movements. They're, to me, just as
I will never advise you, hey, join the Catholic Church. Hey, join the Orthodox. Hey, join the Muslim. No, I will never advise anyone to do that.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that when you identify yourself with any particular doctrine, you're also subject to the many links within that doctrine that will lead you into compliance as well. Surrender of your critical thinking.
I see it the same way. Once you join a certain religion, then it's like you just put your blind horses on.
Because again, it's that feeling of community. You want to be accepted. You want to be loved.
Useful,
Yes. And especially if you're vulnerable and you don't have the kind of human love in your life, then you'll substitute that for the promised love of an invisible creator.
Yeah. Well, when it's about religion, I don't recommend people to join a church or stuff like that. But I tell them, hey, take the book, read it, and see what you understand.
Yes, yeah,
And how does it make sense with your life? Yeah.
Yes. The problem because
And
of
yeah,
ad hoc
that's
acceptance
it.
of a book
Yeah. Yeah.
as a complete guide
Yeah.
to life.
Mm.
Within that book, certainly there are always kernels of truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or in most religious doctrines, but the problem becomes when that book becomes the reason that you divide yourself from someone else who doesn't take the book as being a direct word of God.
Well, the problem rises when you start accepting others to explain, to interpret what that those texts actually mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I've seen it. I read it once from cover to cover, and then I started reading it again. And when I was reading second time, I felt that, hey, I'm getting new knowledge, and it's not like when I got it for the first time. I was getting new insight because my mind was already prepared, and knowledgeable. First time, it was a great shock, and it was very hard also to read it. Like I would say, oh my God, I did this, I did that, and I saw what people got their punishment and what happened to them, for their wrongdoings, and I was like, yeah, I know I did these things, and so by default I can't be worthy. I, I deserve uh, so much
actions have
punishment.
consequences,
Yeah, yeah,
karma,
yeah,
consequences.
and
And
only when you
point
get
out
by
what
the end. Yeah,
all I'm saying is that, the book can point out what it is to be human
yeah,
very well because it was written by
yeah,
humans.
yeah.
The problem becomes when certain aspects of the knowledge that you're getting comes with strings attached. That string being that if you don't believe this, then you're not going to heaven. If you don't believe this, then you are not you're not a good member of our social group. You're not accepted. You're not one of us. This becomes, I think, so pernicious, so dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I don't see sin. I see it a huge problem. It is very well defined and explained in the laws. They actually define what sin is. So if you can't read the laws, if you don't read them, then you're not capable to discern between sin and living clean,
So what do you mean? You mean you have to read about it to know what good living is as opposed to not good living?
For example, we know what lying is. We all lied, right?
You can lie with a good heart intent, saying when you meet someone who's fat and you say, "Oh, you're looking good."
Yeah.
This is a lie.
Yeah, that's an excuse because you hold back your mind and
you don't want
you
to hurt
lie.
someone's
Yeah.
feelings.
It's not about
But
hurting. Is actually that thought that comes in your mind is actually something that you really have to say to that person.
not necessarily.
But
See, what I'm saying is that these things are not black and white. They're not.
I know, but you see, sometimes it's evil intent, and I'm not talking about that.
Well, that's
So,
what I'm saying.
yeah,
How
yeah.
are you to tell me what my intent was evil or not? Who are
Exactly.
you?
Well, oh, I'm
You know
not
what I'm
saying
saying?
that. Yeah,
No,
I was
because I'm trying to
exemplifying.
make
Yeah,
it so that it
yeah,
becomes how we judge each other.
yeah, yeah.
And the book and any book, any doctrine that then becomes the judge and executioner
Well,
become
no, this is where I see people mistaken. When they start hearing or talking about judgment, they relate that to punishment and executioner also. We don't have that right. We don't have the right to punish anyone around us. That's not our job here to do. We are not for that. That is God's job, you know. And any man who becomes the executioner or the punisher, he is taking the role of God. He is playing God on other humans. And that is wickedness. That is the root evil. Yeah.
there's the concept of original sin, you know.
Yeah.
And if we think about it,
But for me,
almost like a universal condemnation of
yeah.
humanity.
It is because, yeah, we went astray from the path we were designed.
But then don't you
And
see how dare someone say that? How dare they make that kind of accusation about the entire human
yeah.
experience? How dare they? That's how I feel about it when I read
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm offended to my core.
I'm with Ildiko on this one. A baby is already sinful, when they're born.
Yes, it's offensive.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Ildiko.
Well, good, and thank you. Hello.
Well, babies are
Hi,
innocent.
Jimmy, Ildiko.
Hey,
Good to see
hello,
you guys.
Ilya.
You guys are having a great conversation. I was just listening in, but yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah,
And
I'm with you on that, Ildiko. The idea of original sin. I was raised as a Catholic and then, Christian for a long time, and I understand what the Bible says, but this idea there's more to it than just that. And there are a lot of principles. I mean, don't not read the Bible. That would be kind of dumb, really. If you have any part of spiritual, if you have any idea about spirituality, you're going to have to read the Bible. You're going to have to really understand different religions from across the world so that we can all, figure out what's really going on.
can I give a simple example to Ildiko? I just want her to better understand me. There was you said like when a woman she's being told that she's like fat or stuff like that. The problem is we've been educated in this fashion model industry. We've been told what is the beauty standard, which is fake, is false. The beauty of a woman, which is a mother. Yes, mankind has always worshipped the round shapes of these women, and ancient sculptors and painters they were using like voluptuous woman to portray fertility and beauty, these things. And there is beauty in it, but I'm not saying that slim
I think the
women are
example that
ugly. They are
no.
not.
I think
Yeah,
she was just giving an example. I mean, of it
yeah,
was just
Yeah.
because you could see someone that you know
yeah,
that's like that is obese
mhm,
or whatever, and then you see them a few months later and they're smaller or whatever. Oh, you're looking good because they're on the path to being healthier or whatever path they're on or whatever. I think you were just using that as an example, right?
Yes. Well,
Not saying
humans,
yeah.
fat people
But
are ugly just because they're fat or anything like that.
but that was just an example of
Yeah.
how a
yeah,
lie
I
doesn't
know.
necessarily have bad intent behind it. That's all.
Yeah.
That lies,
Well,
you can't
for
see
me,
every lie
It's what I call them little white lies, right? But it's not. I mean, because they can be looking good,
yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily.
lying. So what if they're not looking good and you still want to
Yeah,
encourage
you're still
them,
gonna say
You don't want to make them feel bad.
Yeah.
Because what for? That's not the approach. You could take a more intellectual approach, by offering them solutions innocuously, but you don't have to slay them right away with the truth.
Yeah, especially if you haven't seen them in a long time, you're just gonna say, "Hey, you look good. How you been?" I mean, so it's a greeting, and not. Yeah, you're just gonna say they're looking good just to
Just to make them feel good.
begin the conversation
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, so we lie all the time, and but there's a difference between lying with ill intent. You see, it's the intent behind
Exactly.
it that determines the what that lie actually will do.
Hey, why do the lies got to be white though? I'm offended by that. I'm just playing.
Well, you see, these white lies, they help people taking those decisions to make a liposuction operation or Botox and silicone implants. Yeah. So that's why when I see a woman, she's voluptuous. I Today, I'm honest. If I tell her that she's beautiful for her shapes and stuff, oh my God, you're so fat and you're good looking. That means for me that she's very rich and good looking. But if I say that, she will take it as an insult because
I
she's been
like women of
pre-programmed.
all shapes and sizes. I ain't
Yeah,
picky,
but
So
yeah,
I think women are attractive.
when I look at a slim girl or woman and I see her like that, I'm not telling her, "Hey, you are poor" or anything like that. I see an angel, a person who lived holy, and that's something to appreciate and value,
Yeah.
But you don't have to disregard a woman that is already a mother and she shows these signs of fertility and everything. And I mean, it's two distinct beauties. Yeah.
Yeah, and your attraction to whatever type of woman, I mean, that's not determined by necessarily, for each man, it's not determined by looks, necessarily.
I was going to say, on a worldwide level, there are many different concepts of what beauty is. In Africa, for instance, a long neck is considered beautiful, so they put these rings around children's necks so that they would be exaggeratedly long.
Right.
I mean, to the point of looking ridiculous, for us. But in that culture, that was beautiful.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
It was the royal families actually who had long necks. But I've seen in Africa also tribes where the bride was going through a getting fat therapy before a wedding, and only if she was getting certain shapes and she was
Yeah,
considered beautiful. So
exactly. So
yeah,
our concept of beauty has much to
yes.
do with the
Look,
culture that we
look at
raised in.
Miguel's gif, the ET gif.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, Miguel, he always posts the craziest shit. Anyway, pardon me. I just like I like Miguel's gifs. It's his post. He always posts funny stuff. We're talking about long necks, and then we got ET.
You gotta wonder,
Hi, Helio.
Hey,
You
Ryan,
were
are you going to be here today or not?
yeah, we're planning. That's the plan.
All right, cool. We're having a meetup tonight.
Oh, is it today? Oh, well, good luck
Yes,
on that.
6
Good luck.
p.m. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Damsel Medic's going to be here, which is really cool. She's a couple hours away near Mountain View,
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas. It's in Fayetteville.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys are, anyone listening, if you're close to Fayetteville, I'm going to post the link to the promo video that I made. Where's it at?
Yeah, I sent it to my whole family.
Did I think this? I mean, we had one a couple months ago, and there were 6 people, and it was freaking awesome. You know, there was some really cool people that showed up that I'd never met before, and hopefully some of those people will be there again. And I'm looking forward to meeting you, Ryan, and your wife and your kids, and Damsel Medic, of course.
Helio, I just wanted to apologize for upsetting you last night. Like,
What? No.
You were tired, and
Wait,
I wasn't
what did
explaining
I don't
myself.
know. I mean, I don't always know what I do, so.
Yeah. No, with that laser test, with battle mode discussion.
Oh
And
no! Well, that kind of
it
that
was
wasn't a
like
big deal.
I didn't understood. Yeah.
No, you didn't upset me at all. No.
Oh, good.
It's just
good.
But I mean that needs to be pointed out that
Hello.
at the 42 kilometer there wasn't a target there. They just saw it across.
Yeah, it wasn't a target. They see it with the naked eye. Yeah. And
They just saw it with the camera or with the naked eye. They had a camera that they saw it, but there wasn't a target there because the beam divergence was too wide. Yeah, that's not a big deal to me. I think that Michael brought it up because he kind of just found out there was no target there when I already knew that, but so we were just talking about it. It wasn't a big deal to me. If you thought I got upset, I probably was just being bombastic and just just being.
Yeah, at some point you were shouting. "Hey!"
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
You don't
about
get
that.
it. But
I apologize for getting
you
overboard.
You didn't say my name or something like addressing directly to me, because it was also Sasha asking, and it sort of looked like we were silly and not understanding.
Yeah, well, I apologize if I was being a
No
little too
problem.
rude. If I was being rude.
No need.
All right,
No need.
cool. Anyway.
So Julio, I have to leave soon, but I did a little piece on Bitcoin, and I posted it just now. So if you're interested, it's a very simplified explanation of it, and so if you're interested, it's only about 15.
I'll check it out. I looked into crypto a little bit, but no, and a lot of people are concentrating on it. Or what? It's a spiritual perspective on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. So
yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Oh, interesting. I want that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Cool.
By the way, Nico.
Yes.
How is it going with the crypto?
Excellent. Couldn't be
I'm
better.
glad. I'm glad to hear that.
And it's not necessarily only about making money,
Yeah.
but about I'm absolutely fascinated with the technology, the blockchain technology, and what it means for humanity. You know.
Do you think it's once you understand this, do you think it's trying to that people that understand it can kind of get ahead of the game?
Well,
because it's gonna move that way.
Well, I guess I'm now what they call a Bitcoin maximist. You know, I believe only in Bitcoin and not the other cryptos.
Yeah.
The other cryptos, it can make you money, of course, but it's a huge study in which ones are viable and which ones aren't.
Right.
It's also a risk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very risky. Whereas Bitcoin is an entity unto itself, and has actually 5 of the foundational aspects of what makes money perfect as a medium of exchange. And
it's like with the other currencies, it's more like day trading, in the stock market, right?
Exactly. It doesn't matter when you come into buy Bitcoin. It doesn't matter. Just buy it and hold it. Don't worry about anything else. Just buy it and hold it. It's undervalued now because of the potential it has to be adopted more and more. The more it's adopted, the more secure it becomes.
I think you're right. So yeah, even I'm going to watch your video, but I think I'll start investing in Bitcoin again.
Just a little at a time. $50 here.
I want to ask Ildiko, where are you buying from? Which
I buy from a trading platform, a trading exchange called Voyager, and the reason I like that is because it's commission free.
Yeah.
It has you can see it has a lot of aspects to it. It's secure. They've fully vented, and they have a great customer service history.
Yeah.
I only have $50 Bitcoin right now because it's kind of popular. But I use Robinhood. Have you ever heard of Robinhood?
Yes, I've heard of Robinhood.
Is that one okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily. I mean, I'm not actually active in it now, but
you know what I did? Finally, I learned how to take it off of the exchanges and put it into a cold wallet. There's an expression now that they say if you don't own your key, you don't own your coin.
Yeah.
And so now I have it completely privately in a my own wallet.
Personal wallet.
Well, it's kind of like having physical gold.
Yes.
In your house.
In your house, so that you're not trusting a third party to own it or to secure it or to house it, or store it for you. You're storing it, and from my cold wallet, I can send that Bitcoin to anyone in the world, privately. You see, the transactions are put on the blockchain ledger, and they're there permanently as a record, but there's no record of who owns that. You see?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's quite a remarkable piece of technology, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
I want to address another point here. For example, I have a card, and this is like an online bank.
Yeah.
And with this card, you can buy. They say invest in Bitcoin, like buy Bitcoin. So whenever I have euros in my account, I can buy this Bitcoin. But I see my money being converted to Bitcoin on the phone, but I don't get these keys, and actually I'm not able to send these bitcoins, like downloading them onto a USB. Because I think these bitcoins are only inside this
Yes, I know.
network. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you have to be careful about too.
Yeah.
Is just go on a regulated exchange.
Yeah.
Buy your Bitcoin, get yourself a cold wallet, and put it in immediately into your cold wallet.
And that's
So
a digital wallet that you hold yourself. Do you like hold it with the heart, with like a jump drive or something?
Yeah, it's a physical wallet. I have Trezor. You just order it from Trezor. It comes, you hook it into your computer, and you transfer from the trading platform into your cold wallet, and it's there permanently. And you can then put it, if you want to convert it into cash, you put it back onto the trading platform and convert it to cash and put it in your bank if that's what you want. At any time.
I'm definitely going to check
Salvador is just about to go Bitcoin, completely making it legal tender. The first country in the world.
Which country?
El Salvador.
Oh, Salvador. Okay. I think we have a crypto room here.
Yeah.
We have the Chill BC, and there's a cryptocurrency text chat that's pretty active. A lot of people are into right here in the Discord. Have you ever been in there or seen it?
Well, when I first started, I did go in there for information, and then I went on this huge journey to learn about it, and I have books, I have videos, oh my God, it's incredible from then to where I am now in understanding it.
Cool.
Reading this book called Life After Google, The Fall of Big Data and the Rise of the Blockchain Economy by George Gilder. Oh, I would really highly recommend this book. If you want to understand the evolution of technology and why blockchain is now headed to be the replacement to the algorithmic technology that Google and the rest of them are all based on.
Yeah, and the current system, we all know it's failed. The financial system. There's no gold to back up the money in it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
what my video.
Bankers are just lying to us. They've been lying to us for 100 years.
Yeah, that's
about
why I made
the real
my
value of everything.
I wanted people to understand how we got into this place, and so I took because I have been a reader of Goethe, his two-part play called Faust, and in that play, which was written I think in 1832.
So it's 100 years, man. They've been lying to us about money.
About money. And so in that beautiful story, there's a section that deals with the problem of gold and fiat. So I used that play as a part of my video to show people that this problem has been in existence for a very long time.
Oh, and I can't wait to watch your video. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I've got to run because I got to get on my bike. Get out there. It's too hot.
Have a nice Sunday, Ildiko.
You too. Delightful to speak.
Great.
Thank you.
You too, guys. Hey, see you later, Ildiko. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. You too, Helio.
No, I'm a piece of shit. I don't know what you're talking.
No, you're not. You're being modest. Yeah, I know. That's a gift.
Hey. Yeah, because I don't know. I was hearing you talk. When you speak in your regular language in Romanian, do you speak as slow when you're talking, or are you just a slow talker? I'm only saying this because, but do you just like talk in Romanian the same slow
I
pace?
talk even slower than this. And in English.
I seriously doubt that.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, I love you, brother, man. You're fun to have on here, man. You've been here for what, 3 years, I think, in this server. You've been
I'll say 4 maybe.
yeah, 4 maybe. Yeah. You've been here for a long time. You've been good benefit. I'm just kidding.
I had a different name in the beginning. I made the username just to join the Discord, and I got to talk with Becky. She checked me in here.
Yeah, I miss Becky, man. I wish she would come back. Yeah. She's not permabanned or anything. She must be doing something else. She get tired of some of the bullshit. I get tired of some of the bullshit and drama and shit in here sometimes. But anyway.
And well, this is my gift here, my good luck, because sometimes I don't understand much when people pick on me or make fun of me, or and I don't take it seriously anyway. So I just go along. Yeah, tomorrow is a new day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if somebody
my heart.
really offends you, or if they're, if there's something going on, for the most part, a lot of people will come in and jump out, whatever. I don't necessarily know all of the things, that go on in the background.
No, I had never such things like someone to offend me.
I try to avoid that stuff.
Yeah, and I can't say there hasn't been times when I felt, but it was my misunderstanding. I didn't understood correctly what the person meant. But then I asked nicely, and he told me, and oh yeah, great.
Sure, if you're honest with each other, or if you want to have a private call to get over whatever issue you might have had, in a public room or whatever, it's always the way to go, man.
Yeah, this place made me come up with this new word, family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
A family? Is that what?
Yeah, family. Yeah.
That's all right, bro, man. That's not bad. Yeah, we're here all the time, man. We pay attention, and we're definitely concerned with stuff. There's a lot of shit going on right now. It's just crazy what the world is turning into. What we've been trying to warn everyone about for years. So it's just happening.
And I will say like 3-4 years ago, I would never guessed this shit is going to take place.
It's freaking insane. I really don't know what to. I mean, there's no words that There are words that I want to say, but if I say them, then the channel's going to get shut down.
Platform.
Yeah, or at least on YouTube anyway. Which at this point, the subs on YouTube are getting stale. It's kind of slowing down. It's just like we've got the max, I guess. That people want to hear, but we're still going to move forward. It's just. I can't believe that people aren't embarrassed by their actions. Like everything that was predicted, in the Bible and all of us, been doing this for years. It's like, you bunch of conspiratards. They don't really see it. All of our conspiracy theories are happening to them right now, and they don't even realize it. That's it gets me, man. It just, I cry sometimes over it. It's crazy.
Yeah, me too. But
I'm just some conspiratard on the internet.
how do I say? I'm saying to myself, hey, you're not God to change this whole world to your likeness, you know. You can do small changes like within your reach, like your neighbors and stuff like that. You can plant a seed, an idea.
Dude,
but
every single person in my family knows exactly what I do here every day.
Yeah.
And they haven't changed their mind. So I mean, it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? But I've talked to a lot of them, you know, and they just don't see it, you know what I mean? So it's not
What
like
about your son?
my son doesn't see it either. He might, but he won't tell me right now. But he's influenced by a lot of his friends and stuff. So it's not like he really gives a shit. He's just being caught up in the game. I mean, he's been on like
What's his
Black
age?
Lives Matter marches in Little Rock and shit, you know. And I'm just like, dude. And you know, they had. You remember when they put they have this Baphomet statue they're putting at different capitals in different states. He went to that march, you know, the Baphomet statue march, and you know, supporting kind of that shit. Which to me, I mean, that's kind of
it's good for
it's just
him
a
to
misunderstanding. Yeah, I mean, he does make some political posts and shit on Facebook sometimes, and some of them are decent. It kind of makes me think that he's, you know, has an open mind. But he's still influenced by a lot of his peers and stuff. So anyway, I mean, he's in early 20s right now.
What age? What age is?
Yeah, he's about. I think he's shit. He was born in '96, so he's, I think, 23.
Oh, well, it's
96.
he's not
No,
that
he's
young anymore.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, 24. I think. Yeah, 24.
Yeah, he's an adult. You can discuss Flat Earth with him.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to talk about it with me. But anyway. But I send him shit all the time though. Crazy shit. Sometimes he doesn't respond or whatever. I know he's got other shit going on.
Yeah, these are how young men are. They are, you know, very quick. They want to go out a lot, experience on their own. You know.
Matter of fact, I mean, he's got it's a small record label, but he's got an album coming out next weekend.
Oh, nice.
He's a drummer.
He will come around later. Don't worry.
Yeah, he already knows. I mean, it's like I said, all my family knows that I'm a crazy conspiratard. So anyway.
Yeah, but they don't know that it's actually not a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it is a conspiracy, but it's like if you watch TV news and think that everything's happening the way that the news is saying it's happening, you're completely wrong.
Yeah.
There's all the handshake deals and everything behind the scenes. That's what's really going on. Yeah. But you know, the news is supposed to.
Oh,
it's like they put truth in the movies and lies in the news. So if you believe the news, this is the really crazy thing. People will watch the news, believe that that's real, then watch movies about conspiracies and not connect the two. This is insane to me.
Do you guys in USA still have handshakes?
I don't. Well, I mean, I'll shake hands with somebody. I ain't scared.
Somebody you ain't scared.
No, I ain't scared of nothing, man. I mean, I'm not scared of the air. So
me neither. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here in Germany,
like you know, in stores, restaurants, or I mean, people are still wearing masks for them. You know, some people are, but it's not a big thing now. At least where I'm at in Arkansas, you can wear a mask or not wear a mask. For the most part, everything's back to normal. You know, whatever normal is.
Well, here in Germany, when I go to supermarket, you still find these
Ooh, I
old
like that
men.
one, Miguel. You see that? You see that one? Jimmy Jet? That's a
Yeah. Nice.
hell yeah.
Fluid exchange.
I ain't scared of nothing.
Yeah. Here in Germany is funny. I go to supermarket and you see an old man as so kind of shelf worker or security, and they tell you, "Hey, sir, you have to pull your mask over your nose, blah blah. You have to take a shopping cart. You can't just go in like that, you know." And when I hear these things, I'm like, a split second and I explode, you know.
Are you in Germany? I thought you.
Yeah, I am in
Oh, okay,
Germany
okay,
now.
but you're Romanian, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. But you live in Germany. Okay, cool.
I
So you're
got
talking about in
remote.
the supermarket, like like
Yeah,
this old man won't let you walk in without
yeah,
putting a
yeah.
mask on.
You know, first 3 weeks here, I was going to the supermarket. Nobody said anything. You know, I even went with my mask on my neck. You know, hanging. And after 3 weeks, this old man shows up being hired in this supermarket, and when I enter, he shouts after me, "Sir, sir, you have to get a shopping cart, and you have to pull your mask over high, blah blah."
God
Man, what the hell are you doing? Who are you? Are you a doctor? What are you here? What's your role? Go back to your shelves, you know? Yeah.
Man, it's fucking sad, man. Everybody's scared of the air. That's fucking insane.
I hate when people make the all things above what they are supposed to do. You know, they do tasks which they are not
Do
supposed
you
to do.
think there was? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, there was. I think about 100 years ago, a little over 100 years ago. Wasn't there a thing about masks? What was it? Spanish flu or some shit like that. They started doing the mask thing or whatever,
Oh.
and
Hmm.
they're like, wear a mask to protect yourself from the Spanish
Yeah.
flu.
Yeah.
But that's before there was really any uh, understanding of viruses. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's like you think you think a virus can't get through your freaking mask? That you're out of your mind.
No, they have no effect. Nothing. They do nothing. These masks are just a psychological. Uh, the ancient, not ancient, but couple hundred years ago, the Arabs they found out that if you put a mask on the face of your slaves, it crushes their character and it makes them more obedient and docile. So
Yep.
that's what it is, you know. And when it all started, what did the government do? They took out the toilet paper. So and this means for the government, in the government mindset, this has the meaning of this. Everybody is shitting their pants now. When a man is shitting his pants, that means an act of fear. He's afraid, he's scared. So, yeah, the government took the toilet paper and now, yeah, he's saying, "Oh, you are scared, you are afraid, right? Oh, come here, it's gonna be good. I'm gonna give you this and that, you know, listen to Bill Gates." And yeah, he's gonna save the world. Mic check.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
It's kind of I mean,
yeah,
it sounds like it's a little bit
quiet.
worse in Europe than it is here. You know, with some of that bullshit. But But I live in Arkansas, so it's probably worse in California and different liberal cities and shit. People are just out of their freaking mind.
In America, you guys, I mean, you always were. Was a lot of people had this connection with internet. You started getting yourself informed from the internet and not the media since the 90s, early 90s. And yeah, I do remember how it was in the 90s when I was talking with an American. Those guys were actually very intelligent ones, because in the 90s, most of people that used internet was these guys who were actually um, like 10 steps ahead, you know.
Yeah, well, even in America, I mean, when I was growing up in Arkansas, I got in the 80s, 90s, I got the last of the shit, because like when stuff became popular, I was the last one to get all the popular stuff because it happened in California or New York.
Yeah.
So I was like, it had to make its way to Central.
Yeah, but also English language and this computer technology, it doesn't work without English language. I mean, if you want to do something right, you have to learn English. Programming,
Hey,
hardware.
Miguel, Fayetteville's not flat. There's hills everywhere.
Yeah. But here in Europe, vast majority of
west
people
of us,
were.
Oklahoma and Kansas is flat as shit.
Oh, they sure are. Yeah. Kansas is flat like a pancake.
Yeah, that's what they say. No, I was just saying that because
flat.
Because Miguel posted that Fayetteville. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not flat here, bro. There's hills everywhere.
Yeah. He's so good at his posts, Miguel. Yeah.
Yeah, I love
amazing.
all this.
Yeah.
I don't understand this. Well, I guess maybe the panda one is that because the baby sneezed or something, and then he's just like, "Ow, the virus."
I read a joke recently saying like back in the days, people often used to sneeze to cover when they fart. Today, they fart is to cover when they sneeze.
What the hell?
They fart loudly. Yeah, they prefer to. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Hey, when I'm in a supermarket.
Go ahead, bro. Is that Broken Curse? What's up, bro?
Yeah, nothing. What y'all doing? I was gonna say when I'm in a supermarket and I got to clear my throat, I feel like everybody's looking at me. Like
yeah.
Like,
well, that's like when all this shit started, and I'm like going in the gas station and everybody's wearing a mask, and I'm not, because I don't care what you mandate or whatever. And I go to the same gas station every day, to buy my cigarettes and stuff. And if I cough, and then I'm just like, hey, that's smoker's cough. I'm buying cigarettes. I'm a smoker. I don't have nothing to see here. Move along.
Well, try to lean on the side and release some gas pressure, and everybody will say, "Oh, it's fine. He's doing rocket science."
Yeah, go ahead, Broken Curves. What were you going to say?
Yeah.
I was going to say, but it's weird though, because I know 3 people now who are either dead or on hospice after getting the shot, the vaccine.
You heard about Rob Skiba is in the hospital now too, and have you heard of
what?
Yeah, Rob Skiba's in the hospital. He didn't take the shot. I don't think he did, but yeah, Rob Skiba's sick right now.
Oh, he was preaching so much against it, and he took the shot. I mean, is it
No,
crazy?
I don't think Rob took the shot. I mean, I don't have any.
Yeah.
Let me look into it real quick. I don't think
Yeah.
he took the shot, but he's really sick in the hospital right now.
Well, I'm sorry to hear
Yeah, it's a crazy situation. Like but is the supposed vaccine worse than the sickness? You know, I think they're messing with things that they don't truly understand, and they'll never admit it. You know, they're still calling parts of our DNA junk DNA. I don't think they need to be altering books that they can't read.
Junk DNA. God. Well, it's like vestigial organs or whatever. It's like God don't make no junk. You know. Let's see if I get. Here's 11 hours ago update. First, y'all are amazing. That's no surprise. There's been so much awesome input from you today. I don't have an update as far as any change in his condition, except that he's holding his own and still in need of your continued prayers. I will presume to speak for them here and say, I know that they love you guys. Yeah, Rob's in the hospital right now. He's, as the Brits would say, in hospital.
Is it COVID related or is it something else, or do you know?
Well, I mean, can you test for COVID? That's another conversation for another time. But yeah, he's pretty sick. Apparently, he's in the hospital, and people are,
I tell you what, like I knew something was wrong when this pandemic first started, and I watched a YouTube video on making masks by a pediatrician, a doctor, and she explained how she had tried using a plastic bag to create a mask for herself to stop. Yeah.
Did she die?
No, but she was just informing everyone that you can't breathe through plastic. She just figured that out.
Oh wow!
Well, if you take some toothpicks and poke it around your mouth, and maybe you could just wrap yourself in plastic and breathe through them, and then oh shit, that still lets the air in. And everyone's scared of the air, so never mind. That wouldn't work.
Yeah, it freaked me out. Like that a doctor, a pediatrician who tells parents regularly, don't let your children play with plastic bags. They'll put them over their heads and smother. Put a plastic bag over her fucking face. Like I was like, everybody's lost their friggin' mind.
I've always thought that the warning on plastic bags that say "Don't put this over your head." I've always thought that would be like anyone in their right mind would never do that anyway. You don't even have to put the warning on there, but I guess the plastic bag manufacturers have to put it on there to make sure that they're not sued when some idiot puts a plastic bag over their head and tries to breathe.
Yeah, like oh man, everybody's like nervous, paranoid, crazy, and like in this vaccine talk, I can kind of like compare it to 500 years ago where they were drilling holes in people's heads to let out the demons. I can see the same arguments being used back then to justify it. You know what I mean? Like, well, it's science, you know.
Hey, your name's John, right? Can I call you John, or is it John?
Yeah, John. Yeah, my name's John.
Did you watch that Witsit debate last night?
No, I didn't even know he had a debate. I've been out of.
Him and Kai. Kai, who's one of a member of our server. They're both members here. They had a debate on modern day debates last night with McToon, and he's the resident idiot, Globy, and some chick named Carissa. I've never seen her before, but anyway, you should check it out, man. I'll send a link just here in a second after I fill up my zip.
I was about to say, is it one of those where he ended up having to debate the moderator too?
No. A lot of people give shit. What the hell's his name? The guy. Fuck. What's his name? Anyway, no. The moderation was fine. But you know how McToon is. You've seen him before. And Carissa, I've never seen her, before, and so it was her and McToon versus Witsit and Kai, who's a member here, and Witsit and Kai were in the same room on the same camera, right? And apparently they're a thing now, so. That's a cool thing. And Witsit found a girlfriend, and Kai found a boyfriend. So whatever. Yeah. And they anyway, you just have to watch it, man. It was such bullshit. I just started watching the beginning of it again before I came on here and started talking. And McToon's first, he opened the debate, and he started with the triangulation on Earth, with it being greater than 180 degrees. I mean, yeah, with each angle being greater. God. I know that's where he started it. And then, it was just like, he already fucked up there.
Yeah, you already. If your angles are more than 180 degrees, you're not triangulating shit, dude.
Well, here's. I mean, just watch the beginning of it, and he'll say, "Well, here's a survey from. Here's a 600-page thing where these geodetic surveyors did this." He won't tell you that they used spherical calculations, presuming that the Earth was a globe when they came up with these fucking numbers.
Yeah, well, like trilateration is one of their big ones they go to, where they use like radar bounce or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? And what it is it's when you send out the information and you get the return, you can figure out two lines, right? So you're still using a form of the circle of equal altitude, except you have 2 points, and we call that altitude, right? So with your 3 points, you end up with 2 altitudes. You have a lower altitude and a higher altitude from the point, because you don't know which one it is, and that's what the fourth position does. Is it tells you whether they're at 50 degrees altitude or 250 degrees altitude, but it's still done on a flat plane. It's still using triangles.
Yeah, but if even with these instruments, that McToon, when you watch the beginning of this, you'll understand what I'm saying. With these instruments, he said that they're a certain height from certain place or whatever, and that he's acting like that they're not. He's like, there's no presumptions made here. They're just using drop values, which is absolutely not true. But anyway,
drop value. Drop values absolutely presuppose a sphere.
I know.
Like, what the fuck? Like, are you trying to slip that in? It's a sphere because you say so.
Dude, even after this video, I've read, several of the comments like below this after the debate, and there's so many freaking brainwashed people that think that McToon won this debate. It's freaking, he got roasted, bro.
Well, like one of the things that I've been trying to get people to do is stop debating Coriolis, because if you don't have a radius, you can't assert an axial value.
Well, it's kind of like it was the same thing with curvature. But if there's no curvature, then there's nothing to debate.
Right.
Exactly. If the Earth is spinning, then it would be obvious to everyone. If the Earth was curved, it would be obvious, right? So I mean, where's this globe?
Well, see, the spinning part, right? You have to presuppose that Earth has a radius for that to get a spin, because you'll have a radial value. It's
well, they get the spin from the motion of the sun, moon, and stars, right? So.
Right, but that's the sky. We're talking about Earth, right? So we need to measure a radial value, a spherical radial value to Earth.
Hey, Broken Curves, how long did you argue with flat earthers about this shit before you actually turned over and said, I get it now, I get it.
Hold on a sec, because it's actually a good argument.
Many times, but anyway, go ahead.
It's a good argument to be a glober if the horizon is a geometric, like within a geometric position.
It's the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's still begging the question, because you don't know that. But if it was at a fixed position for a set height, as it asserted in the Earth curve calculator, you can argue that position, and then say that you have a measurement of that value. And that's what kept me bound to it so long, is I thought I was measuring something. And like the black swan, it made me think. But when I started hearing everybody like just knee-jerk refraction, I was like, you can't do that. No. Like you would make every sextant and theodolite void. They'd be useless.
Amen. On that point.
Like where do you
get on that point? Yeah, the sextants, they're actually based on the angle above the horizon, which is supposedly a physical point. Or
yeah, so much of this is wrapped up in the language,
It is.
Because they call a horizon an object, and I don't think that's an accurate description of what it is.
Yeah.
I think the horizon can only be defined as what it isn't. And that's kind of weird in itself.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird. It's actually what we see is we see the ground and the sky apparently meet. That's as far as we can see.
Right, but I mean from a theological position, right? They're coming into this debate saying that we live in a physical natural world, and if we can measure it, it's physical, like that's what they believe wholeheartedly when they enter this.
So it's about this is where we get the challenge, right? This is where I catch them, right? So it's like, all right, so I ask them, what do you think the horizon is? And more, ballers are going to say, well, it's the curvature of the Earth. They can't say it anymore. The standard debunkers here on our platform. But when new people come in, I ask them, what do you think the horizon is? They're going to say it's curvature of the Earth, right? It's the point where ships go over or the sun sets behind. They really don't have anything to offer unless they've been in this argument and heard flat earthers tear that shit apart.
But yeah, but like the refraction claim, like you can't do your, tangential geometry. That's like the whole point. Like how do you hold on to the idea it's a sphere that you can measure with tangential geometry, and then say it's refracted to a point that you can no longer do tangential geometry? It's like, what? I don't. That's nonsense. And
take a look at the very first. I mean, on that video I posted, you have to skip forward a little bit because there's an intro thing because you want to get, the chat room to fill up before you start the video. But once it starts, it goes immediately to McToon, and he starts right away screen sharing spherical triangulation shit. He's like, this is the baller, and of course this. Yeah, it's that was the worst thing that he could have done. He lost the whole debate right from that start with that bullshit.
Yeah, well,
if you go through the comments under the video, it's all about everybody being pissed off and saying flat earthers are dumb and all, which is that's common, but whatever.
Well, I've noticed this, especially like in politics. It's the people that win the debates in the minds of the people who are religiously attached to that political party will always say that their candidate won, no matter how embarrassing or dumb the shit that comes out of their mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, of course.
But it's, it's almost gotten to the point with the Globers or the anti-flat earthers, whichever one you want to call these morons, that like we should just be laughing at them.
Yeah, and that's what Globers. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim. Most people don't pay attention to this argument, so I guess the anti-flat earthers thing is more of a thing than other people that are Globers that aren't paying attention to this argument. So I wouldn't call them anti-flat earthers, but I would call the people that are against us here on the internet anti-flat earthers, because they don't bring any evidence to the table. They just whine and cry about the earth being not flat or whatever. They don't have any evidence. They just really are upset that people think that the earth is not a globe, and they want to express themselves.
Yeah, like I think. Do you remember? It's been about a year back. I suggested that there was a scientific experiment involving the horizon, and everybody was like, on both sides of the argument, was like, "Shut up, you're a moron."
Scientific horizon? Did you say? Is that what you said? Scientific horizon?
No, that you can test the validity of their what they're asserting, because they're claiming it's physical, right?
Right.
So you can test that, and I've done it before. I didn't realize I was doing it. I was even a Glober when I did it, and I just you compartmentalize things as a Glober, and that's all I did with it. Because we were at the beach, and there was we had a telescope, just a cell phone, and then the video camera that he had, and the horizon was in three different positions at the same observer height, which is
over time or like at the same time. What do you mean?
At the same time. It was because each one of those devices had different apertures and lenses,
Oh, so you use different devices and caught the horizon with a different.
Right. Well, see, we say the horizon, but the horizon is dependent upon the instrument you use to view it with.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess.
Right. So I'm seeing three different horizons, and then the horizon I'm seeing with my own eyes. Right. But, there's only one horizon in each device. It's just a limitation of that device,
Yeah,
so
you can view the horizon with your eyes, or you can use it with a camera, and the horizon will be where it is, and it's not the same place. I mean, the horizon is not a place anyway.
But my whole assertion is if you can physically manipulate the lenses and aperture of a camera to change the distance to the horizon can't be physical.
Change
it can't be
distance.
Right? It can't be a refracted physical. It can't, it can't be physical at all. It has to be within that device. It's, and
Well, and
like I
it's
proved.
in the definition of horizon, it doesn't say it's physical. So, and why would anybody be able to tell where it is?
Well, that's the theological position, and that's people that you come up with the scientific method hold that theological position that everything we observe is physical and natural.
No, but not the
all
horizon. The horizon is the point where the ground appears to touch the sky.
right. But
who
for
can measure
people,
that? Who can measure that?
But for materialists, right? People that come up with the scientific method, they believed that was a physical thing, like a ball. A ball's,
Well, I
that's a physical
kind of
expression.
disagree. Are you talking about what's that? The Arab guy that shit, the name eludes me right now. The guy that
Bacon.
Say Bacon, Francis Bacon. No, that's not him. That's not what I'm talking about. No, it was a freaking Middle Eastern guy that claimed that he measured to the horizon.
Al-Biruni.
Yeah, Al-Biruni.
No,
yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual scientific method itself was devised by a theology that says the only thing that exists are the things that we can measure, which are physical and natural. That's like if you look at the definition of science.
Sure, and I guess maybe we're talking past each other. I was just talking about nobody, uses science to go, measure the horizon, from your point. I mean, that's a different part of thing.
That's a what is. That's measurement.
Right.
Measurement. What I'm talking about is manipulating the phenomenon, and something changing its apparent or changing its distance from you, depending on what you view it with. That's a phenomenon. It's something happening.
Something happening, but you can't establish it through anything that has to do with the scientific method, because it definitely changes depending on conditions. Go ahead.
Right. Yes. Which you can make controls to handle those conditions. And one of those controls is doing, 3 different devices to view the horizon at the same time from the same elevation. Because that eliminates weather, that eliminates a bunch.
That kind of makes me think of, they claim that, the sun doesn't change in angular size. And I think that was brought up on the debate there with it, earlier. Doesn't change in angular size, which we've all seen the sun change in angular size with our natural eyes.
But see, that's a moot argument, though. Like, what the hell does it matter if it doesn't change its not actual size?
Well, I mean, but they'll put a sun filter on a camera and say, "Look, even though it looks bigger, here's what it really looks like." But that really doesn't prove anything. So anyway.
Right, but what I'm saying though is that there is a positive claim that they make that the horizon's physical, whether it's refracted,
exactly,
and making their argument paradoxical. Like it's no longer their horizon should be geometric and physical for their argument to have any weight, right? But they're trying to hold on to the physical part by making it non-geometric now, which is nonsensical in itself. But you have people like Andrew Thomas Young, who are subject matter experts, who are pushing that idea. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Who was that guy that said the only way we change our mind is through experiment? What was his name? Feynman.
Yeah. I think you're right.
You know, and that was the point. Like, I'm not testing my alternative in the experiment I'm describing. I'm testing theirs.
Yeah, and
And
if
I'm
you watch the
validating
beginning of this debate, what he was saying, you know, what McToon was saying about he's reading a document, or he said, here's what I want to focus on. They did, you know, triangulation from 3 points in America from on top of a mountain, and this is, you know, the angles they observed using you know, theodolite. He said, oh well, but this is like a 20-inch theodolite, so it's, you know, it's, bro,
Yeah, like
it was so dumb. I mean, just watch it. It's so dumb. He doesn't. I'm not.
Right.
To be honest, though, I mean, if these geodetic surveyors did this and they thought the Earth was a globe and they were trying to go ahead and do that, doesn't mean that the Earth is actually a globe. It just means they thought it was a globe, so they put their calculations into their measurements. What the entire fuck? And he said there's no presuppositions here. He kept saying that. And that's fucking insane.
The presupposition comes with the presupposition comes with the geometry. The geometry itself is the presupposition.
His first fucking post had the calculations with the radius already in it. And he's like, there's no presuppositions here. It was free. I mean, it's the most thing. So,
yeah, it's fun stuff, you know. Like you say, you got that R value. How did you get that? You know,
all these other people are just like thinking, yeah, you got him, McToon. I'm like, no, he didn't. He kept saying there's no presuppositions because Earth is obviously a globe, basically. You know, it's just like, no, you didn't get him. You know, it's just like, there's no presuppositions, but the globe Earth is in the math. But I'm not making a presupposition. Fucking idiot.
Well, see, that tangential geometry is what bound the math to the measurement, you know? That's what made it a claim in reality, you know? And everything was built on that. And then the minute they said refracted, it was like, well, you know, that thing that bound our claim to reality, we're just going to go ahead and push that away and then hold on to the math without a measurement. Like, well, that's stupid. You know, I can prove unicorns if that's your level of proof, you know.
It's so when you used to argue against flat earthers, were you like, did you get frustrated and said, you know what, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go ahead and just go off into Never Land and believe whatever the fucking government says and news and everything.
No.
So you were already kind of like in this conspiracy road. I guess, or whatever you might want to call it.
I don't know. I was like, I guess on the cusp, because I found this subject by studying law, you know, which is fucking weird, but it's you know, knowledge. Law is built on what you know, right? You know, sure. you can't make a claim against someone unless you know something, right? So I really fell down the rabbit hole of what I actually know, you know, and I danced around with philosophies that say you can't know anything, you know. They know that you can't know.
That's backward engineering of psychology.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, so I made my way through the weeds on that, and then I kept on having it pop up, you know, because I guess a lot of my searches were aligning with what flat earthers were looking for. I was getting debunking flat earth videos, you know, and like I I started watching them. I was like, do people really
So
believe this?
you didn't actually look into other conspiracy stuff before you found the flat Earth stuff, or like 9/11, or I'm not going to name all of them, but whatever. Or were you familiar with, let's say, the Federal Reserve scam that came about in 1933 or 1913?
Well, see, but I kind of understand the point. So I could argue that that's not a conspiracy, which a lot of people don't like. But yeah, I wasn't a conspiracy theorist at all when I come to this subject. And
cool. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I've heard a little bit of it before, but since we're here and it's just me and you, and most people aren't talking, I want to hear how you came across this, and you're just like, these flat earthers are dumb, and then all of a sudden, oh, they actually have a point.
one of the people I used to troll a lot was the Morgile, because he got wrapped up in a debate with, it wasn't a debate, it was sort of like an online back and forth with somebody talking about the change in angular velocity of the Earth and Moon system within the heliocentric paradigm. You know who I'm talking about? I can't even remember his name now. I've blocked it out of my fucking mind.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. I'm kind of distracted. I had a message from somebody. Who? Say that again.
The Morgile was pointing out the change in angular velocity, because the guy, he got he got a tennis ball and like a fruit, and then spun them. He had them hanging from ropes, and then spun them together, and he showed the elliptical motion.
Yeah, if you put water on something, that's spherical, then you spin it, then the water comes off of the center. No, is that what you're talking about? Or?
No, it's when two things are, if you get like a ping pong ball and a baseball on a string, and you spin them together. Well, maybe not a ping pong ball, something a little bit heavier, but you spin them together, right? And the strings interlock. You'll get an elliptical pattern, right? Which is a change in acceleration. And that's what they say that the Earth and Moon system is doing, because the center of gravity, whatever the fuck that is causing, a wobbly path of the Earth and Moon system. Have you not heard ballers talk about this while they like rub themselves?
Rub themselves? I'm not sure about the rubbing, but
oh no, yeah, they get the real like superior voice in their tone, and like, oh, you can tell that we're all spinning through space while we
yeah, they're just like, everybody knows the Earth is a globe. It might as well be, because everybody knows. I mean, that's the appeal to authority fallacy. So anyway,
right, but the Morgile was pointing out that there's a change in the speed of those objects, and like the guy that he was debating with was completely lost on the subject, didn't know how to argue it, but I was still like, well, making my dumbass ball-tard arguments, which were like, it's a constant rate, blah blah blah.
If you're on a train and you jump up, you're going to land back in the same spot. Those kind of dumb arguments, something like that.
Right, but they're all built on, we can measure that we're on a sphere, so this must be true if we're on a sphere. That's how everything is built. It is begging the question, and the smarter globers will tell you that yes, we're pre-assuming it's a globe, because we've measured it to be is what they should say.
Yeah, basically what they say is that yes, it happens this way. Don't worry about it. Gravity knows what to do. Well, it's like gravity. Gravity's your god. It will tell you. It will tell everything what to do to make the Earth appear as a level stationary plane when it's actually not. Gravity knows what to do. Don't believe your eyes, just believe that it's a
Well, now
globe.
hold on, because the plane part, right?
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, like that was what the horizon was about. Was like, you know,
That was the curve of the Earth, right?
Right. It wasn't a plane. It only appeared so. It was actually, we actually had curvature. It appeared flat because it was so big, and it's those two words that ballers mix up all the time as actual and apparent, and like the deeper you go into the religion, the more they mix those two words up. But, that was what it was actually measured as a sphere. And that's what the justification of everything else was built upon, was that measurement, the dip angle. And
dip angle measured with what tool?
Theodolite.
See, that's where the first person I ever talked to about this online was Red's Rhetoric. He brought this up, and I was ignorant about that. He brought up the theodolite and the dip angle. I'm not ignorant about this anymore. but this was like 4 years ago.
Yeah. Well, that's where I was arguing from was knowing, like I didn't think there was I knew there was a presumption made, but I didn't think that the distance to the horizon changed, to non-geometric locales. You know what I mean? Like that's what did it in for me. I thought I was measuring this object. I thought I was measuring an object. And it's a really convoluted argument, using optics to justify geometry and then turning around and claiming optics when the geometry doesn't work out. Like,
sorry, bro, I had to grab a beer. But yeah, you're exactly right. So if you're using a theodolite to measure to the horizon, that's not what it's. If you take a theodolite to the ocean, that's not what that instrument's designed for.
Well, it's used to measure angles, right?
Well, I mean, it's an instrument that you use in conjunction with other. It's a surveying instrument. If you pointed out the ocean, you're going to be able to tell a goddamn thing about the ocean by just looking through a theodolite. It's used it's for surveying land.
Right, measuring angles. Yes.
Oh, did that conversation get brought in here?
Oh shit. No, we were talking about how I figured out the Earth was flat, but.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, somebody in was just in another chat where they were talking about the same exact thing. I was like, whoa.
No, yeah, I mean, theodolites aren't designed to measure, dip angles over the ocean. That's a totally different thing. So yeah, theodolites used in conjunction with other tools, to survey land. It's not designed to measure the fucking dip angle of the ocean. That's fucking retarded.
Well, yeah, hold on. No, you got to think about what you just said. It's used to measure the land, right? Now, from a globe perspective, what you just said is like a well, duh. Of course, the land's curved. We're measuring it. We're using tangential geometry to do so.
Just like I said, when McToom was bringing that shit up with the survey, they're gonna put the R in their calculations to begin with, and presuming, he's like, there's no suppositions being made here, but it's in the fucking calculation, you fucking idiot. And it's not even
right. Yeah, but like most people, most of the anti-flat earthers don't even know the claim that, you know, binds you to a globe to begin with. I've noticed that. You know, like they'll bring up geometry in a vague way and say absurd things, but they don't know what the actual claim is. I don't think.
And you know what else? Yeah, but the ignorant ones you can tell, but the liars you can tell them those two. Yeah, they'll lie.
The
like
rumpus.
McToon is a liar. Well, McToon is a liar. He lied through that whole fucking debate.
Well, the rumpus is a bad liar.
Yeah, he's a liar.
When he said to Nathan Oakley that he refracted everything, I was like, the hell you did. You wasn't doing tangential geometry with the Earth curve calculator if you were refracting everything. That's for fucking sure. Everything used to be with respect to the horizon. The black swans changed everything. It has. You know, everything used to be refracted with respect to the horizon because that was a constant.
And you know what? Even before the black swan, I mean, it was just like us trying to explain the horizon. You know, it was really cool that BLMSB 69 caught that image because I mean, it's pretty much, you know what, a lot of flat earth has been saying for a long time. You know, you see too far. You know, and it was just really cool. It solidified, you know, we have these demarcation points, you know, this oil platform, the horizon's way beyond it. I mean, it was just really cool that he captured that. And it's not like we haven't been saying that, but it was really cool that he captured that.
The problem is people were saying we just see too far, and they were
we don't
talking
have
about
no evidence
objects.
for it.
Right. They were talking about objects in the distance, right? And you know,
well, hold on. Even before that, though, we could zoom in on boats that you can't see and then zoom back out. You know, those
an object, right?
Yeah, that was good. You know, over the ocean, you can zoom in on it, and then you zoom back out. Now you can't see it. You know, so the horizon's not the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on, no, that's what 7/6R was about. Not necessarily the horizon. It was about being able to see things past the horizon, right?
Yeah.
But you had to have that fixed horizon, and that's
so. Yeah, that's where the black swan just kind of broke the veil, you know. Right. And so it's like, all right, so where's the horizon in this image? It's at least 10 miles away from 1 foot off the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's not even the best image, you know, like the crane being refracted in the image and hearing people say the horizon's refracted kind of is what woke me up. Because I was like, you can't refract the fucking horizon. What the hell are y'all talking about? You know?
Yeah. They actually want to claim that the horizon is looming or something. They're going to claim it depends on who you talk to. They make all kinds of freaking weird assumptions about the horizon.
The horizon used to be a fixed constant from which you could measure all points, right? And that's all your celestial shit was based on it. Everything was based on that physical geometric obstruction we call the horizon within the heliocentric paradigm, right? And the minute it stopped being geometric, it stopped being a ball.
Yep.
And everybody else just become flat earthers, it seemed like. And I was like, what are you guys doing? You know better. Like, yeah, you've been arguing this with me for 3 years, and now you're saying the exact fucking opposite of what you've been saying for 3 years? How can you do that?
Wait, I mean, there was a lot of globies.
It's easy when you're full of shit. I mean,
well, I mean, I'm asking you, Broken Curves, there were a lot of globies that converted at that point.
No, I don't think so. I think they become flat earthers or anti-flat earthers.
So they'll just make anything up. They'll just say refraction. Refraction.
Right, but the anti-flat earthers have no positive claims to make about reality, right?
Yeah, they just claim whatever argues with you. Yeah. Basically.
Yes. Right.
Hey, what's up, rookie? Have I ever talked to you before?
Bro. Yeah, we talk all the time.
Oh,
it's usually very short, but yeah.
1973. That's the year I was born. Are you the same age as me?
I guess I am. I was born on August 17th.
Oh, I was born in June. Well, I'm not going to give him my fucking birthday.
Well, you don't need to.
I think it's on my Facebook page. It probably wouldn't even fucking matter anyway.
I don't even use Facebook, but that's okay.
Yeah, but
I'm good.
Anyway, cool. So
you don't have to share anything you don't want to, bro.
Hey, I'm going to share something right now. We're having a meetup today at 6 p.m. in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I know Broken Curves, you're in Tennessee, right?
I wish I could go.
Probably
I'm on
can't
the
make it.
I'm the very far end of the state, like near the Bristol Motor Speedway.
Oh, you're in the eastern part?
Yeah, I'm friggin' way on the other side of it. That's a long ass state to drive across too.
It is, man. I've done it. I've been to Nashville. I've driven through Tennessee to get to South Carolina and shit. Yeah, but it's a long way to drive.
Yeah, that's actually where I'm working at now. Is in Nashville.
Oh yeah, what do you do? For work, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell us. But
I'm an instrumentation technician and field engineer.
Field engineer, that's pretty broad.
Electrical. I thought the instrumentation technician.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's electrical and mechanical.
So you're working with like in construction of a building or something?
Most of it has to do with like I'm at a car plant right now, so I'm helping program the robots.
Oh, nice, cool.
But my instrumentation technician covers like anything that controls the process. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it can.
I'm a cabinet maker. Just a simple cabinet maker.
Well, if I had to describe what an instrument tech was, it would be like if you went through the 5 years of apprenticeship for an electrician and the 5 years of apprenticeship for a pipe fitter, and then you got certified in a career that combined both. That's kind of what I do.
So the wiring and the tubing, you designed that entire structure. Is that what you're doing? Or?
No, I'm not the designer. I'm the guy that comes in and makes it work after the engineers fuck it up.
You make it happen. Yeah, dude, I'm totally familiar. I used to freaking build cabinets for corporate aircraft. And you said after the engineers fuck it up, I'm the fixer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. I used to build fucking cabinets for aircraft. They can make their cartoon, and then I have to come in there and tell them what they did wrong when I try to build it.
Yeah, that's what I do.
The same thing. I'm not sure if it's the same thing up there, but yeah, I used to do that. I did that for 9 years for an aircraft company. The engineers, they just like send me a computer model and I try to build it, and I'm like, this shit ain't gonna work, man.
Yeah, you can do things on a computer you can't do in reality.
That's because of math.
Yeah. Well, no, it's like when you're modeling a three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional screen. You can throw some tricks in there. It's like sort of like the Earth curve calculator, You throw some tricks in there, man. It ain't no biggie. What?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I do. But yeah, I'm classified, I think, as an engineer. I'm EPRI certified, so Electrical Practices and Research Institute, or electronics Practices and Research Institute.
Interesting. But you guys got me all beat. I don't have any degrees, and I don't have any of that stuff.
Apparently, they don't mean anything. Like from what I've seen so far, people can have doctorates and be retards. So, yeah,
I tend to
who
agree
cares?
with that. Yeah. It's basically meaningless. Well, not meaningless. I mean, it shows that you can put your mind to something. I mean,
it seems as if degrees and all those accolades are just like a little sticker you get in kindergarten. It's the adult version of that.
yeah, it's the 8th grade bullshit. Yeah, I gotta stop cussing. I'm sorry.
Like, I used to think I was an intellectual until I come to this subject. Now, it's humbling.
You got a point.
I was one of those guys that thought math was reality, and as long as you had a measured value, you could calculate the universe. Da-da, da-da. Yeah. I jerked off to Deanna Troy when I was younger. From Star Trek.
Been there. Don't know if I ever jerked to her, but she was pretty though.
Oh yeah, I was there. I was empath in that shit. You know what I mean?
You were sending messages to her.
Yeah, that's it's kind of depressing now. I can't. Like I've been. I guess it's gotten a little bit easier about watching space shows or things that have space in it, but like for about a year there, my wife couldn't watch movies with me anymore because I wouldn't shut up,
That's where I'm at now. Hey.
Hi.
What up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Hello.
Hello. What's on your mind?
I'm going to back away from the mic now because I feel like I've wasted a bunch of time. But hello, everybody.
Hi.
Broken curves. I have a question about the transistor. Do you think it was reverse engineering?
I think the transistor was reverse engineered. No. Well, hold on. Do I think people observed phenomenon and then tried to figure out the cause of that phenomenon, and that's how the transistor was discovered? Yes.
But you know that United States Army, when they have some advanced technology or some technology they don't understand, they send it to top genius guys in some labs, and that's when the reverse engineering happened. Like lasers.
Hold on. The technology we don't understand, and whose technology do we not understand?
Okay, so we know that the Nazis came to United States to two places, One was from NASA, and the other was to CIA. It was the Operation Paperclip. So they just wanted the rocket technology, and there are some things they keep in secret from the public, so all the time.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like the nuclear weapons thing. See, I've worked in nuclear reactors, and I've seen. I don't want to say. I've experienced things that are really weird, as far as nuclear energy goes. Especially within the oculus of the nuclear device. It's hard to describe, because it's stuff you can't see, but you can still perceive almost. And there's places in that if you stand, you can get burnt, but like you can't feel no fucking heat passing through it. Like it's a different kind of burn, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yes, like microwaves. That's why how the microwave works,
Yeah, but the
It hits,
reason
but we don't feel it.
right, yeah, there's so many regulations on the nuclear industry because we don't understand nuclear technology. We really don't. And with nuclear weapons, I'm not saying it's impossible that you start a chain reaction by shooting two enriched uranium bullets at each other, or a bullet and a plug, and that causes a big explosion or a chain reaction. I don't know that. That's something you'd have to experiment and show, and they say they have, but I can't validate that, and no normal person can. So it could be just rhetoric to control people. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah. They just keep lots of secrets from us, Too
Well, I
many
tell you what,
secrets.
nuclear weapons were a great way to create espionage acts that kept whatever the government wanted to be quiet, because all they had to do was say national security after that point. So I can say that the actual act of setting off a nuclear weapon is miraculous as being able to video it with light sensitive equipment. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't seem possible either, because of the increased photon activity you would get. Like the whole fucking film should have been exposed,
Yeah.
Like the stuff they claim about the sky vacuum and videoing up there, like if what they said was true about it, then you shouldn't be able to use light sensitive cameras to take pictures. Everything should have been overexposed the minute they opened up the shit, what do you call that on a camera that opens up? I went retarded.
Shutter. The shutter.
The shutter. Yes, sir. Thank you. But then again, that's all taking place in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So, in Narnia, you can have cameras do anything you want. It's your imagination,
Yeah, you can make up anything you want from these cartoons.
Like the first man on the moon, the cameraman, and the last one. There's a clip, a video where the modeler lunar model just jump and the camera moves up. Yeah, made in a Hollywood studio basement.
When I was a Glober and used to watch those videos, like I could justify all of that crap. You know, like I was full of excuses for anything and everything that happened.
It's funny because I never did all that. I always kind of knew. I was told when I was 8 that the Earth was flat, and it was shown to me in the Bible and all that stuff. I was like, "What?"
Really? Well, I mean, that's cool. I've heard other people say that, like Chocolate Sam, who comes in
I'm
here.
not bragging. I'm not saying that that I was all into it and that I could argue it or nothing, because I didn't really know what all the evidence was, but I always knew that that was going to turn out to be true in my heart. You know what I mean? I know that's not evidence, but it is what it is.
I'll tell you what, one thing I have liked about coming to this subject, even though I was, pulled kicking and screaming away from my ball, but one thing I've really enjoyed is the logic and reason, like figuring out the reason, behind it.
That's the hardest part, as far as I know.
Yeah, I guess
Nobody
that's
really
learning
knows.
to think on your own. It's learning to think on your own, like it's hard. It's really hard because the first thing you want to do is go listen to someone else, and hear what, like, well, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? Oh God.
Right. Yeah. Then your mind just goes crazy.
Yeah, like you do. It's such a
Possibilities are endless when you don't really know what's going on.
yeah.
That's what makes it, so attractive.
Well, and when I was a heliocentrist, like it all crumbled around me. It's like I thought I knew what everything was,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like it was like I was in the Antarctic and I had a really warm blanket wrapped around me, and you some bitches come and jerked it right the fuck off of me.
Yeah.
Not right.
For me, it was more like I knew what they told me was true, right? I knew at the time when it was explained to me and when it was shown, it was like, that makes sense. That makes total sense, right? But then I went through this, 40 years or 30 something years of trying to come up with well, how do you argue that when you don't really know enough about science or all that? So over time, I started learning more and more about science and this and that, but
Well, the thing that really gets me about this.
But when I found the evidence that you guys have been showing on here, like when I started seeing that like a few years ago, it was like, whoa, I didn't know there was all this. It was like, where did this come from?
Yeah,
I was
that's
shocked.
interesting.
I was like, thank God, like finally somebody's on my side. Like, God, I can come out of the closet finally, like.
Well, like science though is really, it's like a basic method, like,
it's a form of
and
control.
they taught it to us in school. They did, and it was easy to figure out why it's empirical. Like if A, then B, if A, not B.
The Lotus Collins, thing.
But it's the stuff they teach you after that convolutes the shit out of it.
Right.
Like you
Then
forget
they tell
about
you.
it.
Yeah. Well, that's because they talk you out of it. That's what they do. They tell you two contradictory things, and then they wait for the person in the room to go, "Hey, that doesn't make sense," and then they single him out. That was always me. It really was. I got in trouble for school. I didn't get along. It's just constant.
Have you heard Jeranism's quotes that tell us we've all been lied to?
Probably, yeah. I listen to Jared occasionally.
It's like a 3-hour-long video with quotes from various people: Kepler, Einstein, Newton, so many other people.
Possible I did, but share it with me if you want.
they basically say there's no evidence. We just feel like that. But everyone says no, there's scientific evidence, and they're like, there's no scientific evidence. We just feel like that.
I'll tell you what,
By multitudes of whatever they say.
Edwin Hubble and what he said about the redshift. I wish Chocolate was here. He could verbatim quote that shit. About idea of a preferred position must be avoided at all costs.
Oh, really?
That's so damning. And
it's a tell, right?
Yeah, it's such a damning thing to say about your own religion.
Right. I agree.
But yeah, like science and the logic behind it is simple. Like it's like so much of this was simple, and it was just the arguments that come later are so convoluted, and the things they tell you are so like not based on it. But they
They
tell
always
you
drag you into a conversation that has nothing to do with it. Doesn't prove anything. It's like it's
right.
frustrating. It's like, wait a minute, you guys are going in the same direction again. You're going in the same circle. Like, why are you spiraling again? It's like, I know it's hard to get out of that, but gee whiz, it's like some people are just like you got to beat them with a smart stick or something, It's like
Have you ever been to Gym Panda?
Logic.
Have
I've
you been
heard
to
of him.
Gym Pandas? You got to check out his server because it's like a laugh fest as long as you don't take it too serious. And I'll go over
DM me
there
a
and
link
just
and I'll check
listen.
it out.
I'll see if I can find it. I got it on my Discord somewhere, but yeah, I'll find it. I just want to say this: like, the one time I go in there and talk, I got banned after like 30 seconds because I got some dude to say that he was certain that certainty didn't exist. And then I just started laughing at him and making fun of him, and Jim Panda got pissed off and kicked me out of his room.
Well, I can probably relate to some of that, but why? Maybe maybe it was just like some people have. Well, I won't talk about that. That's none of my business.
But yeah, Jim Panda's a complete, like, just ridiculous. He'll say things in the same breath and then change his position. Like he what started it all was the scientific method argument. And he tried to walk me through his scientific method. And then I pointed out, that, he was like, he was trying to say that our ideas of truth change, and I was like, so I had him I walked him through it, and he said his hypothesis was, well, we stand next to these rocks and we get burnt, he's talking about radiation. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. We'll run with that. Sure. Let's go, And then he said, so we stand next to these rocks and we get burnt. And then we find out later it was radiation. Therefore, my premise is true. And I said, so are you telling me that because you now know it's radiation, you can stand next to those rocks and not be burnt? Right. And that's when the whole certainty.
Yeah, that's when the crickets went.
Yeah, it's like you can hear the gears almost turn, and then like
you can hear it go.
But that's when that dude jumped in with the certainty thing, and
that's when they do that shift. They shift you to something else that has nothing to do with it, but it sounds similar. So this is definitely damning evidence. It's like, wait a minute, what? Sometimes I don't.
It's good stuff. It's
it
fun.
It's it's funny, but it's sad at the same time. It scares me. It's like I'm watching all these grown people that seem to be intelligent. Like if you talk to them about anything else, they seem highly intelligent and logical. But then as soon as you bring in, anything about the earth and the shape, it's like their brain goes to putty. It's like all of a sudden all those rules change. All those, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But then their argument is always the right one. See, they're always right. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah, I just put a link to Jim's server. If you want to jump in there, that's on you. But whatever. It's a silly place.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I mean, as much as they listen to our, our live streams or whatever, it's really fun to listen sometimes because Jim does a live stream too. It's called Humans of Earth on YouTube. It's just as silly, in your mindset, I guess, if you think, flat Earth is silly. But they're, inside like Jim server, they're more, what would I say? They're not as gracious as we are here. So anyway, I'll just say that much. Oh, we have a lot of patience. They don't. They're a bunch of dickheads over there.
They're denialists.
Yeah.
I don't know much else to say about it. But I posted the link, so I don't know if you guys want to go over there and have some fun. Whatever. I'm not doing anything.
Oh man, people bring it up sometimes. I'll share Jim's link, but I guarantee you somebody comes here first and then goes over there. I don't see it, so I sent it already. So I don't know what you're talking about. So
Well, then you're in the wrong place, Ilio.
I'm in live stream voice text. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So then you should see mine right above yours, then, Helio.
Okay. Well, either way, yeah, I see it now. Whatever. Yeah, they're if you find yourself there and you want to have a conversation, it doesn't flow like it does over here. So anyway.
I'm getting fatigued.
Are you watching the news, Elijah?
No, I'm sitting in a bagel shop, eating while I still can.
Eating while you still can. What does that mean?
Well, if they implement this key to the city policy, I won't be able to eat outside.
Yeah, I thought that was already implemented. Well, I saw something that said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're in New York City. New York City, get a rope. New York City, get a vax. What they're trying to do to us, bro. Almost looks like Mark of the Beast shit. We may or may not supposed to be saying that, but what's happening in social media with this this jab thing? It's just like get this or fuck off, It's kind of weird. Miguel, are you obsessed with pandas? What's the deal? I like this one. Oh. This one's funny. Check this one out. Only reason I have Facebook is to steal freaking cool memes. It's an addendum to the other one.
Sorry about ducking out on you guys earlier. It was kind of abrupt, but it's one of my agreements with my wife is when she's present, I don't talk flat earth.
Well, that's kind of an addendum with my cigarettes. I have to go outside to smoke, so it's kind of the same thing for me. I have to smoke outside.
This is like an addiction for me too, so I get it. Yeah.
You see some of the memes I'm just posting. I'm just like I was saying. I only have Facebook to steal memes from, the best flat Earth memes. I don't really post much on Facebook, but I do steal a shitload of memes from Facebook. And that's the reason my account still exists, because I don't post much, but I steal that shit from people when they post and get their account banned. I steal their fucking memes. Like this one. This is a good one.
Here's something funny. I can fix a $50 million piece of equipment, but I can't get my fucking coffee maker to cut on right now.
Holy shit, that is fucked up, man. What's wrong with your coffee maker? It's plugged into the wall. I mean, do we need to go through like a step-by-step?
And that ain't even funny.
Tech support for your coffee maker.
Oh shit, that ain't even funny. Like my brother does tech support, and he was telling me about this call he was on, right? And he was talking to this woman and like going through all the steps. It was plugged in. It was all this, He's like, and he's gone through everything trying to get this computer to cut on, And he was finally like, it's obviously broken. Give me the serial number on the back of the computer, and she said, well, hold on a second. I go get a flashlight. The power's out.
And did you give him the model number or whatever? What's up with your coffee maker? I mean, it's pretty simple design.
I got it to work. Got it to work.
All right, cool.
I hit it, and that fixed it.
That doesn't work every time, but yeah, that's the man way to do it. Damn it! Hit that some bit, and then. That's kind of a weird thing, though. I mean, how does it actually, sometimes it does work when you hit it. I don't know if it's a man thing or a woman thing. I've seen women hit appliances before and they start working. But yeah.
You know what that could be, though? Like, you get a carbon buildup anytime you have a loose connection, and striking it would actually cause the connection to reestablish itself.
As a carpenter, I mean, the hammer is one of my main tools, so I use that shit every day. So the hammer is the best. Nobody's talking, and I'm kind of bored. I'm just going to post some more memes. See what some of my new memes that Let me check my phone. I have different memes on my phone than I do on my PC. I just captured some new memes today, I think. Let me think. Miguel's the meme master, but hold no phone. Let's see if he can steal some from me. Unfortunately, on my phone, I can't even. It's so small, I can't even read this shit. But it must be good because I saved it. Most people don't really want the truth. They just want constant reassurance that what they believe is the truth. That's a good one, right, Miguel? That's a good one. Steal that son of a bitch.
Approve it.
This one. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. Here. We were just talking about that.
Realizing the Earth is flat, the sky gets really, really weird. Like the sun. I seen Elijah post something about the sun, and how it appears to be in front of things sometimes. But if its nature is apparent, solely apparent, then how is it any more justifiable to say it only appears like it's in front of something?
Well, let me ask you this. On that point, I'm going to post this, and if you want to take a look at the live stream voice text, why wouldn't the analemma, or analemma, whatever you want to call it, why wouldn't it be like an 8-ball, like right at the equator? If what they claim is, the third rock from the sun, distance, not distance from the sun, but, as far as the, as far as all that works, why wouldn't that center point of the analemma be right there at the equator?
Do you want the heliocentric justification for that? Because there is an explanation.
Tell us both. Tell us both. Yeah, go ahead.
The distance in the lower part being further is, how they say, like in the northern summer, the Earth is further away, and in the southern summer, the Earth is closer to the sun. And they'll point to the Analema as proof of that.
Yeah, but they don't have it. How does that prove globe Earth? I know that's what I'm asking. I mean, this is on, plastered on these globes that you can buy at Walmart all the time. What is the why wouldn't it be like an equal 8-ball? Because they claim that the seasons are caused by the angle of Earth, related to the sun, and we're in an elliptical orbit, right?
Sorry about that. Yes, it's an elliptical orbit, and that's why the bottom half of the Analema is longer in their paradigm.
The southern or the northern is longer? Because in this,
the southern should be more skewed. I believe.
But why? Is it because of the elliptical path? So
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
the claim.
3 million miles different.
Well, right. It's not it's one of those. Looking back on it, it kind of sounds stupid. It is stupid, but that's.
But you used to argue this, so I want to really hear the globy side of this.
Oh yeah, well that was proof within the model that we have an elliptical path around the sun.
Yeah,
as the
bro.
Analema.
When you get a chance, listen to that debate last night because this was brought up, and the model was like, well, you flat earthers don't have a model, so you don't have anything to go off of. It's like, okay, is Earth a model or is Earth Earth? That's what I would say. What do you mean? I have to have a model?
Well, that's one of the dangers in the sextant theodolite, right? Is you start talking about the stars like they're actual things in geometric locations, and you can be brought into a straw man real easy with that. So that's why I keep on trying to warn people on Nathan's show, like, don't argue this unless you understand it completely, because if you just takes one misstep and you're rolling down the hill of everything's physical.
Well, I think Nathan knows that too. He does. I mean, all of this, let's not get into, pretensions or anything like that. And often I say, Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. I mean, that's a phrase that I use, but there's no discussion beyond that. Earth, what the stars, sun, and moon are. I'll defer to ancient tomes and say, they move in patterns above us. If you think that Earth is moving, traveling around a universe, that's on you. Somebody told you that and you believe it. But I actually have physical evidence that Earth is not moving, and it's always been a stationary plane, and the sun, moon, and stars moving patterns above us. I can prove that shit every single day. I don't have to believe that we're a third rock from the sun, following the sun while it's traveling around the Milky Way galaxy. Somebody else told you that. I don't believe it, but I used to believe that, by the way, but I don't anymore. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And if someone says, well, you don't have evidence for it, I would just ask them, do you have evidence to the contrary? And their answer is going to be, well, general consensus. Everybody else believes it's a third rock from the sun spinning around the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, well then you can believe that if you want to. I choose not to. Believe it.
Well, see, that's the thing. Now that it's demonstrably not a sphere and it's measured flat, there's no reason to believe that. You know what I mean?
I do, but why do
morning,
so
guys.
many people want to believe it and they'll defend it and instead of defending it and actually having a conversation about it, they'll call us stupid for not believing it. Even though I'm quite studied on this topic, it's not like I'm ignorant about the topic. I've just chosen to not believe the nonsense, and but they won't even take the freaking time to look into it, and so it's not on me since I am familiar with the topic. When you're not, but it's like you're a believer because you won't even have a conversation with me about it. Who's the new guy? My bad. Somebody said hello.
No, it's just me, Helio. I'll just say
Hey,
good
what's
morning.
up? No,
What's
good.
going
I was on a little rant there. Go ahead, Flathead. What's up?
No, just saying good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Flathead. Good to see you.
Anybody catch that Australian black swan that dropped yesterday?
No, send a link.
I'll put it in the live stream voice text. I'll put it in there.
It's interesting that we call them black swans, but like now it's kind of like every horizon seems to not conform with the idea that it's a sphere,
Right.
you know? It's like everything seems to be a black swan, you know?
It's just a word we use to describe something, you know.
Well, it's like when I unsaw the globe, there's no going back. It's just like, I see now, and it's not like, and it's really freaking weird. I've been watching this fictional television show. I can't remember which show it's on. It's called C. And it's like it's a dystopian future where there was a virus or whatever. Whoa, a virus? Okay, whatever. But anyway, so there was a virus that caused all kinds of freaking people to die or whatever, and then caused everyone that survived to be blind, right? And so then they can't see anymore, and they build their own kingdoms as blind people, and they're still humans, right? And
but did a one-eyed man become king?
No, it's not.
No, never mind.
It's not like that. Yeah, just look it up. It's called C. It's a television show called C. Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa is is in them.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is God.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, without too much spoilers, but yeah, there are people born that can see, and then it's like there's thousands of people that can't see, but then the people that can see, it's a drama, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, and so it's just really interesting. It's an interesting show, and and it's violent too. It's like Jason Momoa. He's always plays violent characters.
Are you saying there's violent blind people? I could see an army of
they
blind
can kill
people.
they're like they just exist in a blind. In their own blind, but they can hear, so they just exist. There's like as far as when the series starts, it's already been like 100 years into people just living as blind people, and they build their own kingdoms and shit. And then so they all just the animals can see, so they use horses and dogs and shit, but the people can't. It's really interesting. It's
if I couldn't defeat a blind man in battle, I probably would just give it up. I go home.
Dude, some of the battle scenes with the blind people are freaking crazy. I mean, it's Jason Momoa. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Jason. Well, I guess I kind of am, but at the same time, I mean, some of the battle scenes are they're so badass, man. They're gory and shit, but whatever. But yeah, it is. I mean, it is what it is. But the story's decent. It's a show called See. It's an Apple TV thing. It's all you have to be subscribed to Apple, or I can send a link to it that you can watch it for free. And there's also this blind queen she's so funny. Oh man, I've been watching it for a few days. You couldn't tell, but she is so freaking hilarious. I'll send you guys a link. Anyway. Back to whatever. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of fiction. There's no secret. I listen to fucking audiobooks and stuff all day long, or whatever. But anyway, like I said, I mean, truth in the movies, lies in TV. So whatever. I like the fiction stuff, man.
Well, it's like once your eyes are open, a lot of stuff that you thought was originally maybe factual, such as Jurassic Park has been my favorite movie since I was literally a child, and then you realize you're like, hold on, dinosaurs. You like look into it, you're like, dude, like all this stuff is freaking fictional, man.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's like I could say, hey, I know dinosaurs never existed, but I can't necessarily say that for sure. But the way that they told us about dinosaurs, that's impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
Same way they tell us about globe Earth,
Well, they tell us dragons are mythological creatures. So it's like, hold on a second. Well, maybe it's like dinosaur skulls aren't a dinosaur. It's like a dragon freaking skull or something. I'm not saying that's true, but I mean, at least you can.
But there is a historical. Hold on, with dragons, there is a historical record, not only from Europe and the Middle East, and I mean there are many records of dragons existing in tomes, and some from skulls or whatever, and there's also records of giant humans and everything, human skeletons. But yeah, I mean, so dragons did exist, but they're not necessarily dinosaurs. In my opinion, you don't have to listen to me. You can do your own research. But
well, exactly. Dinosaur. The word just means extremely old. It doesn't specifically connotate to lizard or anything. It just means something that's very, very old. So a dragon could be called a dinosaur by that definition.
I mean, Eastern culture like China and Japan. I mean, there's dragons everywhere. But as if. I mean, did they just make cartoon dragons, and they just decided to just make dragons exist? That's bullshit. I mean, of course there were dragons.
You don't put something. You don't put something in stone to that level of detail and that much prevalence over that large of an area, and have that much influence, and there's not some reality to it, because it's the same type of dragons we're seeing too, the ones that's holding the pearl. And I mean, there's way more depth to what they tell us about that kind of information.
Yeah. I mean, with these, with all the history and the records, in Eastern culture and even in, in the Northern European. I'm not sure. I think there's some dragon evidence in the African culture. Not sure so much in the in North American, or so much that we're not told about. And it's like, look at what it's like. They called America the new frontier. And they told us that people from Europe found America and it's the new lands. That's so pretentious in my mind. These motherfuckers, pardon my French, the French knew about it, so I don't pardon my French. The Europeans, the Spaniards, they all knew this land existed. It wasn't like that. I mean, the story is, Christopher Columbus was sailing west, and he found a new land. No, they knew about it, and they had the intention to conquer it. That's why they sailed east. I mean west, and it's fucking disgusting. But at the same time, I guess it was sort of inevitable.
And that's just the mainstream story that we get, because there's so much evidence that says the otherwise about, civilization has been thriving over here. There's technology that goes far beyond anything that we are even currently using. It's been here.
You know what's funny? I told you I watch a lot of TV shows. I've been watching the show Heels. It's a Stars thing, and it's about wrestling, and the the fake wrestling presentation, everything. But there was just, it's like I catch this stuff, this one guy, he's an older guy, and he's friends with the family or whatever, and they're they have a teenage daughter, and he's like sitting at the table with her, and he's like, so what lies are they telling you in U.S. history in your high school class? She doesn't elaborate, but that's what, just like a little jab, right? Boom. So what lies are they telling about U.S. history today?
Pretty much everything you can imagine about it. I mean, just really think about the Masonic connotations that go on with all the presidents and their allegiances, and like how all of them are 33rd degree, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, they don't even elaborate or even touch the tip of any of that in high school. When you look back later, and you're like, why wasn't this taught?
Who was that?
Hold on a sec. I got a question about a claim that was made. Like, what technology did we discover in the New World? I didn't know what there was.
Oh, the New World, when Christopher Columbus came to the New World? Or what do you mean?
Well, it depends on what you mean by technology, right? There was soil found in South America where they were creating soil in a very acidic place that was actually usable, right? So the people in South America, they were terraforming the soil, right? And they weren't just doing like the top layer, they were doing it to where it was like 8 and 9 feet deep. And they did so much of it, they said that it was actually larger than France, the state of France.
You're saying the land mass itself was?
I'm saying the soil was terraformed from a very acidic soil where they couldn't grow crops to a soil that was actually used to, supply millions of inhabitants in the land. And they did it by making like a sort of a compost, right? So I guess it depends on what you mean by technology. There was quite a bit of agricultural technology that was going on here. Of course, there had to be to support, the inhabitants of the land, reaching close to estimates of 100 million people. If you have 100 million people, you have to have the ability to feed 100 million people. and the agricultural advances that were made here.
Right.
I guess that would be one way of looking at it. Now, as far as nuts and bolts technology, that may have been lacking, or we can't find a whole lot of evidence of that.
Well, that's because a lot of stuff has been covered up. I mean, there's evidence. Chicago, or as it was originally called. There's architectures and structures that we can't even really replicate today in the same fashion that was apparently already there. Things were told just like, oh, this was started. No, it's like it's way older than that, or it's like at a point where they built it and then the entire history is just covered up about said geolocation. There's a lot you have to think about.
Well, the reason I bring it up is, because that, like the claim that, I ain't saying that history can't have been changed or whatever, but we don't know that, like it's just an assumption we're making.
It's just you're not gonna get it from going off of mainstream information. You're gonna have to actually investigate it into it yourself, and go to places and look for yourself as well.
No, I ain't saying there's stuff that doesn't make sense, and was probably, just bullshit. Like 9/11, when people look back on it, anybody that researches into it's going to be like, well, that doesn't make any sense, but the narrative will remain the same as long as the government that invented it is in place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you have enough mass population, numbers that are buying in on the mainstream narrative, it's even the truth of the matter, it's not going to get out. It's going to be suppressed. As long as they're doing it correctly, that's the everyday battle.
Well, yeah, that's the control of information, like they built all these forms of communication for a reason. You know what I mean? Like there's, like, even the way we're talking right now, trillions of dollars of infrastructure went into creating it. And there was no promise of a return when it was created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they didn't forethink it all the way out, all the way, in my opinion. They couldn't.
Like, would flat Earth have even been possible for the resurgence that it's had? Would it even have been possible without the internet and people, being able to communicate with similar ideas?
There's no way to find out at this point.
It was almost like they tried to make people forget how to think, and then there's this small pocket of the internet where you can go and remember how to think, not what to think, how to think. Yeah, but I wasn't wanting to run the conversation on the ancient technologies. I think that stuff's interesting, but like, I was just wondering, how like the primary source evidence, I guess, for it. It's kind of what I was hoping to get.
Can I be heard okay? Mic check.
Yep, we can hear you, Hank.
Cool, cool. He said that when the Native Americans were dancing around the fire, they would kick up dust. And because they were dancing around in a circle, it created a toroid. And the dust would be elevated because the kicking up of the dust and the stomping, and then it would get in contact with the heat, and then it would go up. So these rain dances were like literally like a technology that the ancient people had from their ancestors, right, passed down to make it rain. Because today, what we do in cloud seeding is we spray like dust particles. Sometimes I've heard ash, right? But these particles, and they attract water. You know, kind of like if you got ashes left in your grill starts to rust because the ash attracts water and holds it. So I guess, you know, the static electricity, the way that it works, it gathers the rainwater all together in one spot and then it rains. So they were literally making it rain with their little rain dances. And I'd never even thought about like the legitimacy of the rain dance. I thought it was like some BS. And when he told me this, I mean, it was just complete muffin top, blew my mind.
Well, I don't know how much validity that has. We got some experimental tests we can do to cause the rain with the dance. Like, I want to check this out.
You're more than welcome to research it, but if you think about it,
it's an interesting notion.
if you put dust particles into the sky, what's going to happen? The same thing happens when we do it today.
Right, but how can you show that the dust particle made it to the sky from dancing?
I don't know, bro. I guess you have to reenact it.
I do believe there's a lot that you know we don't understand about water. I don't know if anybody watched Flat Earth British's show on water last night. It was like 3 hours long, and just how individual water particles or droplets, you know, a raindrop, how it looks like when it hits, and how individualized it is, and it's very, very interesting.
You know, that's the thing. Like, you know, the delayed choice quantum eraser thing, and how much uncertainty affects matter. You know, like, I kind of feel like we've been looking at it the wrong way, from like a societal standpoint. Maybe it's not knowing and knowing actually have an effect on things, like, and maybe even belief itself can affect the world around us, you know. So I think it's an area that's not really been broached except by, you know, wizards and witches and stuff like that kind of sounds silly to talk about. But is there any validity to a hex? You know, if you believe something enough, can you affect reality? Because the only people that ever changed the world believed they could. You know what I mean?
I just want to be clear that I'm not making any claims, you know, about rain dances, but I just thought that it made like a lot of sense. Because, you know, have you ever seen like them dancing around the campfire? They really are like kicking up their feet and kicking the sand and stomping and kicking, and you know, it's really interesting to think about.
You can see the two water droplets interacting with each other in that shot I put in the voice.
And the whole time they're dancing, what are they saying? Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. So they're calling upon the name of the creator. I don't know, man. Kind of seems like to me like they know what they're doing. Praying for rain.
It makes sense, Hank. Battlemod was talking about it one night, and his words were pretty much that if you get thousands of people dancing and a couple of hundred fires going, and that's going to raise the sweat, and that combined with the dust, and I was thinking maybe the odd wet bear skin thrown on the side of the fire to raise the steam. Yeah, you'd encourage the rain.
Well, water is life, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, when Outkast said, hey, everybody wanted to dance, right? So, I don't know. Maybe hey ya's the let's get out on the dance floor slogan of all of creation.
So anybody heard anything new or recent?
I think the government's spending trillions. Oh, I think I heard that the government's going to start taxing us per mile that we drive if we let them.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
So I heard with the new infrastructure bill that, you know, they don't just pass like one bill and one law at a time. It's like, you know, 2 or 3 like decades worth of legislation in like one bill. That way they could spend as much as humanly possible, right? At least that appears to be the goal, right? Because what are they spending? $4 trillion on infrastructure, I think is what it was. So yeah, one of the things in that bill is that if you're driving, you're going to get taxed per mile that you drive. And I heard it was something crazy, like a really high, like almost 50 cents. I think it was like 40 something cents. That's what I heard. I haven't read it myself. Take it with a grain of salt. Because, you know, who's got that kind of time to read that bill? Who's got that much time, you know?
Well, that's why they do those bills like that, though, at the same time.
Is this the push to bring electric cars to America? Are they taxing you out of the petroleum market now?
I just know that I'm not paying that. If I'm driving a 3-cylinder car, I'm not paying what, you know, these people rolling around with these dualies. You know, I'm not paying the same. Just ain't doing it.
Yeah, I'm all for a sliding scale. I don't mind that. If the money were going to the upkeep of the roads and stuff, even more so. But it should be a sliding scale, definitely.
But the thing is, we already paid taxes. It's like Bubba Gump shrimp. There's like coconut taxes, and there's like pineapple taxes, and like estate tax, and inheritance tax, and gasoline tax, and road tax, and sticker tax, and it's like I think we're taxed enough. Income tax, sales tax.
You know, all those taxes you mentioned, except for the income tax, are apportioned, right? Like the income tax is it's an unapportioned tax.
Well, all I know is Trump said that he paid like $700 in taxes, right? And when they called him out on it, he said that that makes him smart. Well, maybe we all need to be smart. Maybe we all need to look in these tax loopholes, because apparently they're there. Because you hear about people, you know, not paying like barely anything in taxes. So I paid more than Trump did. I paid $2,000.
Hold on, there are loopholes in the tax code working within but you have to make over $250,000, and you have to be what they call job creators to be able to access those loopholes.
Well, here's the deal: we have the right to contract
There's
unlimited,
ways
right?
to get to it.
According to the Constitution, us Americans, we can contract. So there's nothing wrong with doing something. There's nothing wrong with doing something to avoid occurring a tax, right? Like if I give you bananas and you give me strawberries, that's not really a taxable transaction. We just traded. Like I had too many, they were going to rot. You had too many, they were going to rot. Now we can both have smoothies. But what's illegal is evading the tax that you've already incurred. So apparently there's ways that you can make a trust, and when you create the contract, you create the law. But if you're acting like a corporation and not acting like a trust, and you don't know what you're doing, they can retroactively go back and deem you a corporation. But what a lot of people do is they name their trust such and such blah 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 corporation, but it's actually a trust. So you don't know that what they're doing is a trust. You assume that it's a corporation because it's nominal, existing in name only. Just like NASA's spaceflight.
Right. A trust and a corporation, they're both existing in name only.
I wouldn't disagree with you. But
Well,
if you have a
law
trust, and go ahead.
I was just going to say law is an interesting religion, but
it is.
You know, the economy is kind of tied in with it too. So like we'll be talking about both.
You know what's interesting? The fact that they just made up this shit out of thin air and people like reificationed it into reality. Like when they did the gold standard, all persons must turn in their gold, right? When they did that, like back in the day with the gold confiscation. Like a person is a legal term. A man doesn't have to turn in his gold, but a person does, and a person would be like a corporation. But a man isn't a person.
Yeah, they made a lot of ambiguities in the law so that they could do shit like that. Like it's twisting the language is all they've done.
That's why I call them dark magicians. Some people call them the brothel fools, but you can call Congress whatever you like.
Like if you really want to know what a law says, you have to look at the terms under which it was written. You know, like you have to go to whatever medium or dictionary they were using to define their terms to actually know what they meant. You know what I mean? Like so many people point at laws that don't mean what they mean. You know, like they point to it like it's evidence of what they believe, but that's not what they meant when they wrote it. And that's the spirit of the law, you know?
Yeah, like I heard some funny hat people say that the First Amendment of the Constitution, the first words in the sentence are more important, and then the last words are less and less important. So a well-regulated militia is like the most important part. It's like, oh, okay, really? Is that what you think that means? Really, that's how that works in law? Well, why don't we go back and read with the documents that these, men were talking about before they actually put this in writing? Were they worried about top-down control from a federal government? Yes, they were extremely worried about it. That's why they spoke this way. And actually, the most important part is shall not be infringed, because that's what they were actually talking about before they wrote this down.
Well, I thought it was interesting that they created all these extremist groups back in the 90s and then used them to redefine what militia actually meant, you know? So instead of it being a group of men willing to come together in times of need to defend their society, it became a group of crazy motherfuckers that are wanting to kill people, you know? They changed the meaning in everybody's eyes. And so the First Amendment changed because of that in their eyes.
To me, a militia is every able-bodied man that's not already a firefighter or EMS or a policeman that is willing to aid the community in a time of crisis. That's what a militia means to me. So if women want to join in on that, that's completely fine with me.
But the thing is like,
yeah, militiaman is all encompassing, exactly like you said, Hank.
But they changed the definition
That means the preacher, that means the librarian, that means the plumber, right? What happened when the Greeks got attacked by the Persians, right? It was the Spartans who showed up and like 30,000 like artisans, right? That's the militia. The Spartans were the military, the heavily trained guys, and the 30,000 Greeks behind them, free Greeks. That was the militia.
That'd be a lot of people.
Yeah, but that's your plumber, that's your IT guy, that's your banker. That's the guy who's not willing to have his, grandmother's garden ravaged. You know. And like, say there's a flood, like, down south, then they'd be like helping like elderly people out of flooded nursing homes and that sort of thing. If there's fires, they'd be help evacuating like people and animals, livestock. You wouldn't be sitting on your ass, Like if we caught you sitting on your ass, boy, get your ass up. You're a grown ass man. Get over here and help us.
Well, if everybody's connected with radio chirps, you're only a chirp away, mate. If you haven't got a vehicle, we'll come and get you. We work together. We could do it, Hank. We could. We could sort things out and attend all the problems and move as a mass to help everyone, and everyone on the perimeter move in closer, make it all work. We could do it.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like everybody's waiting to be saved. Like you're the number one person in your own self-defense and your own salvation. You shouldn't wait on anybody to come save you ever. You're the number one actor in your own salvation.
That's fact, Hank.
I mean, I know because I interviewed those people that were coming out of Katrina. Like, I know, I'll never forget the scars and how they told me they got them. Like, I see the truth in their eyes. There's two types of people that'll tell the truth: drunk people and angry people. And those people were angry.
Yeah, we only saw a little bit of that on the media. It always seemed to cut off at the appropriate moment on the broadcasts to UK and Europe. How angry and real and ready for instant action together as a people everyone was that were coming out of these, is that like Katrina and the disasters, the fire zones and stuff all across Europe. Everybody's ready and waiting to move as a people because we've had enough.
You know what you need, don't you? They had the PNAC, Project for a New America. I think we need like Project for a New World. We need a Joan of Arc 300 Alamo type event where someone says, this little 17-year-old maiden can stand up to these fucking evil men. We're just going to sit on our ass? I don't think so.
Some type of international revolution.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a violent one. It has to be like in the mind. You have to free the mind of the people.
Right.
Because it's a mental enslavement. It's like we've chemically castrated all the men by what we're putting in the water. And we need to wake up and realize that, hey, we're not like complicated rocks. We're like men created in the image of God. I say that as in mankind. I'm not leaving out women, just to be clear.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
I like what you're saying, Hank.
There's no such thing
Because there's
in the world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
That woman is confused. So sad. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she needs to see like a psychiatrist. She's got full blown like psychosis.
I mean, what's the simplest way to describe their justification for that? That's insane to me.
We need Jenny of Arc to rise up and change this world.
These people
There
need
you
to be these people need to be shamed in public. That's what needs to happen. People, when they think they can get away with shit, who knows what people do these days? I mean, it's all surrounding us. In case people who are listening haven't noticed.
Well, if we can get enough people together locally on a big enough scale to publicly shame, I mean, it's definitely possible. They can't stop a large enough amount of people. It's just a problem getting the people
Well,
to get together.
That's what they did in the olden days, right? Like pioneer days for the United States. I don't know what time frame you'd say for other countries, but I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Obviously,
people used to get tarred and feathered.
oh God, or burned at the stake. That was for witches, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, witches celebrating the witches'
Yeah, that
Sabbath.
was for
Anybody who got together on a Saturday, they would find them, and I read the Witch's Hammer. See, this
Oh, nice.
this Catholic monk, like he was, yeah, that was the manual for witch hunters. So this Catholic monk, like 300 and something AD, like complete woman hater. Like he started like waging war on women. Any woman caught getting high on the moldy bread that she rubbed on her broomstick, and then she rubbed, where witches put their broomsticks. Like that was like a death penalty. Any woman caught like herbs and anything like, cause see, men can't get high off the mold. Only the woman can, cause we don't have the parts. Anyway, so any woman caught like gathering herbs, right, and using
Damn,
like
that's
natural
crazy.
medicine. Yeah. Anybody with the Bible in their native tongue, they would burn them at the stake with a Bible strapped to their chest. So this witch hunt, it wasn't, like a little thing. Like it's estimated 3 million women at least, and I would say that's a
Damn,
low ball. I would say that's low ball.
that's so that's insane.
So they just weren't burning Wiccans, right? They were burning Wiccans, Christians, anybody who was like a healer using natural herbs and medicine. They were just waging war on anybody who didn't go to church and pay their tithe. And this is like under the Catholic Church.
Wow. Hank, how did you come to know that information?
The Witch's Hammer.
Oh yeah, but like not everything you said though, right?
Some of it I'm on a piecemeal from other research that I've done, but my sister-in-law's Wiccan, and she let me borrow it, right? Because I don't discriminate against religion. I allow other people to have their own religion because as an American, I think it would be terrible to impose like religion on people. So I let everybody have their own religious belief, and I was like, hey, is there anything you got that I could read to have like an understanding of your religion? She was like, oh yeah, I got something for you. So
the witch's
now that I
hammer
have
is it, huh?
yeah, that's a huge thing to help you understand the Wiccan people. Because I don't really see them as evil. Like I gotta watch out for the Wiccans. They got
Right.
herbs.
Me
They got
too.
so many herbs in jars in their house. You know what I mean? I'm not really that type of person.
That's so comical to me.
And she does got a lot of herbs. A lot of damn herbs in her house. But you know what? Here's the thing. I got a lot of damn herbs in my house. I just rub my herbs on steaks. You know what I'm saying? So we're not really that different.
I know. But yeah, so it'd be interesting what other people would have to say if they heard what you just said, Hank. That's what I'm saying.
I also like Hank. I knew a couple of witches that they always wanted to make the distinction between being a white witch or a black witch and the different types of magic that they implement. To me, anytime that you're playing with spirits or calling upon natural forces to make, let's call it spooky action at a distance, I think that you're kind of maybe teetering on the edge of something.
Well, they call that parapsychology. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm hearing an echo from somebody, but they call that it's called parapsychology. You know, it could be a couple different things like remote viewing that's done by the military, FYI. So yeah, it's like to me there's no question that we have extra abilities like that. But please go on, Flat Earth Solar. I always like what you have to say.
No, that was a good point. I was just adding my 2 cents that I guess also because of my upbringing, we were drummed in as a Christian. Everything else is Luciferian in some regard. And, you know,
Right.
sort of exploring that side of your spirituality is normally sort of forbidden, or it's not encouraged to be
Yeah,
trying to
and
do
I'm
out
not
of body experience or anything like that.
yeah, and I'm not a coincidence theorist anymore, so that kind of leads me a little bit sometimes. I don't know about you.
Well, I'll just put it to you like this. If people are gathering herbs and doing whatever they're doing with it, using it for medicine, you might say that that's witchcraft, but if you've ever taken any over-the-counter medication or you've ever went to the doctor and you got prescribed some medicine and you took it, you're a witch and you've been
That's
practicing
pharmakia.
witchcraft. Yeah.
Pharmakia.
So
Right.
be careful how you judged, because you're going to be judged with the same measure.
Just
I
look at
agree.
the origins of the caduceus with pharmacia.
Yeah,
I know that if there's
Hang
a
on.
plant like an aloe vera plant and I'm burned, I'm not going to think twice about it. If I got a burn, aloe vera is going directly in that burn. If I got a cut, I'm going to use hydrogen peroxide.
But that's called homeopathy or natural medicines. And I've got no disagreement with that. But from what I heard from my witch friend was that they were like casting spells to become rich and successful, but always good spells, you know? We don't cast anything negative against someone, but we cast good spells. And that's the
Right.
line whereby I got no problem with naturopathic healing. I do it myself. Your point is also valid that if I've taken pharmaceuticals, I've also partaken in that. But effectively, like if you're going to be casting or drawing pentagrams to try and generate energy, to use spiritual forces to create a reaction in someone else or something else, I think that's where the bound starts to cross.
Right. You shouldn't have to perform any type of ritual. Right? There should be no drawing of images and such, in my opinion. I
Right.
was really lucky. I
Right.
went garage sailing yesterday and I came across these really thick textbooks. Well, not textbooks, but hardback books. And they're on natural healing. I got like 4 of them. It's pretty bizarre. So I'll be like investigating those in the future. So lucky find on my part. Because
Can
I
you
don't take.
digitize those? Can you scan
Oh,
them in and make a PDF?
that's interesting. I'm not sure. Probably not, unless there's like some little.
Are they short
Okay.
files? Are they short?
No, I'm talking about thick, really thick hardback
Oh,
book. I'll take a picture. Yeah, I
Hank,
got it
what
for $1, so it was like woohoo.
Hank, what was the name of that witch book you said you read again?
The Witch's Hammer. And I guess you got to make sure you get the right one. The one that I'm talking about is a thick book. It's a very thick book, and it's a guide for hunting witches and eliminating them. Right, but to him, a witch was anybody who wasn't going along with the norm. right? So if you weren't like, in the church paying tithes, like you were a witch, right? So he was like reinforcing the missionaries' work, because the missionaries' work, they're on a mission to get everyone to join, and it's like you can, take your religion with you, and you can bring it into the Catholic Church, and you can mix it in, right? All your blasphemous deeds that you were doing before, you can still do it, but now you got to do it under the direction of the Pope, right? So it was a mission. It's like the Borg. You can either assimilate your religion with Catholicism, or you can die. And that's how it was for a very long time, as far as I could tell. So it was very much like Star Trek, the Borg, and I can't really say much about it other than, like, most people in here would be considered a witch, especially those going to church on, or having church on Saturday. So, Battle
Cool.
Mod
Please
would be a
elaborate.
witch.
Please
Right.
elaborate on the going to
I think
church on Saturday.
Yeah, the witch's Sabbath. You heard of that?
I've heard of that before. I think the
I've heard
the
this
correct one
too.
you're talking about reading is the Malleus Maleficarum.
That's it. That's it. I just couldn't say it in Latin.
So all these Jews that practice Sabbat on a Saturday, indirectly, because I've kind of looked at how they always called Sunday the start of the week. And it always was strange to me. Why is it that we go to church on a Sunday and then spend the rest of the day being pissed off that we've got to go to work the next day? It's like your Sunday was always like this, the day before going back to school or going back to work or going back to varsity. It was not a fun day per se. And then I thought maybe the Jews had it right that they take the Saturday because then you can just relax and you can catch up on Sunday, whatever needed to be done. But I guess that's how they sliced up this cake. Sunday to Monday. Or Sunday to Saturday, should I say.
Yeah, if you look at the actual history, the day that Columbus set sail for America was the day that it was illegal to be a Jew in Spain, right? Because they kicked out all the Jews. That's why you got the conversos who pretended to be like Christians and stayed. And then you got, the people that suffered, right, under the Spanish Inquisition because they were trying to get all the Jews out of their country. Because remember, they've been kicked out of like 89 countries like 111 times. And the Jesuits have been kicked out of similar numbers, which I can't quote directly, but very, very similar numbers. And
I just on that
these Jews. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you go. Sorry if I'm stopping you.
That's all right. So these Jews, when they were told to get out, in 1492, the day that Columbus left, he left at daybreak. So, like, they were starting, the Spanish Inquisition when he left out and was like, okay, I think we better go find some more land. Right? So, the Spanish Inquisition, when you look at it, a lot of it had to do with persecution of the Jews and I guess you could say Judeo-Christians who were keeping, the Lord's Sabbath and who were, I guess, basically pre-Protestants. Because the Protestant movement, it started in 1517, but it had to have like a ripe breeding ground for it to start, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there needed to be persecution for the protesting to begin.
Hey, Hank.
What I found was truly mind-blowing, Hank, was that here, even in South Africa, it's never discussed, but digging back a little bit deeper into some of the research that I've been doing, everyone knows about apartheid with the black-white segregation, but the Jews were included in that. And it was in the 70s that Jews were allowed now to enter certain establishments. And then through the 80s, they dropped the ban on the colored people. But nowhere is it ever described that the Jews were also part of apartheid, but yet they were. And Jews are typically white-skinned. So how is it that, or at least like, tanned or whatever, but how is it that they were always, no matter which country, they were always ejected, like you say, 89 different countries? We know that they were obviously sinister, creating like media manipulation and control. Germany wanted to kick them out because they were putting homosexuality on cinema screen, and they were introducing all these socially immoral concepts to the public. But for me, like I say, it was mind blowing to see how much history is of the apartheid of the Jew in South Africa.
I can see that. What was it you said, Chopper Dave? Mr. Hinkle?
Am I breaking up?
No, we can hear you, bro.
Oh. I probably shouldn't say it. Well, anyway, how do we know that you guys have done a lot of research relaying this information? How do we know it's factual? You read it in a book or something?
Yeah. I had to take the word of men on history.
Exactly. That's my only point, playing devil's advocate, but go ahead.
Yeah, you do got a point. You do got a fair point. How do we know that the witch persecution never happened? So we got remnants of the story from America, right? I'm sure we've all heard of it. There was a little place where they had like a remnant of the witch hunt. But the persecution of women is no, all right, because there's two types of societies, right? The patriarchal and the matriarchal, right? And some societies kind of mix like halfway in between. For example, like the Cherokee, I believe that the men owned the land, but the women owned the teepees. So basically, if the boys weren't getting along, get the fuck out. You're sleeping in the doghouse tonight, right? And when they learned to get along better, then they could come back inside, right? And this kept society balanced. Well, we know that women were persecuted in other cultures, and they didn't have kind of the same rights that they did in the Native American culture, right? Because they could literally tell you to get out. Like, get out. This is my house. Get out. And they couldn't be evicted off the land because it was the men own the land. So, were women persecuted in the past? They're the weaker, physically weaker gender. So it only makes sense. And the people who are going against, this Rothschild medicine, or I guess I should say Rockefeller medicine, it isn't new, right? It's probably been around a lot longer than we know of, this pharmakia, this witchcraft. And people who were doing it were probably persecuted because think about it. In the United States, medicine is the most heavily regulated industry out of all the other industries. Nothing is regulated like this. So to think that, they weren't doing it back in like ancient Roman times, regulating, medicine, I don't know. And who would you regulate? Women are the natural healers, right? Like naturally a woman is really good at nurturing, feeding people and healing people. And if you know what you're doing, sometimes doing both at the same time. So you got a good question, Dave, but it makes logical sense to me that these women would have been persecuted.
And I'd say that the regulation is a smokescreen controlled opposition, because what we've started to find now is that the FDA is not approving what should be used, like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and then is approving these injectables, which already have a track record that should make them be removed and banned for life. So that quote unquote regulatory body, when you go and look, they own some of the patents themselves, and they are actually profiting from the creation of these new drugs. So it's kind of like the Flat Earth Society. As long as we know that there's someone there wagging a stick at them or some kind of opposition, we kind of put it out of our mind, thinking, well, at least they'll be doing their, making sure that what we get is healthy.
Well, Hank, you can get a hard copy of that Malleus Maleficarum for $215,000 online.
Only?
No, bro, that's just what they're asking. I'm sure that's like an original manuscript or something. I had like a library copy that she probably stole from the library.
I know, I'm just saying.
But yeah, that book was a trip, dude. It was like all the different like tortures and stuff that guy came up with, and like, oh, if they don't float, then they're not a witch, but somehow I'm not guilty of murder. Like, how you figure that? Like, if they don't float, they're not a witch, but somehow you're still not guilty? I mean, it's just lunacy. That guy was a madman. Not too much different from Dante and his Inferno. And it's just, a lot of things that people like in modern day, when they hear the word hell, they think about like Dante's Inferno, and it's completely non-biblical, in my opinion. So if the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, those words ring truer today than they were probably originally spoken. But that's just Dante's Inferno is just, you better do what the church says or you're going to burn, and there's more than one ways to skin a cat, and it's just disgusting. And for anybody who's listening, I'm not talking about individual Catholics. I'm going to say I'm talking about individual people, right? I'm not like putting a curse on like the whole group or anything like that. Of course, I love my Catholic brothers and sisters, and I wish that they would come out of the Pope's authority and realize that they have their own authority and God-given divinity, and they don't need a priest other than Yeshua, the Most High Priest of the Most High God.
Amen, brother. Amen. All men should stand freely. All women should stand at their sides. Children and families together under God. That's all we need.
I'm gonna have to give me a copy of this soon.
I think society is always trying to control women, right? Because women are like the most important part of society. And I've said this before, and if you heard it, I apologize. But in humans, we have sexual selection, and the woman chooses the mate. So she's supposed to choose the best genetic material that she can find. And yeah, I'm talking about his seed, right? But she needs to find the best, most healthiest guy with the highest IQ and the best ability to prepare to take care of her during her time of vulnerability, when she's taking care of the young for 18 years. So she doesn't need an old geezer right? Who's about to kick the bucket, but he has a big old bank account, and she doesn't need a young guy who doesn't care about sticking around. Oh, you want it, huh? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And see, think about all these books. Like I was talking to a guy last night, and he's like got his bachelor's, and he was talking about all the books that are behind all these paywalls in college. That you have to go to a book behind a paywall, and then you find another book behind a paywall, and it's like if you're not part of like the system, you don't have access to any of those books. So how many books are like this that are out there that are like behind paywalls and just a cult? Like think about what a cult means. So when the moon goes in front of the sun, allegedly, hypothetically, whatever you want to say, the moon occults the sun, right? The moon hides the sun. So that's what it means. It means hidden, right? So the natural
Occlude.
law stuff. What's that?
To occlude.
That's a good word. Okay. So
It's what occult. It's what if something's hidden past tense, it's occulted. But if it's present tense, it's occluded.
I was
Well,
unfamiliar with
let
that.
me add something to that. Let me add something to that as well. You got to look at, we say a cult is something that's hidden, right? It's also, you got to think about it's even deeper than that. It's oculist, It's like the order of the Freemasons, they have their symbolism with the compass and square, and then you have, even deeper meaning than that with the all-seeing eye, it's the oculist, and then that from oculist we got the occult,
Okay, but I was saying all this to explain that natural law is one of the things that was hidden. Like I didn't know about natural law till I was in my 30s, and I'd been a flat earther for several years before I discovered it. And this natural law thing, it's so legit. I can't find anything more legit than natural law. There's nothing more legit. So like when I say natural law, you probably think of like the laws of thermodynamics. Yes, that's natural law, right? And then there's also like natural law, like karma, right? If the Hatfields and the McCoys just would have said, you know what, we could just put this aside and forgive each other, right? They wouldn't have lost so many of their kin, or think Romeo and Juliet, right? Whatever you want to think about. But if they would just stop the positive feedback loop of violence, right? And they just obeyed natural law, right? And they forgave each other, like a lot of bad stuff wouldn't happen. But natural law is like one of the occult things, and it's not bad, right? It's not bad to follow natural law. I promise you. In fact, there's no other choice, because if you break natural law, there's natural consequences, and you don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that.
Naturally.
To me, like breaking natural law and trying to avoid the consequences is like a man who's determined to keep the beach ball at the 12-foot level of the pool, like down at the bottom. Like he's just struggling, right? And no matter how hard you try to break natural law and avoid the consequences, eventually, you're going to pass out, but you're going to surface, or you're going to get tired and you're going to surface. Like natural law always like swings back around every time. So it's better just to be aware of it and not violate it.
So, what do y'all think the main reason for the cover up? You know what I mean? Like, what's the?
Oh yeah, I know what it is. So
Well,
what we have today is a power differential because we have a knowledge differential. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, my thing is like, if you think about, like, let's say before, I don't know, before even the airplane or the invention of the hot air balloon or whatever. My thing is, where did this start? You know what I mean? Like, why all of a sudden are they covering up certain things. You know what I mean? Like, why? I don't know.
It's not all of a sudden. It's in the
It's a multi-layered answer.
Yeah. It definitely is. But it's, to me, it's like, okay, so who is the head of this thing? Is it supposed to be like the America, or some type of?
No, it's Lucifer, the light bearer.
Okay,
Right,
so
because they've hidden so much information.
well,
Right, the ones
Lucifer.
that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's like, just if I can add one thing, this is a multi-century deception. No one has lived that long to be able to have reaped the benefit in their personal lifespan for the entirety of it.
Well, it
Thereby,
kind of reminds.
almost needs to be something metaphysical or something that lives longer than humans.
It reminds me of when I listened to Michael Heiser, how he talks about how, unless you're a scholar and you're reading, and you can read ancient, these ancient texts, you have, where you can read ancient Hebrew and Greek and all this stuff. He says that, the normal person doesn't know I'm not saying that it's hidden, but doesn't know what the Bible is truly saying. You know what I mean? Like, and what these other writings in Egypt and all these other things are saying, and how they all are actually one side's like the side.
Right.
One side is the perspective of truth, and the other side is a perspective of how they see it, but not a true, like the true meaning. Like what they see, they don't understand, so they just put it out and say, like Lucifer. Like if they saw Lucifer, they'd call him a god.
So archetype.
Or Hercules, the god of thunder.
Another archetype.
Yeah,
But I
so,
think they know. I think they know the truth, though.
yeah, and that's one thing that Michael Heiser was explaining, that there's a lot of things that, man, that if it was taught, and if we were taught it growing up, that we would actually that people that have nothing to do with the Bible, don't want nothing to do with the Bible because of their perspective, that if they were taught the things that these scholars are actually understanding now, because of all these fragments and stuff they're digging up, they're finding. He was saying that if they actually knew what the scholars are understanding, then they would actually, really like the Bible and want to understand it, and not, you know what I mean? Like not reject a lot of these. And that's just me coming, as a Christian, I have a bias towards the Bible, but.
I don't get why you said people can't understand it. Sorry, bro. Just real fast. It's written in 5th grade level reading English. Yeah, it's written to where everybody can understand it. In Matthew, it explains through his genealogy that he's the Messiah after the lineage of David, right? In Mark, it gives you like some different perspectives on the same story, right? And some of it lines up, and then some of it's a little different. Right, in the book of Hebrews, it explains that he's the high priest after the order of Melchizedek. I mean, this is stuff that anybody can read and understand. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about people can't understand it.
Well, let's just say, like he said that, like you can take like Greek or something like that. If you take Greek, you can say, the man is happy. He says you can. What the scholars have found out, that it can be written over like 1,200 different ways, and it will say the same thing. So in like this, in these ancient texts, he says, but we just see it in English because it's given to us a certain way, according to how a certain person, a certain translator translated it. Although it could say a bunch of things. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, how like the Mount of Transfiguration, he says was that, Mount Hermon, which was at the gate of the gate of Hades. He stood on the rock to the entrance, I guess, to where the fallen angels, were bound, that had these children or whatever. And he says, but people don't even know that, because one of the, I guess, a king's wife back in the day, she was into the Bible, and she said, oh, it's this mountain. And he says that's how it started. It's not even like true what we're being taught according to Scripture. It's something totally different. And
But what does that have to do with Christ died and rise 3 days later for your forgiveness of your sins?
who
See,
even mentioned that? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, like,
I
he
know
said,
it's not what you're talking about. It's what I'm talking about. You mentioned some obscure mountain, right? But what does that have to do with the main doctrine, right, that says that Jesus died for your sins?
No, that's not the point. That's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying is that if 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 you want to just focus on that, that's cool. But his thing is what they learned. This Michael Heiser, was one of the main guys for Logo Bible Software. He's taught at universities. He taught in Israel for 6 years now. He's in Florida. They started a new seminary in Florida. But his thing is, he says that what he wants to bring out to the world is what the scholars already know, what they've been debating for a long time, but most people have no idea about the teachings, about what angels, according to how we're taught, in America, what angels are, who they are, what they were called, but the basic biblical story, like you're talking about Christ, why he came, how he created everything. He came in flesh, died, and took the keys of hell, and he was his final sacrifice. That's good and all, but what his thing is, and when my point is that he thinks for those who don't understand the Bible and say that God is this evil, vindictive, jealous murderer, and they're all about science. He says that if they really understood what these texts that him and his other scholars are learning, he says that it would totally change their perspective and actually make them very interested in it. He's even been invited on, like non-believing radio shows. What do you call that? Where they're all into
secular.
Yeah, because these radio shows were saying, "Hey, you're putting it all together because we're already into this stuff. We're into the Egyptians, the Mayans, and all this stuff." But what Michael does, he puts it together to let them show that all this historical stuff just proves what the Bible was saying. But you have to understand what these ancient texts are saying is true, and these other ancient texts about these other perspectives is true, but it's not. It's built upon truth, but it's a twisted understanding of what they're actually seeing and what's going on.
So what's the false doctrines?
The false doctrines is stuff like, okay, let's say these gods around the world, right? So these gods around the world, then you have their children, these demigods around the world that were worshipped. He was saying in the Bible that these particular gods and stuff were also known as angels. And he says that God gave them domain and places in the world, to actually, and he talked about the how many nations they were ruling according to the manuscripts, but they were worshipped as gods. And
wait a minute. So you're saying that's a false doctrine?
No, the false doctrine is they didn't know that they were angels because they said that they were worshipped as gods. They didn't tell the people the truth of who they are and what they did and how they left their first estate. So these other false teachings is that that they pretty much looked at them as gods. You know what I mean? Like
it's in the name. Michael, Raphael, Elohim.
Right.
God is translated as
right.
El Shaddai, El Jehovah.
Yeah, he talks about that too. Yeah. He says that we don't even understand the meaning of word God because we have a very shallow understanding as if God was one particular person, but according to the ancient text, God just means exactly what you were saying. It means angelic or above, like higher than, I guess, whatever. But he was explaining these false doctrines are just it's pretty much a blind person's writings, when I mean blind, what I mean? Like they just can't quite seeing clearly what is in front of them, what's going on. So they write all this stuff down, and it doesn't mean that it's a complete lie. It's just a twisted narrative of what they're seeing. You know what I mean?
Look, all I know is that we have a wealth of information when it comes to the Greek New Testament. In fact, it blows everything else out of the water. So when you look at the New Testament, you can argue, whether Christ walked on water, whether he fed the loaves and the fish to the multitude, right? But I mean, you have to throw out a lot of history. In fact, most all of it, because nothing really meets the standards of that many copies all saying the same thing. 5,000 Greek alone. And I think there's like 5,000 other ones that weren't in Greek. And they all say the same thing, and they're 99.6% accurate. So, like the whole people talk about, the telephone game where you line up a bunch of kindergartners and you say blue bird, and out of the other end, comes red caboose. Right? That's not what was going on. Like scholars were copying it word for word, and if they messed up, they would start over on a whole new scroll. And I think a lot of manuscripts are like that, right? Because they say, well, like oral tradition, right? Like, oh, you can't trust it. It comes from oral tradition. Well, Michael tells me that with his people, Michael Smith, got him on, tells me that you had to get it down word for word, exactly like it was told, or you couldn't be one of the keepers of the history. Right? So if you messed up on one word, like you could be a wise man and an elder, but you couldn't be a keeper of the historical record. So I think we can trust some history. It's just there's always narratives and you have to dodge the hijack. So what I mean by that is when they say African American, right? Does that really mean that they came from Africa? Right? So when you're reading it, the story's there, right? So they're talking about these people, right? But they might call them freedmen. Well, does that automatically make them African American? Because I know a lot of so-called African Americans. They're like, I don't know why they call us African American. I ain't never been to Africa. I'm an American. Like, but that's what they do. They want to hide the fact that this is their land, and they want them to think that they belong in like Libya or some shit.
Yep, absolutely right. They came from here.
Do y'all remember back when what's his name?
They were,
He used to be on Fox News a lot. Glenn Beck. Do y'all remember when before Glenn Beck got kicked off Fox and he did that whole article on
Yep.
He did that article on the stone that was uncovered. I don't know if it was in Utah or something like that. Came out of this tomb or in this coffin or something like that with this mummy. And he had on the mummy's chest, they found this box, and they thought it was ancient Indian, like some type of ancient Indian writing. So they put it in the Smithsonian, and it's down in the basement. Well, there was a big flood or something like that, so they had a big crew, and they were pulling out everything out of the Smithsonian basement. And one of the guys there was I guess a Hebrew scholar or something like that, and he saw the stone. And he said, "That's not Indian. That's ancient Hebrew block text, and that's the Ten Commandments written on the stone." So
yes.
that's Glenn Beck was saying. He goes, "How?" He goes, "What in the world? Back then they thought it was only these Indians. How did the Hebrew language get written on a stone? And put inside this tomb?" It was pretty cool. Then it wasn't too long when they were like, "You're out of here, man," because he started
Actually,
getting
Hebrew is found, and Proto-Hebrew is found all over in the America.
That's right.
Yeah.
Native languages.
Well, I've never heard of Hebrew block text. You know what I mean? Like a block.
Well, that just means that it's pictograph. So they've known about this for a long time, ever since the beginning of Western civilization coming over here. The interpreters were Sephardic Jews, right? Because remember, the Jews had to get out. They had to get out of Spain, just like I got through talking about earlier. So the Sephardi spoke Hebrew, and they could translate the people that were living over here. They spoke Hebrew, and you can find this firsthand information in the journals of the people who came over here. So I got a really good YouTube channel for that. The guy, he's always reading like the journals of the first, explorers who came over here. And what they do is they change it up to where you can't really see what's going on, but if you can read between the lines and dodge the hijack, like he always says, then you can kind of see what's going on. Like these Native Americans were descendants of the Israelites.
Yeah.
Some of them. I'm not going to say all of them, right? Because that would be dumb. But some of them spoke like Hebrew and could talk directly because, it's not like John Smith came over and him and Pocahontas like fucked around the woods for 3 months and then learned to speak with each other. That's not what happened. Like that's just the story, right?
Yeah, really. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, and the whole story about like Brutus and all of that, where they were like Chaldeans or something, right? So there was a bunch of movement going on. I don't think even the places they told us are what they actually are. I honestly am starting to believe that part of what was in the Bible in the very early times was happening in America. How would we know the difference? How would we know?
Bro.
Yeah, really. How would we know the difference, right? We wouldn't know.
And we know the Phoenician ships were seaworthy, just like the Nordic vessels who could go over vast oceans, but yet small enough to crawl and creep up rivers to do smash and grab campaigns.
Yeah, exactly. No kidding. Those ships.
And if
are
King
all...
Tutankhamun, sorry, bro.
It's okay. Sometimes I pause and it gives people a little in, and then I.
Me too. I understand. Yeah, King Tut, he had cocaine and tobacco in his system. Wonder where he got that from. Yeah.
Right. How did that get over there?
He probably wasn't feeling well, dying from syphilis. It's a very painful death.
Yeah. So they had some goods from other lands. What the hell? If you believe that story, that was the first time anybody went across the Atlantic, or the Pacific for that matter. No, that's all wrong. Yeah, the whole story is just bogus about movements and where these people were, who they were, who we all are. Who knows why they lie about that, about our origins. Think about that. The lie about our own origins. That's
If King Tut was, if he was dying from syphilis, which if you look up like the medical journals or whatever, it's a very, very painful death. Like extremely. So if he was dying from syphilis, is it possible that King Tut like invented the Primo? Like were they sprinkling the cocaine and the tobacco and they were like, here man, smoke this, it'll make you feel better?
What?
Just a theory, just a speculation.
It's not that far out of the realm of possibility. That's definitely sure, for sure.
Ken, I hear that King Tut is a cocaine addict. Is that what I just heard?
He died of syphilis. They were probably administering it near the time of his death when his muscles spasmed to the point to where it broke his back. I'm telling you, look up how you...
Oh, you roboted right there. Okay. Right after the back part.
Roboticus.
Roboticus. All the way back to the back part. That's how far back the robot went.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. We missed everything after
so when your muscles
the broken
spasm,
back. Yeah.
Yeah, when your muscles spasm to the point to where it breaks your spine, at that point you're going to want to smoke some cocaine, right? I mean, think about it logically. He had cocaine and tobacco in his system. So they were probably administering it to help him with the pain because it would have been a very painful death. I mean, if they can theorize that Hitler was a meth head, I could theorize that King Tut was smoking primos on his deathbed. Did that rhyme? Holy shit, Mike! You better write that down.
So you've done some research, Hank. What was the whole deal with that mummy thing? Why would they do that?
To preserve their genetics because they believed in the afterlife.
Okay.
I think.
Makes sense.
Because why would you preserve your soft tissue other than to preserve your genetics?
Yeah, and why would they have boats fully stored and provisions and a few extra virgins, stuff like that?
Back in those days, they just had virgins laying around everywhere. That was pretty cool.
If they could make Hitler a meth head, then I could theorize that Tutankhamun was smoking primos on his deathbed.
I don't think it's a
Like, what the
theory. Like you said, like it's not a theory. It's actually, they're the ones that told us that it was in his system. Yeah, you didn't make that up. You actually have some empirical evidence right there. That's the thing about evidence, boy, that pesky evidence really gets in the way of a good
Tut being a
story
crackhead
sometimes.
work on a globe, though? Sorry, son.
It's okay.
How does King Tut being a crackhead?
Yeah, is there any Globers in here?
How does that work on a globe? King Tut being a crackhead.
I don't think there's any Globers in here. Hank, can you explain to me silver and gold?
What do you mean?
Like, I see some people have like silver and gold.
Oh yeah, these are.
I thought he literally wanted you to explain the precious metals of silver and gold to him.
I did too. That's why I asked. So in this Discord, there's different ranks, right? And people pull rank, right? Because some people get out of control when they're new. Like, for example, when you start eating red pills, you get the red pill rage, and sometimes you just need to be muted. So you get ranks in here because you don't get to choose your roles in this Discord. You have to earn your roles in this Discord. That's why.
I got you. I just didn't know what different roles there were even to go for.
You really want and yet another junk roll. It's one of the most important roles on the server. Let's see. Yeah, some of the best roles are also space herpes, space AIDS. More cheese, please. That's gotta do something. I haven't figured it out yet, though.
I guess it depends on what circles you.
I was about to say, how do you get space herpes on here?
Oh, you don't want to know.
That's a good thing or not.
I probably don't want to know.
Maybe I've made my own connotations of what those mean. That's my problem.
Yeah, if you go hang out in some of the rooms down below or the Cogdis room, you might catch it.
That might be a pretty good initial step to have, though, on the way to becoming a flat earther. I don't know.
But I really want
Well,
Hank to explain the actual metals, silver and gold. Where do those come from? Why are they valuable?
They're veins, right? They come from the giants' feet, allegedly. No, I don't know where they come from. They come from Earth, right? They say that gold is like from exploded stars. Prove it.
Right.
Gold is a natural mineral that comes from the ground, and it's really good for technology. It's a technology rock. So if you had a gold coin 2,000 years ago, when Jesus was walking around, you could get a brand new suit, in this case a tunic, a belt, and a brand new pair of shoes, in this case sandals. If you have a gold coin now, you can get a tailor-made suit, brand new belt, and pair of shoes, right? But 100 years ago, if you had $1, it was worth like $97, something like that.
Right, right.
Interesting that you took the term vein, because like someone else was saying something about how they cleared the gold and the silver out of the river beds by doing that, and so that's part of the reason that our water isn't as healthy and clean anymore, is because it doesn't have those metals that would be normally cleaning it in a sense, you know?
Exactly. And if anyone doesn't know what he's talking about the medicinal properties of silver and colloidal silver being used all the way back in Roman times. They would put silver in a wound.
Yeah, I use colloidal silver all the time. Like super easy to make and
super
almost
cheap.
like you can't take too much of it. I'm sure you can. Don't over. Super cheap. Yeah. Once you get that silver wire, yeah, you make a ton. Or we use gold, not gold, but we use silver coins from Canada actually. Ordered a couple of 99.999% silver coins.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, you can look up YouTube videos on how to make that too, right?
Yeah, that's right. I recommend distilled water, which means pure water, and glass, and fine or extra fine silver, 99.99 at least, and a 9-volt battery. Some people say 3, I say a 9-volt battery, because if you got 2 little pieces of wire, you don't want big chunks coming off of the wire. You want little tiny chunks coming off, and then you filter it with a non-bleached coffee filter. Thanks.
Oh, maybe I should filter mine. I never filtered it. Never had an issue either, but I never filtered it.
Well, you want the little chunks because if you think about it, if you're fighting bacteria, you don't want big cannonballs, right? You want birdshot.
Fair. That's true.
So when the negatively charged, I forget, is it called ion, comes in contact with the bacteria, it rips the positively charged nucleus out of the organism and it just dies. Like it just rips it out. Like it's actually pretty amazing. But
don't bacteria.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say something stupid anyway. Don't bacteria lives matter? Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, the good ones do. That's why colloidal silver is so important, because it doesn't kill the good bacteria in your gut.
That's what I was just gonna say. It's quite crazy how it doesn't kill the good stuff, but it does kill the bad. It's almost like it's got some programming or something. I don't know. I know it.
Healing properties.
What'd you say about the coin?
Personally, we use 2 silver coins from Canada. We ordered them online. I don't think they're in circulation or anything. It's just they're 99.999% silver, or so they say. And it's really cool because when you put one side in you can use one coin actually, and one side of the coin will be the positive and one side of the coin will be negative, or you can have two, and then one coin will be a positive charge and then other will be a
I have
negative
a
charge.
coin
One
like that.
goes
So you're
white and
saying,
the other
are you
goes
saying
black.
you put it in your water?
Yeah, you get distilled water. I use alligator clips, and I make sure that the clips obviously aren't touching the water, and you leave it in there. I have
Imperative.
used personally like 3 batteries, but I'm gonna try it with the 1 battery way because it's
And
more
then you just put that in your
it's
water,
cheaper.
right? Right? It's like reverse
Yeah, and you
electrolysis
put it in
for
the
silver
water.
coin.
Yeah, you got to have a hot and a cold. So you got to have a ground piece of silver and a hot piece of silver, and then you put it as close together as you can without having it touch. And the electrolysis between the anode and the cathode, it takes the little pieces of silver off. And those little pieces of silver, you want to store them in a brown jar in a dark room. In fact, I would make the silver in a dark room because you don't want the sunlight getting to it because it cross cancels the potency.
Right.
I'd like to see
Very
on how to build
photosensitive.
that. I could build one of those. I have.
Oh, it's not hard.
Yeah,
Alligator
less than
clips,
100
wire,
bucks.
and a battery. And,
Rechargeable
oh,
9-volt battery. Yeah, everything will cost you less than 100 bucks. And I just want to say, I used to have the worst allergies and subsequent head colds and sinusitis and subsequent like fevers from when it gets into my chest. And ever since I started nebulizing colloidal silver, only when I get sick, I haven't missed a day of work in like 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Disclaimer: this is not health advice. This is not health advice.
Yeah.
Go
Does
ahead.
anyone have something they could DM me on how to? I should be able to figure it out. Shit. I work with electronics all the time, but there's
Yeah,
some-
obviously. Sorry, bro.
No, go ahead.
Gold is
Yeah, I just want to give my disclaimer. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I didn't graduate high school. You should obviously consult your doctor and ask if neurotoxins are right for you, because the doctor is an educated specialist, and I don't want to get sued. So consult your doctor before you make any medical decisions, because penicillin, you know, it might wipe out your gut biome, right? But it's what the doctor prescribed, and he doesn't really know or care about the gut-brain connection and 80% of your immune system and all that stuff. But yeah, consult your doctor. He knows best.
Nice disclaimer. Good job, Hank.
Yeah, I like that, Hank, a lot.
felt like that was a TV commercial.
I just don't want to get sued for anybody, you know, going outside of, you know, what their doctor tells them.
All who gave advice and agree with Hank say aye. Aye.
Yeah, that's my disclaimer goes for the whole channel, Discord, everything. We're not doctors. This is not medical advice. This is infotainment only.
Aye, matey.
Man the poop deck.
Store
It's
high in
interesting,
transit.
with gold as well being a great conductor of electricity.
You know how, like, I kind of like figured this out by reading, like, about the ancient Sumerians, and I found out that the gods were drinking white gold, and I was like, what the fuck is white gold? And why are they drinking it? And then I thought, well, wait a minute, like, your body is like electromagnetic in nature. You're basically a walking battery with stomach acid and electrical signals going from your brain to your entire body. Like, what if you increase like the conductivity of your body? And I was like, what happens? How do you get silver in your body? And then I like found a bar on, it was a metal bar on my, it was an ingot really, on my porch, and it was stamped 999 silver. So I took it to the pawn shop and I was like, hey man, I don't think silver is supposed to rust. Is this real? And I typed in 999 silver, and then it was fake, obviously. I don't know how it got on my front porch. It was almost like it was divine intervention. but I typed in silver, and then something popped up, medicinal silver, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And it was like it clicked. I was like, "Oh, that's what they were doing."
So you're saying they thought they called silver white gold? Because that would make
Yeah,
sense, really.
and the Anunnaki were
That
drinking it. I was like, "How do you drink white gold? What
wonder.
is white gold, and how do you drink it?"
I've heard about colloidal gold though. Is that? I didn't remember looking too much into it. But I wonder what would
It's a
happen
little
if you
out of
did
my
one.
price range, but yeah, I kind of wonder.
Right. What about one gold wire and one silver wire? Wonder what that would do.
Well, if you think about it, it's supposed to be in your drinking water, not in large quantities, but in
Right.
particle size. But hey, you know what? Don't trust what we're talking about. Go get your nanoparticles directly from your doctors, because I'm sure those nanobots, they're good for you. Go talk to your doctor.
Yeah, they got at least 8 years of Rockefeller medicine education. I'm sure they know what they're talking about. So definitely consult your doctor.
Even though David Rockefeller had a homeopathic doctor till the day he died.
Yeah, you even get a silver band-aid now. I carry it in emergency kits for chainsaws and everyday use, even in a kitchen. It heals cuts like 30 to 40% faster. It's great.
Yeah, but Neosporin kills the good and the bad bacteria, and the silver doesn't. So anytime you like put, that antibacterial stuff on your hands, you just wiped out all the good bacteria on your hands. So I always shake people's hands or give them the knuckle bump, like through this whole pandemic. I would offer people like, "Hey, put it out there if you want to," and I would bump knuckles because I want whatever bacteria they got, good or bad.
Yep. I wear a fistful of silver rings. Knuckle dusters are illegal, so I just wear a fistful of silver rings, mate. And I don't get ill. I don't get sick. I heal fast. And
Yeah,
I wear out my rings. I actually wear out my rings and replace them continually. It's almost like when I
Yeah,
sweat and absorb it.
I was
yeah,
just looking
man.
at.
Your
Oh, sorry.
your sweat is gonna cause the silver to somewhat, because you are electromagnetically charged, and so when your sweat causes, yeah, you get where I'm going with it. I hope it causes that, but I don't know how.
Yep.
I just know it is apparently. Anyway, sorry, Sonny.
I was just gonna say Himalayan sea salt. I was just looking at. Thought I remembered it had having silver. It
Hey.
does. It has like all kinds of. It has gold. Almost every mineral you could think of, and
Doesn't it
also
have like
others.
87 different minerals in it?
Oh my God! It's got like over 100. I think about 100.
Wow.
Here's
Yeah, I have to
a
use
link.
more of it to get the saltiness flavor from it. I think that's a
Yeah,
good
you
thing
do.
personally.
It's that's why I like it for water. I put it in my water, and
If you
makes it alkaline.
Hank, if you have the chance to go to a store that you can get Cypress sea salt, it's this black salt that is in the shape and structure of a small pyramid. It's pretty wild. I always really enjoyed using it.
Cyprus, huh?
Yeah, Cypress sea salt.
Find it for me and put a link in, and I'll definitely check it out.
Well, if you have the
Research. I found this amazing thing called black garlic. It's like McCormick black garlic seasoning, and it is so wonderful.
Wow, sounds good. But yeah, if you have an HEB or not like a central market near you, if you live in one of those bigger cities, I'm just saying, you go to their bulk section, they should have it. But for
Yeah, I'm
anybody,
going to write it down.
black cypress sea salt. I don't know, it's kind of like Himalayan pink salt, I guess. It's pretty expensive, but I love those benefits, those minerals you get from nowhere else, you know?
I use Celtic sea salt.
Nice. Yeah, I liked when I lived in the where I had the opportunity to get the different sea salts. I definitely liked to get the different ones just to try them, you know?
Yeah, if they used to pay the Romans a salary of salt, maybe it's like way more important than we know, right? Maybe they were giving them, the exotic salts.
Because we are the highly electro.
Because yeah, when you add a salt to water, the salinity makes it more of a capacitor, so it can hold more charges. So that kind of makes sense. If you can hold more of a charge, and you're out fighting and away from your wife and not doing the other thing that you would be doing if you were at home.
I just came back from gyms. What a headache.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You take a
What's
shower.
up, man?
You need to shower first before you come in here.
Yeah, wash all that.
I'm in a
stuff.
rain shower, so it should be fine.
Ah.
How's that bike?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice,
I
man.
keep trying to go home, but they keep sending me big ticket orders.
Oh.
And it's like, well, how lazy can you be when you feel like, you know what? I don't need $20 to go down the block with a motorized bike. I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
It's the difference between $20 an hour and $20 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can ride anywhere I want to go. It's amazing, man. I put 1,100 miles on my bike in less than a year, in about 10 months.
How's it? He says, doing good. The bike's holding up.
Yeah, I had to replace the bottom bracket, and I got a sealed cartridge in there now, and that's rock solid now. That's crucial. And just replaced the rear brake cable because I broke it out on the hill one day. So it's good. Thing flies.
It's insane how the first thing I did was ask them. I was like, us, the begging a question aside, and they're like, "How is it begging the question?" There's no begging the question in Andrew Thomas's paper. There's blah 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 blah, and I'm like, you have to have a curved atmosphere. They're like, what do the curved rays have to do with anything? It's following the curved atmosphere, which is a consequence of living on the ball, according to them, because that's not how Snell's law works. So it's a derivation. But right here, when you say, well, the rays are bending, well, you're begging the question. And they're like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, oh, whatever. So the fact that they think that, at some other point beyond somewhere, um, you can see things as though everything's actually on your plane of reference. It's just flat. And I'm like, not everything, but whatever observation you have, it's like, well, that's possible because it flattened out because, everything on that curve back there got pulled up due to refraction. And now, yeah, there it is. And I'm just like, where is it? So I know what Andrew Thomas Young's work says. So why don't you just give me the extra, like, give me the math for that? That's the first thing I said. So they finally gave it to me much, much later. much, 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 much later. And dang, did I? Oh, okay, yeah, I do have it. Here it is. No, I gotta go back in there and grab it. Ugh. But I mean, yo, it'll make your head hurt because they really believe this shit.
They
111
really want
Eastern.
it to be true. Sounds like they were using the same argument that McClown was saying last night on that Witsit debate.
I don't want my head hurt to.
No,
I don't want
McClown.
my head hurt to a light. Damn
That's the
it.
whole thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Enoch. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was just trying to tell Elijah I don't want my head to hurt, and my head's already hurting.
No, but I like the discussion because they have to show that it's lifting up that behind section further and further back at every single distance marcated or whatever you want to think it, however you want to think of it. At
But
every
from the
single
horizon,
they
location
try to
further
apply
out,
this.
it has to be lifting it up, right? So
Yeah, so they try to apply this this standard, but you can't apply the standard because the black swan is outside of the range of the standard. So then they have to present something else. And they were bringing up Walter Bislin. I'm just like, it's just a slider. All you're doing is increasing the radius. And they're like, no, you're not. It has nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. I'm like, no, you're increasing the ray curvature by increasing the distance between the center of the Earth to that ray. That's all you're doing. Now you
like,
can look at it like you can look at it like, well, that ray is a real thing. I just look at it as all you did was increase the radius mathematically.
yeah,
That's all you did.
like the guy yesterday on here. The Earth breathes.
Elijah, did you see the Australian black swan that came out yesterday?
No, what was it? Is it from Mitchell from Australia?
Yes.
All right.
I put it in the voice text again. I posted it earlier.
Okay, cool.
It's amazing the mental gymnastics these anti-flat earthers will go through to maintain their ball, isn't it?
It's extreme. It's extreme. Like sometimes I'm like I go over there to not get into a confrontation, but it's like first day, we spent 30, well, even longer talking about QE and Nathan, and I'm like, yo, I don't want to talk about QE and Nathan. Like, why? And they want me to admit that all they do is shut people down from making good Goldberg points, and I'm like, well, if I was QE, not even QE, like if I hear someone make an erroneous statement and they keep trying to pass it off as correct, I can understand why he wants to call you a dumbass cracker and block you. You know, like, wait, can I say that because I'm black? I hadn't even thought about it. I don't know.
I'm offended, Elijah. Don't say that. I'm offended.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. You know, I love you, man. So it's like, yo, if and then like, who's the arbiter of what's erroneous? He is when he gets to me. I'm like, yo, took me 15 minutes to say when I, as the person listening to the debate, see something as erroneous, I then can justify why he mutes someone. And that's all I see, you know? Now, okay, let me not say that's all I see. Sometimes he blocks people unnecessarily. Fine, whatever. but I've never seen someone say something correct and him just straight up block them. When does that happen? Or mute them? When has that? Is there audio somewhere that I'm not aware of? So they just want to. It's just so weird, man. So this looks like they're digging at your morale minute after minute. Then you tell them, hey, I'm not talking to 5 different people. So I'm not going to say something and then one person says something and then I try to rebut that point, but then another person is like, no, I want to be a part of the conversation too, so you're going to hear me. And I have a point too. And then there's another person on the back of that. And then it's like, and then a moderator finally steps in to say, hey, you know what? That's unfair. Only for it to happen 5 minutes later. Like it is very draining. Very draining.
I posted it in there, Elijah.
Thank you. I'll be back too. I got to make a quick call.
Oh shit. Oh, they're back. Are we looking something up? Hi, Helio.
Julio Skeptic.
Or are we just listening to each other breathe?
And Julio down by the schoolyard.
Is that a different one?
Is anything on anyone's mind?
Yeah, lots of things. That's probably the thing.
Let's talk about something.
Hey, that was some pretty nice jamming yesterday, Sonny.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty awesome.
Tell you what, I had an idea one time.
Gave myself goosebumps, actually.
Really? I felt bad. I felt like I was taking the spotlight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what I did. I took all the spotlight. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was a lot of fun. I like doing that.
What's up, Flat Monkey? Yeah.
What's up?
Breathing there.
Welcome to any of the new silvers. I heard there was a few new silvers now, so welcome to all of those people.
If you haven't watched Whitsit and Kai out on the street and on the strip in Vegas last night, it's worth looking at. They crushed up there. There was like 80% of the people wearing face diapers.
Face
And it was
diapers.
funny. Yeah, Wiz, it was like, why are y'all wearing masks? Did something happen?
Wow.
Did someone fart? You try not to smell their gas. Sorry.
This ridiculousness.
It's not even ridiculous. It's recalculous.
It was kind of funny watching some of the girls walk by half naked but still wearing a mask.
That's funny.
Modern day Babylon, everybody rebel, but do what the government says.
Take off your clothes, but wear a mask. Sorry.
We could probably play part of his video on here. I wonder.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's
Kai
it?
did a little Carrie Underwood song on there at about an hour into it. You want to find that too?
Wow, that's freaking awesome, man. Those
The earth is
two.
flat.
She did Carrie Underwood with Flat Earth lyrics, so it's worth listening to.
Gonna sit here and now gloat over anything. Gonna sit here and think about the world is flat. Gonna tell the whole world that the earth is not a globe. Gonna tell the whole world that stop lying to yourself. Stop telling that the whole world's a globe. They only took a bunch of pictures and they made it into a little circle that looks like a ball. And that's why we all think that it's a ball. Fuck NASA for lying to us about the earth being a globe. Fuck NASA for telling us lies, because now we gotta go inspect it for sure. All the numbers they told us, just expect it's a lie. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a lie.
Hey! You gotta teach me that, Elijah. That was
It's
nice.
a lie.
Lie. Can't do it.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
a
been
little.
practicing my whole life, and I still can't
Yeah,
even do
man.
it
I'm just
anymore.
over here fucking around.
Yo, this is totally unrelated, but because I remembered, yo, when I say Shang-Chi, yo, the new Marvel movie, oh my god, hands down, fuck Avengers, fuck all that. Because you know why? Because I've always been in love with kung fu and kung fu flicks and all of that, and so that right there was just, mwah, oh, yo, I know, Spider-Man. I know they all fight. No. No, my man's got down. Okay, he got down, and because I watched Kim's Convenience, and I love that show on Netflix. Was basically Koreans that run this convenience store, and it's like a little family, just a little family business, and they, you know, the ins and outs of doing that. And so the brother in that is the main character in Shang-Chi. So I was very pleasantly surprised because I had no idea it existed. I didn't know this was coming out. I didn't know it was a thing. It just came out, and I was like,
You know, they got that new Bruce Lee. There's a new Bruce Lee movie coming out on Netflix.
is it like a biopic, or is it like a movie?
It's like I think it's a movie because they are. I seen like episodes of the Chinese version of Bruce Lee, but I have this one set like it's supposed to be a movie, bro.
I highly doubt his name is Bruce Lee, by the way. I highly doubt it. I don't give a fuck what it is. Bruce, word.
Yeah, his name was Bruce Lee because his dad named him Bruce. There was a whole document. Man,
All
I wish I
right,
could say more in
I
his
highly
defense,
doubt
bro.
it. Bruce. Okay, I could be wrong, but nah.
The reason it's called Birth of the Dragon.
Nice. I definitely gonna watch it. I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's coming out on September 16th, bro.
So I was saying to people yesterday that when I went to the movies, now I got scared because the guy in the front. First of all, I work with these guys and a couple of times a week, and so I've been doing that for a couple of years, or maybe even actually a few years. And so we're always like going out to like dinner or doing something, you know, just events. So one time I met dang, what's that guy's name? It was some famous actor. Uh and so they're always inviting me to stuff. And so yesterday they said, hey, okay, well this movie is coming out. You want some tickets? Because we got some people set up there, and it's you know, you're going to be a part of our group. I was like, hell yeah, man. So when I got there, I got scared because as soon as I walked in, they were like, okay, all we need is your proof of vaccination. And I was like, oh, uh, well, I don't have that. And then the dude was like, that's all right, man. Just you have to wear your mask. That's all. Now, that might not be the case someday, but it was the case that day. And it was like, man, there's really going to be a day in which, oh, can you hear me? Because I'm getting a call.
It kind of got low on your end.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a call. I got to call my mama back. So yeah, they were just talking about that. Well, they said I could come in, and I was just thinking, well, shoot, one day, like this is just the loose version of the future, you know? It's like what happens when they really separate me from society. It's like, you know, it's crazy because that's where society wants to go, and it's where I don't want to go. And I can't stop them from going there and just being at the movies around people, which I haven't done in a long time. Just be around people. I'm always around people because I live in the city, but I mean, for a purpose, I'm actually a part of the party, you know? And it was just like, I like this. I like interacting with people. I like just being me. And it sucks because, damn, like, I can't be me in truth with these people. And they're on a whole different wavelength, and it hurts.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I
I'm
can't.
watching this
I
movie. The
can't
first thing I
stand
see
being.
is
I
like,
can't stand being around them myself personally. I don't even. I don't know what made me because I love people too, and I like being around people and social interaction. Like I like all of that. You know, I'm a musician.
yeah,
I'm a performer. Like that's what I do best.
yep,
You know,
yep,
and so not being able to interact and have that possibility was very difficult for me. Very difficult. I just had to
yeah,
find my own way, and like what the way I've always like seemed to work things out is by staying active. Like even on days when I go, fuck, I don't know what my purpose is. What the hell am I doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Like don't even know. Just okay, well, ride anyway. Who
yeah.
cares? Go out and breathe. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, and then
That's the way I've.
morning I had a conversation with my woman, and she's like, sometimes you think things are facts, and you think that things are facts, but really that's just everyone's opinion. And I forget what that's exactly called. People who think like that. But I was just like, I, well, if you have a conversation and you guys agree, well, you're smart, but when it comes to this whole fact thing, you have it wrong. And I was trying to explain to her, no, I know the difference between opinion and fact. That tree that we're looking at, it's right. I said, for instance, if I cheat on you and you know I cheated on you, is it a fact that I cheated on you or is it an opinion? She's like, it's a fact. I'm like, right. Well, there's the scientific method that does stem from philosophy, but it's really just the nature of the question. And the question is, well, you know, the question is if this, the statement is if this, then that. If this, not that. That's what makes it empirical. And I was trying to explain it in as easy terms as I can. And I was basically saying people say that they're utilizing this method to say that things are that they're not even saying that anymore. So I don't even know because they say science doesn't prove anything. But when they were saying it, like people, say that certain things are facts and it's backed by science. And I'm like, okay, well, my question to them is, okay, well, show me the process. Where's the if this then that? Where's the hypothesis? And there just happens to not be none. Therefore, I no longer have to hold that belief. But even breaking it down like that, it's like, it's like, yo, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. That's you. What you need to be doing is like traveling across the country and fucking speaking to people that actually understand, because she's not saying that I'm, dumb or anything. Like she's just like, yo, why don't you get money for your talent? Just talking to people. You care about this, you're passionate. Why can't you do that? And I'm like, well, obviously, right now, the way shit is set up, it's designed to do exactly not that. Because what I'm talking about is paradigm shifting. It's like our friends and family and our loved ones who don't have time for any of that, they don't understand, and they don't have time to. They think that they don't have time to understand because it just sounds. Who wanted to be a nerd in school? So when you start talking that shit, it's like whatever. You know what I mean? And it makes you look lame, and that fucking and that isolates me a lot. You know, like I didn't even like school. Now I'm being isolated from the cool kids. Is that what it is? Oh, very hard.
Yeah, I get it, man. I knew all the sizes of the planets and all that stuff, man. Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah. But I'll be back again, guys. I gotta make a couple calls.
Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Anybody say hi to Flat Arthur if he wants to talk? He's an OG Flat Arthur
Hey,
from
Flat
India.
Arthur. Flat
He's from
Arthur.
India.
I know.
India, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
keep promising. Long time, man. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. It's been a long time. I've been busy doing other things.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, sir. Hope all is well.
Yep.
Hey,
Yep.
Arthur.
Hello, everyone.
You
I've
believe
been.
some of the stuff we see on YouTube in India? This
Hello.
stuff is crazy over there. But anyway,
Tell me about it. But I've been working on my YouTube. So right now I have a channel. I'm glad. And I try uploading videos, conversations with people that I have regarding flat earth and stuff, you know.
good for you,
So
man.
I was here after a long time because I just watched modern day debates, flat earth debate today with Witsit and Kai debating flat earth. And it was so awesome.
So McToon, it convinced you to go back to the globe, I'm sure, right?
It was really funny.
Yeah, what's up, Arthur? Been a while. How you doing?
Hey, Elijah. Elisha, you used to be Elisha, but now you're Konyo Men.
Yeah. I'm just messing with the names, you know.
All right. So, Elisha, you'd be happy to know that what I've been busy doing is getting to know more and more about Jesus Christ and the Bible and everything.
That's great to hear, man.
And right now I'm kind of obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't
How is it
claim to
over
be.
your How is it over your side with all the madness?
The madness is getting worse every single day. I have somehow managed to keep my job till now. I'm basically a teacher, so I have to deal with students who are adults and who are 18 plus basically, so they are eligible for the vaccines. But I am pretty sure that I'm not going to get the jab or wear a mask. So I'm not sure how long my job is going to stay. But till now, I still have my job, but I don't think 6 months or 1 year down the line, I'm going to have it. Good thing is that my employer knows very clearly that I'm not going to get the jab.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're still doing well. Because it's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Many people who are standing beside me are slowly to crumble down. They are acquiescing when it comes to their job, their business, or maybe traveling. So yes, they are making it tough for people here.
Yeah, I think what makes it easier for people to stand firm in all this is actually knowing the truth, right? Knowing what you're living on, knowing who your
Yeah.
creator is.
You know
So,
what I was thinking about watching
okay,
the.
well, if they all fall down, that's on them. I'm gonna stand firm.
So I was back here. I am back here today because I really liked the community we are building with Flat Earth. And after watching Witsit and Kai together, I'm not really sure if they are together, like in a relationship, or they were just Witsit been traveling for a long time. So I'm not sure about that, but it was so nice to see both of them sitting together and debating and having a good laugh. Spending some 3 or 4 hours laughing at McToon and the other lady. So it was really funny. And also, I wanted to catch up with you guys. I just remembered such a beautiful community we have here. And I'm
Yeah,
really happy for my
Arthur,
friend with.
did you notice that Glober girl led off with Aristosthenes as her first pro? That was hilarious.
Anyways.
Yeah. I missed that live debate, but I bet they killed it. Those two, can you imagine? What a team.
Exactly. It was so nice to listen to Kai. I had only talked to her here on Discord. I never really knew how she looked. She looked so awesome also. And I would be really happy for my brother Witsit if they are really together. Wow. So, so
I know.
that's,
Hey, wait a minute. I was here when he called dibs.
This way, Arthur, we don't know for sure, but her name on here is Mrs. Gets It. So
all right.
That's just great, man. Like to see all that
Super.
come about, that just like warms my heart.
Really, that was my point, that it was so nice to see that. And that's the reason right now Elisha was saying ki, it's so easy for us that we don't have to make a choice between a lot of people any longer. If someone has already got the jab, which is like in India, it is almost population which would come down to 700 million people. Can you even imagine? So
Oh my
the
gosh.
choice is easier for the rest of us, that I do not even have to consider half the population, because I'm sure one who is vaccinated, it's not even physical anymore. Not the fact that they have modified their genes, altered their genes, or anything of that sort. But how can I even think about dating or even marrying someone who is stupid enough to get the jab? So it's pretty clear in my head. No reason can justify, no explanation is good enough.
yeah, it's kind of thinning out the herd for you, so to speak, right?
That's good perspective, huh?
And the
This
way they were
this thing has
making
been
fun of
done
the
for us.
booster shots, the
I,
way
I,
Kai and Witsit were making fun of the booster shots to McToon and Carissa, that was also super funny.
I
I'll have
like
to
the
catch
part
up and
where
watch the whole
you
thing. Go
know what
ahead,
it
Dave.
reminds me of? I'm not sure who here would understand, but when the prophet Elijah was mocking the prophets of Baal. Go on, keep cutting yourself. Maybe that will work.
That's quite
I
funny.
like the part in that debate where McClown was playing Witsit's voice back to him, and he was making no point with it, but it was hilarious.
What?
He actually had
Right?
a recording
Free
of Witsit.
promos.
Yeah. He was playing a recording of Witsit saying refraction matters, so he was trying to tell him that he wasn't accounting for refraction in the black swan. But anyway, you gotta watch it. It's pretty funny.
Where is it on the Earth curve charts that they include that? Can you show me that? I've never seen that included on any of the Earth curve charts. They have exact numbers though.
Yeah, because they already measured it. They remember.
And that poor girl that was partnered with McClown, she was totally clueless. I think she
Yeah, that
hadn't
was
even heard Flat
unfair.
Earth 101.
That was really unfair. It's like they went and took the
Yeah.
first person off the short bus.
I mean, she had no clue about anything in the discussion, no clue at all. It was sad. And then when he went out on the streets, supposedly an astrophysicist started trying to debate him, and he lasted about 5 minutes. So that's worth watching too. He was trying to explain bendy space time to Austin right there on the strip in Vegas. So I'm sure you can guess how that went. Hello, Michael Gleason. Welcome to the server.
How you doing? That's good. I'm glad that you're still doing well. Because it is.
Yeah. Yep, many people who attend with me.
You're playing the YouTube.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mute your YouTube.
I did. I just stopped it.
Okay. What's going on? Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you up?
I've been flat for a long time. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. I just thought I might want to join in the conversation eventually.
Sure. Here's your chance. What you got to say?
Oh, geez. Nothing right now. I'm just following the conversation.
Okay. Flat for a long time, like 3 or 4 years, or how long? How long?
Yeah, quite a while. I started really asking some serious questions around 2012. I laughed at the idea for a couple of years, to be honest. And then I quit laughing and looked into it. Long story short, I'm not laughing anymore.
Yes. It becomes pretty serious after you properly look into it, doesn't it?
Yeah. And, initially you're like, no fucking way. And then you're pissed. And then you want to convert everybody. And then you realize a lot of people don't really fucking care. Oops. Sorry about the F-bomb.
You can fucking cuss. Don't do it a lot.
Oh, right on. That's humor. Yeah, right on. Yeah, initially I wanted to tell the world, and wow, do you guys realize how big this is? And they either don't know or don't care.
Yeah, we all went through that phase, I'm assuming. I know I did. Can't wait to tell everybody, and it's so astonishing how it's just falling on deaf ears, or the apathy out there. It's overwhelming sometimes,
Initially, I would have wanted to yell it in the middle of a grocery store, and now I realize nobody cares, unless they're critical thinkers.
All right, man.
Yeah,
You
pretty
sound
much.
legit to me. Just got any questions, feel free to join the convo. Somebody else is going to go.
Oh, thank you. I'll listen in. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty much two types of minds: those that investigate and look into things that they're stumped by, and then those other ones that will just stick their head in the sand and listen to whatever fake authority tells them.
Yeah. Appeal to authority. That's what most people go with, don't you, Josh?
Yeah, and there's another way of saying it. You have free men and slaves. Their minds are enslaved. That's the only reason why I'm trying to help them.
Put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And they get triggered when you use that slave word. It's like, you think those thoughts that you're talking are truly yours? I could tune the TV on and listen to everything you're talking about that the reporter had said, the talking head.
Yeah, that reminded me just the other day, I was talking to my 76-year-old sister. She was talking about getting her booster. And she heard something on TV, so she wasn't going to listen to nothing I said.
That reminds me. There's a flood coming, and you have all these geriatrics and wheelchairs and walkers, and with IVs on and hospital beds, and they're trying to get on Noah's Ark, but it's not Noah's Ark, it's Pfizer's Ark. I think it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, I've said this a couple of times. I was raised different than most people. I was raised where they told me, the parents or whatever, they had told me, stop watching so much TV, it'll rot your brain. Okay? Everything you see on TV is fake and make-believe. None of it is real. Yet, later on in life, I see them watching the news going, I can't believe this. I'm like, you guys, what did you tell me like freaking 40 years ago? That is all fake. I just don't get it.
When did it go from fake to real? When they told them so.
Yeah, you could definitely make a
9/11.
case for the degradation of a society when everybody had a TV in their home. That's when it started, or really kicked into gear anyway. Go ahead,
To
sorry.
answer Sonny's question, 10 years ago on Saturday. Oh no, shit, 20 years ago. Shit, it's already been 20 years?
You talking about when those 19 guys hijacked them planes with box cutters? That's what
Yep.
happened. I saw it on
Yep.
TV.
That's where TV became reality.
Wait, hold on. I thought it was Building 7 took them down and then offed itself.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, a huge plane somehow collapses into a cruise missile profile at the Pentagon. Yeah.
And all 60
Northwoods.
cameras didn't catch any of the footage either. That's pretty good. Pretty legit.
They did an Operation Northwoods on us.
And the magician goes, look at the hand, look at the hand.
Pay no attention to the man behind the veil.
Yep, Northwoods and PNAC.
Yeah.
They spelled it all out exactly how and everything. Yeah.
We need a new Pearl Harbor, it said in that document, didn't it, son?
Yes.
Yeah.
We need a catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor.
These people are sick. They are a parasite.
Yeah, they are.
We all need to swallow some chewing tobacco and expel the parasite. At least that's what we do with dogs that have worms. We give them a little bit of tobacco in with some wet food. They love the wet food, and then they evacuate all the parasites.
My dad used to make our dogs swallow a penny.
Really?
Yeah. But pennies were copper then.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of them freaking zinc ones.
Not a zinc one.
Oh, nice. The birds are back. Fuck yeah. Little yellow chickadees and shit.
So did a copper penny really clean the dog out?
I think copper's got anti-parasitic properties, which is why they started using it for water pipes.
That's what he said. He said that's what he was always told, and that's what they always did with their dogs, and got rid of worms.
It's a shame that the parasites of society have all the money and power, though, right?
Mm-hmm. How did that happen?
Money's not real.
Can you imagine being in that room? Okay, we're going to be the ones that control all other humans. Let's start.
It's like who died and made you the player in Lemmings?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If we tell them what to think, then they won't think we're parasites.
See, here's the thing, right? Everybody made fun of Bill Gates. They still make fun of Bill Gates. He hates people because he's been made fun of his whole life. We need to start being kinder to the nerds.
That's a good point. I think he turned bad after he got those pies in his face. He was just
Yeah.
running Microsoft up until then, but after that, he's like, fuck all these people.
Well, the thing is how was he running Microsoft? It's intellectual theft.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure if you were to go on social media and start posting truth in the antitrust movie, you would be blacklisted and it would be taken off for breaking community guidelines or some shit. Antitrust was a movie about Microsoft.
Seen that one? Is it worth watching?
Yeah, it's an older movie, but it pretty much outlines, his tactics, his business, his shrewdness. Oh, okay, since Microsoft Systems is too big of a company, we're going to break it up to Microsoft Windows and Microsoft SQL and all these other things, which are Microsoft, but they're their own companies to get away from that stupid antitrust lawsuit.
Yeah, if you got enough cash, those pesky laws don't seem to bother you too much anyway, right?
Yeah. Too bad it was a cream pie and not a cow pie he was hit in the face with.
I wonder where those guys are today, the guys that actually pied him up. That was
They're in their
funny.
grave. They're probably in their grave.
They might not have lived after the next day. Who knows?
Yeah, I heard after Bill Gates got divorced, no more mandates for him. Because, people are saying he was married to a man.
Wah, wah, wah. I always thought it was kind of funny. The richest guy in the world allegedly got the ugliest woman or whatever it was for a wife. That's whatever.
Right. I mean, okay, think about it. All these children today are playing that stupid ass Fortnite game.
I don't like that game.
Do they realize that that's on a flat plane?
What about
There's
Call of
only
Duty?
there's only like a handful of games that have featured ball geometry, right? One of them was Mario Galaxies. The other one was like Sonic bonus stages, Sonic 3D type shit.
Halo.
Well, Halo was more like a ring.
Around the world, exactly. Oh, yeah.
And then again, you had this other thing, they had a deeper layer of deceit within Halo. They were called zealots, right? They were called the Covenant.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the heretic.
Yep. Arbiter.
Oh yeah, they put all that stuff in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on book 2 right now.
Oh, you're actually reading the books. Nice.
Yeah, I have all 3 right now. The first 3.
So who was John 117?
What do you mean? He was a kid. Like there was a bunch of kids that were trained, and they were trained at a young age at first, and that's how it began. Before they started injecting them, like
Enhancing him.
training, yeah, enhancing their bodies because as they would train and work out, they would enhance their bodies day by like or each like there would be sessions, and then it was to train their bodies so that when they would wear the suit and put on the suit, one small like one small movement can like of when you do something, like the suit will do it 10 times faster. You know, so when you go and punch or swing, the suit does it 10 times like way faster, way better, way harder. Like it's a bit better than an average person.
Almost like what the hell do they call it? What was that Call of Duty game?
Almost
Advanced
superhuman, bro.
Warfare?
Not that one. I know exactly which one you're talking
Superhuman?
about.
Super soldiers? Yeah, super soldiers.
You'd have to have a delayed reaction if you think about momentum. The machine would eventually have to take over your actual momentum, right? So it'd have to.
Exactly. So it's like more of the thought of you actually doing it, instead of like you actually trying to physically try to move your body.
Yeah, it won't. It
Because
won't be very. It won't be very fast. I don't think. It might be effective for like punching down doors and stuff, and maybe kicking down
no,
things to
like it
break in.
actually
But
in the book, it actually describes that the suit moves 10 times faster than the actual person that actually moves his body.
well, it would have to provide support, right? If you think about it, because it would have its own weight to overcome. But then it has to facilitate the momentum of the human body, which means the contraction of muscles. So the
Like
timing and
there's
contraction.
people that tried the suit on, and it destroyed their whole body, bro. Like it explains, like I don't know, if you read the book it explains to you, like if you
No, I know that.
John
But
one one
I've
seven
looked.
was
I've looked into this stuff like years ago, and then they're coming up with some for the military, right? But if you look at the actual functionality of anything current in robotics, there's always that rigidity movement, right? There's always that. It's not fluid, so.
right, it's like a delay reaction is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just not fluid.
John 117 was like a freak of nature.
What are you trying to call me? I'm kidding.
I'm just saying canonically in the storyline he was.
Well, it was the fact that the mission comes first, bro. It doesn't matter whether
Because
it was life or death. It doesn't matter. He would sacrifice his own life for the mission to happen, and that was the thing why they selected John was because no matter what, mission came first, and John didn't care if his life was sacrificed.
Oh yeah, because most people that would
That's
go
how
through the
crazy he was.
process, most people that go through the process would die, or a lot of people would anyway.
Right.
Kind of like based off the whole Ronald Reagan speech that he was speeching all over the place. About a outside threat, right?
Like the mission came first, and citizens, like civilians, like were not to be harmed. Like they were first priority. And then when he was given a specific order, then he would follow by that order. And like if he didn't have to kill, he won't kill somebody just to get the mission done. If it had to say, like, if it was to say, if the mission was to like just unarm people or just to get from point A to point B, he like he would say he would even say something or think to himself like it would the mission was not to kill but just to get from point A to point B. Like he's logical. Like he'll think like he'll want to use more Marines. Like even say if it was an inside mission and the Marines didn't know, and he had to hurt Marines just to get to point A to point B, he would only he would only disarm them or knock them out because he knew that the we needed every person against an alien invasion. Because even
Yeah, but
though it was training, he would you know what I mean? My bad.
yeah, but see, that's what I'm trying to say is that whole deception about aliens, right? They want to make war with heaven, with New Jerusalem and all that, right? And this has been echoed in many movies and TV shows and video games. It's all about an alien invasion coming in, so the whole world rallies together to fight them off, right? And then since it's Hollywood, the story is, well, mankind is victorious, right? But in reality, they're going to be consumed by fire. And the thing is they will never reveal the truth to us about anything. That's why we had to find this information about the Earth not being a globe on our own. No website would point it out to us, would lay it out to us. And even if, you know, the information was handed to us in a suitcase with a nice dossier, we would have to check it out. We would have to go through everything and validate everything that's in that dossier, right? So it's kind of like only those that are willing to wake up, only those that can see the deceit will be able to see the truth. And it takes a special individual to sit there and never question reality, never question what truth is, never question the narrative. That takes a special person to do all that, you know? And then we have dumbasses like Platypus in here who just comes in here and spouts off with some nonsense. At least with that other guy, he kept saying satcom, satcom. He's like, what are you talking about? Satcom. What is satcom? It's ham radio. So are you saying that if I were to build a balloon and suspend an aerial from a balloon and have it tethered to the ground, that wouldn't do the same thing? I mean, think about it. Well, then what about the orbit? Well, when the wind moves, the balloon moves. It's even got things on it to where it moves. So, I mean, it's not just sitting up there stationary. When the wind blows, it causes the wings to operate and it puts it in an orbit around the station where it's anchored at. Circular circuits, orbit. Every time I drive to Yuma, I see those balloons. And those are on the Army Proving Ground and GMC Proving Ground. And it's kind of scary when you're driving to Yuma and they're dropping bombs in the desert.
There's no telling what they got going.
I haven't done that before.
Dude, I like seen this black plume of smoke start bellowing up. Then all of a sudden, like many flashes on the ground all over the place, and then like the whole like a good portion of my peripheral was covered with this black smoke rising up. I'm just like, wow, they blew something up. And why would they need to cover an area that large? Yeah, without saying certain things, some of you already know. Those that don't, just keep eating your popcorn. See, when you have an organization that claims to bring truth to the population, but yet they don't tell you that it's a flat and motionless plane, why should you listen to them about anything they have to say? I mean, this should be our litmus test. Okay, what's your official story? Is it a globe or is it flat? It's a globe. Okay, you're discredited. Everything you have to say is out the window. You're a bunch of bullshit because you don't actually critically think. You know?
I like that.
They just like to lie to themselves, bro.
I know. Well, it's not just them. It's our children. It's us. It's evil.
Like, how can, for real, like, how can you sit there and fucking lie to your kid? I mean, okay, and then, like, you would say Santa Claus isn't real, but you're gonna say that the globe is real? Fuck off, dude. Sorry.
I know. And then, like, the thing is like, well, it's about Santa Claus and reindeer. Okay. Later on, oh no, it's really about Jesus and he was born then. It's like, no.
Like, NASA even claimed and said so that they made the globe out of fucking pictures.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact,
looking into the AE model,